Hi everyone, Blinky here. I feel like I should make a little bit of a foreword to this video before we get into things. If you want to skip to the blog reading itself, there will be a timestamp in the video description which will take you to it. For everyone else, thanks for listening to me ramble. So it's been a while since we've made a Game Dude video for the simple reason that I didn't think there was much else to talk about with the information we had readily available to us. While that may have been true at the time, things have changed significantly as a slew of GameTube content has resurfaced recently. I'm not going to get into exactly how the content has resurfaced, at least not yet. I'll just say look out for a new Joon the King video, which I'll link in the description after it premieres. In the meantime, if you want to check out some previously lost Game Dude videos, go to Game Dude Official's channel, as well as my second account, Blinky10, both of which I'll leave links for in the video description. Today though, we're not talking about his videos and instead are going to focus on Alexander's most massive endeavor, that being his blog called The Truth. I currently have access to all 14 pages of the blog, minus one that gets cut off near the end, and I'm going to be reading them in a mini-series on this channel, which will be uploaded incrementally with our other projects. Now before I get into it, I do want to make it clear that we will be censoring certain parts of the blog for both legal and privacy reasons. We still will not be showing video or audio of Alana, nor revealing her full name. We will also not be showing court documents here which were part of the blog, nor revealing the identities of other people involved like Alexander and Alana's mothers. Beyond all that though, we're going to try to make this reading as accurate to Game Dude's original intention as possible, and 99.9% of what's here will be verbatim what he wrote. This is going to be a long haul, so grab some popcorn, smoke a joint, and buckle up for the ride. Without further ado, this is The Truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. By Alexander Bader. Chapter 1, The Story. Alana, my first love, also first date, girlfriend, handhold, kiss, and sex. And best friend for around 3 years, spread false accusations about me. I hate to do this, but because she is cowardly and refuses to communicate, I must reveal the truth to everyone in order to reverse the defamation of character. She threw too many pawns at me, so it is time to unleash the queen. I met her on a dating site called Tagged over 4 years ago when I was 21 and we were in a closed relationship for nearly 3. We agreed to be in an open relationship, but so long as we only continued to love each other the most. We went to the same nightclub by Major Fluke one night. I was drunk while grinding another girl when she approached me out of nowhere. Because she stole the spotlight, we danced closely until she told me she was going to rejoin her other friends. While walking away, she promised to dance with me later again. Then I saw a complete stranger with his arm around her. Whether or not you're in an open relationship, ditching a dance with someone you've loved the most for nearly 3 years to flirt with a random stranger is cruel. We also danced together only once before. I thought he'd leave if he thought I was her boyfriend, so I tried to get intimate with her. Then I vocally and physically, yet subtly, tried to persuade her to get her to dance with me again to fulfill her promise and get her away. To my knowledge, neither of them vocally or physically informed me to go away. I wasn't focusing on their lips, and whatever they might have said was drowned out by loud music. She was just standing there. I was so confused. Why would she betray me for a complete stranger? Part of me thought she was merely being shy. Sometimes after a little motivation, she'll happily jump out of her shell. They actually watched the bouncers drag me out just a few seconds later. I felt so betrayed. Enraged, I took a taxi to her apartment, climbed over her gate, I was too impatient to wait for someone to open it for me, and pounded on her door. Because she opened it and let me in, my existence wasn't unwanted and therefore I didn't trespass. You committed assault and battery. Bullshit! I was too subtle to create a reasonable apprehension of harm, and none of the contact was offensive to a reasonable person. You were dancing aggressively. She couldn't have told me that before? Maybe I was a bad dancer. Maybe dancing closely wasn't her thing. I was drunk, and I would have toned it down a notch. You promised to dance with me again later. I just said that to get away from you. That would have been understandable had I actually bugged her. I was on a date. You couldn't have told me that before? I didn't want to upset you. We were in an open relationship. How could I have cared? I would have left immediately. Did she not see me grind that girl? What, I'm allowed to grind other girls, but she's not allowed to bring a date to a nightclub if I'm there by Major Fluke? I actually would have been upset had she not rejoined him. Perhaps she didn't want to dance closely with me because her date, Andrew, was around. Because I had never seen her date or her friends before, I thought she was surrounded by strangers while flirting with one. She could have introduced me to them and we could have all partied together. I actually feel bad for them because they must have thought that I was a complete stranger. The date probably told the bouncers that I was trying to steal his girl. I doubt he even knew that she was in an open relationship. She was completely sober, and even though she was the only one with all the answers, she bottled what everyone needed to know as if we could read her mind. Due to a giant misunderstanding, I unknowingly humiliated myself in front of everyone, but without the answers, everything had to happen. It's as if she unintentionally set them up. I'm dancing aggressively? Then tell me. You're on a date? Then tell me. You don't want to dance with me later? Then don't promise to. Want me to go away? Then be honest. Be loud and actually push me away if you think you have to. I eventually told her that I don't want to have sex with her anymore because she wasn't being nice and I hated the open relationship due to her inability to communicate. I just wanted to be friends, but she kept bugging me to have sex with her every day until she looked me in the eyes and promised to only have sex with me. She even told me that she doesn't want to kiss other guys. I finally trusted her, promised to only have sex with her. We became boyfriend and girlfriend without the titles, and now I can never trust a girl again. I'm the game dude on YouTube. My channel had over 300,000 views, and she had a couple of videos on my channel, but now they're on a Trolls. Then he provides the links for Alana's box art reviews, which were on Game Dude Official's account at the time. She's well known on YouTube, and everybody knows that she was my girlfriend. I had linked my tagged profile on my YouTube channel, and she was basically my only tagged friend. A troll found her through my YouTube channel and tested her loyalty for hilarity before sending me screen captures of their conversation that looks like a Mad TV comedy sketch via Facebook. A few days after we promised each other to only have sex with each other, she immediately planned, attempted cheating is still cheating, to have sex with an invasive internet stranger immediately after coffee at his house. She immediately gave him her number and stabbed me in the heart when I saw her at the specified time and place. The guy never showed up because he's not even real. I wouldn't be surprised if his profile was completely empty. I angrily waltzed inside of the Starbucks, humiliated her by dropping the printed conversation on the table while saying, "This terminates our friendship," walked away, and I wish I never looked back. Once the anger that masked the unbearable pain subsided a few hours later, I couldn't stop calling her because I cared about her too much, and I just wanted to kill the flames that engulfed my heart, but instead of apologizing or even trying to convince me that she did nothing wrong, she cowardly ignored me until a real guy, Nick, picked up the phone. "Alana doesn't want to talk to you. I'm her boyfriend and I'm gonna fuck her tonight." "He's just joking," she dismissively said in the background. Bullshit. She was probably juggling 10 secret boyfriends that all thought she was loyal. I knew there was Andrew, Nick, the troll, and 2 other guys, Gwyn and Thomas, but before Alana and I entered back in a closed relationship, I couldn't have cared if she had an orgy with all of them. "You promised me, just you and me." "I just said that because you were being annoying." "Just said that? Just promised? Lied? Because I was being annoying? By refusing?" She lied to have sex with me, thus fraudulently gained my consent, thereby raped me when we French kissed in her room, and got intimate, and we would have had sex had her psycho mom not interrupted us, numerously had the troll never given me the truth. If she'd immediately had sex with the worst guy, why wouldn't she immediately have sex with every other guy? I never would have even kissed her had I known she was secretly going to continue having sex with every other man on this planet so long as they have a cock. She could have given me every STD while I thought she was loyal. "Why were you going to have sex with him?" "Because he asked me to." I feel so bad for her. How could a beautiful university graduate and law school student have no self-value? If she has over 12,000 profile views, doesn't give a fuck about loyalty, and all you have to do to have sex with her is ask, how many times has she actually cheated on me? How many times would she have continued to cheat on me? I can't believe I actually thought I was super lucky to have her when anyone could have her. After continuing to twist the dagger in my heart, she continued to ignore my calls after he made her hang up, and I kept calling her back until the police answered to tell me to never talk to her again. She killed me and died within 2 days. To run away from herself with her tail between her legs, she selfishly pretended to care about the deserved humiliation, assumption that I was associated with the troll when I had nothing to do with the troll, and numerous phone calls that would never have been numerous had she never cowardly kept trying to ignore me, more than cheating on me. She doesn't realize that she would have been far more annoyed had I never looked back, for she would have feared that I stopped caring about her, and therefore probably would have been the one who wouldn't stop calling. I had just moved close to her, and she's only ever been to my new home once. Because we wanted to live close to each other, she kept threatening to stop coming to my home in New Westminster because it was too far away. I now live a 10-minute walk, 7 avenues in one street, away from her home, that's right by Arbutus Street and West 4th Avenue, a major street and major avenue. I kept running into her because there are a lot of places that I love to go that are very close to her home, yet still close to mine. When I ran into her a few days later, she told me that she can't see me for 5 months, even though she had just told the police to tell me that she never wants to see me again. I gave her a necklace when I ran into her again a few days later. "I don't want it," she said, and she stuffed it into her bag. "I did nothing wrong. I wasn't going to sleep with him." Bullshit. Instead of crawling out of the hole by actually trying to convince me that she did nothing wrong, she immediately dug herself all the way down to China, and she hates the Chinese for invading Canada. We did allow each other to date other people, but we had to inform each other if we were going to be intimate with the other person. Although she did let me know that she was going to meet the troll, she'd never told me she was going to have sex with him. It's too late for her to tell me that she lied to him, or that she was going to tell me that she was going to have sex with him just before doing so. She even ignored me when I kept calling and texting her 1 hour before she planned to meet him. We did fight a few times after we promised, but after every resolution, she always assured me that nothing changed. Later on, because she continued to ignore my calls and my phone ran out of texts, I texted her on a demo iPhone, but after I forgot to erase the history, when I returned, I saw that she was bombarded with texts from strangers that comedically impersonated me. "You didn't want to sleep with me anyway," she says when she finally answered the phone again. "I did after we promised." We haven't hung out since the day her psycho mom interrupted us because she cheated just a few days later. She got so jealous when I told her that I have a new girlfriend that she admitted to being a bitch and actually called me back to tell me that we'd hang out again next week, but only if I brought the girl to prove that she's real. She even, jokingly, told me to dump the girl right in front of her and bugged me to have sex with her again. What if I want to be more than just friends? I was so eager to finally talk to everything over in person, but she gave me nothing but false hope. For 1 week later, she told me that she can't hang out because she's too sick. I knew she was lying, feared she had spontaneously changed her mind about ever wanting to see me again, and just wanted the nightmare to end, for my broken heart couldn't endure another second of being torturously played with. Her home is one of the fastest routes between mine and Shoppers Drug Mart. I saw her by her gate by Major Fluke one day on my way back home from Shoppers. "When may we talk again on the phone?" "Another time," she evasively replied just before the elevator doors closed. Perhaps she thought I was stalking her, but why would I do that at 10:30 p.m., when she usually sleeps before 10 p.m., and in the cold when, just 2 days prior, she might have actually had a cold and been too sick to hang out. I saw that she was clearly lying though, for she was nicely dressed and didn't even look or sound sick. Did she miraculously recover within 2 days? She left me in the dark when I thought our friendship was reviving. I was so confused. How did she immediately go from bugging me to have sex with her again to avoiding me like the plague again? Her home is also one of the fastest routes between Culprit Coffee and mine. I went to Culprit for a hot chocolate the following morning after 9:30 a.m. The time that I assumed that she had always started school, to avoid running into her again so soon, as I didn't want her to think that I was stalking her. However, because she actually started school at 11 a.m. on that day, on my way back home, I saw her yet again by her gate by Major Fluke when I heard it open at 10:15 a.m. I should have kept walking, but due to my reigning eagerness to know what was going on, I walked diagonally onto the yard toward her. Perhaps she called me a psychopath when I talked to her because she assumed I had been hiding behind the non-obscuring bushes that were between us until she walked by, when in actuality, I was merely standing behind them for 2 seconds due to hesitation. Whatever she thought was nothing but a giant illusion, because I truly did run into her by her gate 2 days in a row by Major Fluke. She never ran or told me to go away when I walked with her to talk to her, although she did confusingly emote it. Perhaps I would have read her facial expressions had my judgment not been so clouded due to the fact that I was enslaved by my own emotions, for bottling them was letting a rhinoceros stab its horn through my stomach. I wasn't thinking rationally, and had not any immunity to heartbreak or experience at handling the situation. She walked a bit fast, but I thought she was merely late to school. She told me that she'd call me later, but part of me could tell that she was lying, and I couldn't tolerate the mind games anymore. I just wanted her to tell me why she was spontaneously ignoring me. Did she need more space? Again, she bottled the truth while assuming I could read her mind. I hand-signaled her to stop, stepped aside a few seconds later once I realized she wouldn't, and assumed she didn't because she would have been late for school. Once my heart told me that she's gone forever, by impulse, I hugged her and started crying. "I'm sorry, I love you." She silently, heartlessly, and emotionlessly just stood there like a statue. An intervening man, quite unlike the one who told me to go with her when she cried while trying to pull me into a taxi, came out of nowhere and told me to walk away, and she'll come back if she loves me. I let her go a few seconds later, once I realized she wasn't going to hug me back. I stopped walking with her shortly after. She turned around and said bye, and walked away. To my knowledge at the time, she never clearly indicated, vocally or physically, that she actually wanted me to go away. I waited for her to return that afternoon 1 block away from her home, to play a song that she likes for her with my saxophone to make her talk. I ran toward her when I saw her ignore me 1 block away, to again act like a big, annoying baby while I walked with her to talk to her. I grabbed her hand, but she eventually threw it away. "I know you still love me." "I hate you." Hate is love. She eventually stopped when I hand-signaled her again, but instead of listening to me, I had to grab her phone to stop her from calling the police. I gave it back when she told me that she'd call me later that day, but then she called her mom to rescue her, even though she was never in any threat of danger, and even if she was, what could her mom have done that she couldn't? I would have stepped aside had she persisted to keep walking, and although I would have continued to walk with her until I reached her gate, that was only 1 block away, I would have left or ran had she told me to. She never had to call anyone, acted like a bigger baby than me, and artificially worsened the situation when all she ever had to do to calm me down was tell me what she was fearfully bottling. As they walked toward the back of their apartment, I held her because I feared that once she stepped through that door, she would be gone forever. "It's over! I never want to see you again!" she shouted. "I just want to die!" I cried as I let go and fell to the ground. "Then die," she devilishly replied before she cowardly sprinted through the door as if that was the chance to escape. I tried to keep the door open to keep talking, but soon let go when her mom persisted to close it. The silence that follows kills me to this day, and I couldn't stop crying. 2 days later, the police called me again, tell me to never talk to her again, but again, she occasionally conversed with me via email and in person after that, and even stopped to listen to me a few times, thus nullifying the second police warning. She accused me of waiting for her at the bus stop when we were both going to UBC, and my 9:30 a.m. Monday and Wednesday tennis lessons coincided with her classes. Because we shared the same bus stop since we lived in the same area, every now and then, we were going to arrive at it around the same time. Did she not notice that every other time she saw me, it was Monday or Wednesday, and I was always holding a tennis racket? Sure, I could have gone out of my way to avoid her, but why should I have rewritten my life to go around her negative existence? Of course I took advantage of the situation by asking her a few questions that she answered. Once I discovered that she was spreading false accusations about me, the last time I saw her at the bus stop to go to my tennis lessons, I told her to stop or I would call the police. She called her mom like a little baby, and after I told her not to enter the bus, she hypocritically tried to at the last second. She accused me of harassing her when I was usually as nice to her as possible, and always tried my best to make peace. Hypocritically accused me of spreading internet rumors about her when I never revealed her identity, and only talked about the situation to show her that everyone thinks she cheated. And forcing her to take a $158 necklace, $1,210 diamond ring that I sold all of my consoles for, and a handwritten apology letter when she took them willingly and almost immediately from my hand. I saw her wearing the necklace on the bus one day. Did I force her to wear it too? "Hey, you're wearing the necklace I gave you." "Yeah, well," she replied as she tried to hide it with her hand. "I never cheated. We were broken up," she told my mom. "We promised to only have sex with each other. That closed our relationship." She told my mom that I attacked her, tried to convince her that I assaulted her, and also told my mom that I assaulted her several days in a row by her house. All I did was hold her twice and grab her phone to stop her from calling the police. That all happened in one day, so how could she get several, 3 or more, in a row? I merely saw her the day before, and never saw her at all the day after. The police report states there was no assault, and she herself actually told the police that there was never any violence between us, which is still a lie, for she, a lawyer, ironically slapped me on the chest 6 times and bit me out of anger when we were in a closed relationship. If you think a man holding a woman is worse than a woman hitting and biting a man, you're still trying to milk the double standard after it fully drained. She accused me of stalking her even though she had ironically stalked me 2 cities away, and I kept telling her to go away, clearly emoted it, and ran a few times. Almost every time after we saw each other, it was a coincidence. I only planned to see her once, and she actually planned to see me twice. Excluding the night I had to stand up for myself, eventually I was always happy to leave her alone immediately after she clearly indicated that she wanted me to. I only didn't a few times nearer to the beginning when I was enslaved by my own emotions. Hi Alana, go away. Okay. She's so self-centered that she doesn't realize how unreasonable and hypocritical it was to report the holding and following, and how unfair, for I've never reported her. According to her, it doesn't matter that she actually assaulted me numerous times and followed me worse, for it was all a long time ago. Well, everything she thinks I did was a long time ago now too. Therefore, it shouldn't matter anymore, correct? After the second police warning, she replied 15 times, 11 to actually converse, to 45 additional giant emails, mainly the negative or explanatory ones, within the following 5 months. I used psychological tricks to make her talk. I tried guilting her by yelling, crying, or explaining and regaining her interest by apologizing, acting cheerful, or acting like the troll. Unfortunately, the tactics backfired once I overly milked them out of desperation. I can't blame myself for trying every trick in the book, and I still played my cards right to make sure I was never actually stalking or harassing her. I only called her excessively for 2 days after she cheated on me, 3 days after she lied about being sick, and 1 day after she hung up on me and told me to go away, after I called her drunk after 1 month of no contact. I was still drunk when I tried to overdose on Advil that evening. Part of me knew that 10 pills weren't going to be enough, and they didn't do anything. I couldn't endure the nightmare anymore, and I just wanted her to talk to me again. Forgive me even though I acted justifiably, and apologize or convince me that she did nothing wrong. She was my world, and even though she killed me inside, I felt like I was actually going to die if she truly never wants to talk to me again. I knew I didn't deserve her, but my heart simply conquered my mind. I never cried so much in my life. I hate that I still can't get her out of my head. She keeps coming back when certain songs play, and it's brain cancer. It was torture when I was stuck in her area, for everything constantly reminded me of her. My rent was only $320 per month, and I couldn't afford to live elsewhere. It sickens me so much how she could cheat on me and then try to cut me out of her life, as if I was a useless toy that she broke and wasn't worth fixing. She used to make me feel special. Now she makes me feel like a psychopath because I reacted strongly to being heartbroken. Everything isn't right. We had even promised to be friends forever no matter what. I was always there for her when she needed me and was the only person she could talk to about anything. She didn't have any other close friends, and now I know why nobody likes her. The few close friends I ever had eventually revealed themselves to be pieces of shit that I never want to see again. The last 3 took their masks off simultaneously, leaving me stuck in hell alone. 'Twas the hoe that triggered the domino effect. May karma rape every piece of shit that ever hurt me. I wish I could erase her from my memory, for the happy memories sting just as much as the sad ones. The only reason I ever wanted to revive our friendship was because I kept forcing myself to believe that everything was a giant misunderstanding. But I eventually hit the brick wall when she couldn't answer a simple question and was forced to face the reality that she only hates me because she got caught and is too big of a coward to apologize. How can apologizing to her do anything when she only hates me for having known her dirty little secret that she's not exactly a goody girl? Nothing else makes much sense. Every now and then I'd see her mom leering at me while piercing into my soul. Turns out she was monitoring me like a hawk to journal my nearby existence. Alana sent her to bug me twice, and then Alana bugged me twice herself. Once, while surfing on YouTube on my iPhone on a bench, I heard a voice and looked up to see that she was standing right in front of me. She scolded me, asked me to move away, and left while stopping me from standing up for myself by ordering me not to follow her. Because I was practically jobless, suicidally depressed, and could only escape the nightmarish reality that she bestowed on me by absorbing herself into the digital world known as the internet, I frequently sat outside on benches in free Wi-Fi by Lucky's. You can't see her home from them, the weather was occasionally beautiful, the air was fresh, I could talk loudly on Skype, didn't have to buy anything, didn't have internet at home, and could bring food from anywhere. She hated that she kept seeing me outside, but I should be allowed to mind my own business wherever I want, and for as long as I want in my own area that she happens to share. It's not my fault that Culprit and its salted chocolate chip cookies and Lucky's Donuts and its root beer float donuts are so close to her home, yet still so close to mine. The fact that my mere existence irritates her is proof that she still has feelings for me, albeit negative ones, but those still count, for hate is love. She should have shown indifference by not caring about my existence at all, and why would I stalk her out in the open while I'm looking at my iPhone? You'd think I'd be more discreet, and she could have been standing right in front of me for half an hour before I noticed her. Why should I even have to justify everything I do in my own area? She never wants to see me again because every time she does, she remembers how much she hates herself for being so disloyal, but why should I have to be banished from my own area so that she can run away from herself? I never cheated on her. She should have moved away. A few days later, while looking down, blowing my nose, and walking home one night, I suddenly heard her hypocritically say, "Ew, that's disgusting!" I looked up to see her crossing her arms while waiting for me to walk up to her. She stopped at the intersection when she heard me constantly blow my nose, so I looked to the right and saw me walking a bit of a distance away. She assumed that I saw her exit the bus on Vine and 4th, and planned to cross paths with her on U and 5th. However, if that was the case, why was I walking slowly, looking down, and blowing my nose instead of walking at a medium pace to catch up, looking straight, and keeping quiet? Why was I at a bit of a distance away? Had she never insulted me, I never would have known she was there. She was 1 block away from her home where she was heading, while I was going to walk by it for it was en route between Culprit, where I was just at, stealing Wi-Fi, and my home. She knew where I lived and therefore had to have known this, and because she went out of her way to synchronize her journey with mine by waiting for me to walk up to her, she should have gone out of her way to desynchronize them. I told her via email to let me know if she wants me to avoid her home, but she never did. She totally freaked me out and provoked me while I was still bottling Satan in a thin glass jar. Because I was trying my best to make peace, and had just given her a handwritten apology letter and a diamond ring, the jar exploded and Satan was released. Again, she scolded me before again, walking away while ordering me not to follow her, to stop me from standing up for myself. Was she going to keep playing this childish game? I apologized for everything. At least be nice to me. Why do you still hate me? I asked. You're a psychopath, she hypocritically replied. As we yelled at each other, her mom came out to join the battle, followed by their neighbors. Were you going to have sex with that guy? I looked her in the eyes and asked. Her lips quivered while she cowardly entered her gate, and that's when I knew the truth. She sent the police to bug me shortly after, and I told them to tell her to leave me alone. They refused to hear my side of the story because I refused to give them my address. They bugged me again a few days later to accuse me of bugging her earlier that day when I never even saw her. They made me believe that she was lying to them. Because they were already on her side, in order to get them to stop framing me, I told her to stop calling them or I would send the tagged conversation to all of her friends. That threat was justified for I had done nothing. To my knowledge at the time, she would have continued to lie to them until they arrested me. She didn't listen, sent the email to them, they arrested me a few days later. They were probably going to do so anyway. I spent the night in jail, had a giant forbidden square in front of my home, and wasn't allowed to go to UBC until the matter was settled in court, which took forever because it kept getting adjourned. I never followed through with the threat. The particulars include the psychopathic mother's journal, and only my last email. They don't include my call history, and she either deleted my other emails, was too lazy to find them amidst all her spam, or she purposefully didn't include them because they clashed with her case. The police circled my home, literally stalked me, and even bugged me for being very close to the Forbidden Square, even though I lived by it. After I told my story to everyone on Skype, a bunch of trolls got her number, she's known on YouTube and gives it out immediately, and kept leaving her voice messages until they filled her inbox. The police, without a warrant, broke into my home, the door was unlocked but I had never let them inside, to ask questions. I told them that I never told anyone to call her. The trolls did that on her own, and I'm glad they did, and they only mentioned the ring because I mentioned it every time I told the story. Once it was mentioned, she gave it back to me through the police because she didn't want it anymore, and I'm glad I got it back because she doesn't deserve it. She told the police that I forced it into her hands when she willingly and immediately took it from mine. One day my roommate tried to hit me with a frying pan, so I ran away from the house and became homeless. I chose not to move elsewhere because I hated being watched by the police. I had ceased all contact with my family, so when my mom came to the house, she discovered that I wasn't there anymore, and called the police to report that I was missing, which made them believe that I was running away from court. Next thing you know, I also had to fight a breach of recognizance. I was later given the choice to accept a peace bond or continue with the trial, which risked me going to prison. I chose the trial because I did nothing wrong. I feared going to prison every day, but I wanted to go up and speak the truth. The breach of recognizance was later dropped, and on the day of the trial, the harassment case was dropped too, robbing me of my chance to stand up for myself. I was unable to speak the truth at the trial, which is partly why I'm doing it now. She knew that she was going to lose, and is a coward for running away at the last second. I can't watch certain movies anymore, and have to leave immediately when certain songs play or I'll cry. Everything that happened is so ridiculous, and everyone overreacted so much that the story needs to be turned into a comedy movie. I've never been forced to endure so much stupid in all my life. As much as I never want to see her again, I still want her to apologize or convince me that she did nothing wrong. So far, she had only nitpicked my minor mistakes that were nothing but justified reactions to her heartlessness and artificially inflated them to compensate for her guilt. She needs to realize that everything she did to me is evil, or history will inevitably repeat itself to the next guy that I already feel sorry for. I am actually concerned about her because one day she's going to follow a serial killer home and not come out. She gave me a gift when she cowardly cut me out of her life to avoid taking responsibility for her actions. I hate her, hate that she hates me, and if she only hates me for justifiably reacting to her cruelty, she has not a clue how hurtful she is. She is humiliated because I saw her under her mask, formed a negative image of me solely from her illogical assumptions, as if she deliberately misunderstood and misinterpreted everything to trick herself into hating me instead of herself, and hides from the truth in her own little fantasy world, where she can take any true criticism about her, magically morph it into a self-believing lie, and then kick it back into your face, and it truly fascinates me. It really is a world where emotions triumph over logic. How can you emotionally reason with someone? With her, everything bounces off a stubborn wall of illogical hatred. She forces herself to believe that I was the troll so that she can cowardly channel her self-hatred toward me. She has no other reason to not believe me. If I was actually the troll and had she actually passed the test, then maybe she'd have the right to hate me, but I wasn't and she failed. She never even tried. She looks like such a goody girl and even criticizes other girls for looking slutty. How is it that this beautiful university graduate and law school student is such a whore and a half herself? She single-handedly makes me believe that if I like you, it's because I don't know you well enough. She also hates me for humiliating her at Starbucks in front of a bunch of people that she'll never see again. She doesn't realize that she deserved it and did it to herself. To admit that she's wrong is to face the truth, and that she can't handle. She either wants to be right so badly that she's tricking herself to believe it, she's tremendously stupid for believing that everything is my fault, or she's just an evil, heartless whore. I was a big enough man to apologize for all of my mistakes, and I feel bad for her, because she's too big of a coward to even acknowledge any of hers. She's unbelievably selfish, unappreciative, ungrateful, unreasonable, irrational, stubborn, unforgiving, and unapologetic. Unless she apologizes, I will never forgive her. She either doesn't want me in her life because she knows I don't deserve to be in her life anymore, or she buried me under a rock after she lit me on fire to run away from the tears and screams overwhelming her guilt. I wish that I could run away from the nightmares as she still haunts me. I hate that she'd made me care about her so much over 3 years before she stabbed me in the heart. Because hate shields love, I'll always hate her because I'll always love the girl she was, or the girl I thought she was. I miss that girl so much, but I must face the fact that the girl I fell in love with is either dead or never existed. She either changed or always hid under a mask. Perhaps everything I thought was a lie. By intrinsically supporting her over me, the psycho mom, blind to the fact that she's had a reverse effect on her daughter for being so overprotective, along with the man-hating law, pushed her into further brainwashing herself to believe her own ridiculous web of lies. They've done her an incredible disservice, for now she's at the bottom of her own whirlpool that exists in a cowardly survival tactic to shield her own unbearable guilt, where she is far beyond any hope of rescue. I hate my disloyal friends and circumcising parents, and I wish I could leave this horrid planet so that I can be alone in peace. Mankind is one giant joke that I'm stuck in. I hate it, but one day I will hurl this giant rock off of my back. Please copy this blog in case the police shut it down. Got you covered there, Alex. I'll do so myself if she apologizes or convinces me that she did nothing wrong. I want to believe that I ruined everything, but I hit a brick wall. I never wanted to do this, but she hurt me too badly. She refuses to talk, ignored all of my warnings, and I gave her too many chances to redeem herself. This is my justice. Because no one would help me, I'm prepared to go back to jail for it, and as much as it hurts, no justice hurts me. It's either this or suicide, and unfortunately for her, I'm not a fucking coward. This is my way out. I couldn't endure the pain any longer. Now I can finally heal and move on. I didn't do this just for me. I also did it for her and everyone else she hurt. She will apologize for everyone including herself, and not do to the next unfortunate guy anything that she did to me. I will not allow it on my planet. Justice will not be served until those who are unaffected are as outraged as the ones who are. Compliments to Benjamin fucking Franklin. One day she'll realize what she's lost, but she should have helped me revive our friendship when I was still brainwashing myself, for now that my mind is cleared, I'm gone forever and I never want to see her again. The biggest mistake I made was looking back. No one else would have done so. At least now I know she's even worse than I thought. Then at the end of this page, Alex links the Penn and Teller bullshit circumcision episode and the Alana story part 1. Chapter 2. The Statements. Alana's first statement. After I decided to end an on and off 2.5-year relationship with my ex-boyfriend, Alexander Batter, it was around a 3-year closed relationship that was open for a while and I ended it. You only refused to revive it, and I'm glad you did. He repeatedly attempted to communicate with me after I told him to stop. Doesn't matter because you occasionally conversed with me via email and in real life. Actions speak louder than words. You read all of my messages and occasionally stopped to listen to me. You even came out of nowhere to initiate contact twice. Beginning in January of this year, he began appearing frequently at my house. You live right by Arbutus and 4th, a major street and avenue. I live a 10-minute walk away from you and often went to Lucky's Donuts and Culprit, not to stalk you or to spy on you, but to buy a root beer float donut or salted chocolate chip cookie. I'd also spend hours around them, minding my own business, surfing the internet. Your home is en route to them, and many other places that I like, and even though they're very close to your home, they're still close to mine. I told you to let me know if you wanted me to not walk past your home anymore, but you never did. Sometimes calling my house phone or cell phone frequently? Only when you cheated, lied about being sick, and hung up on me while I was drunk after 1 month of no contact. Half the time, I thought nobody was home. Half the time, your cell went straight to voicemail. I assumed it was completely cut off and therefore would not detect missed calls. Because you never know that I called, I'd have to call again. Also, after forgetting to erase your history when I used a demo iPhone to text you, strangers might have used it to call you. Of course I still would have called you many times, but I just couldn't help it. My heart was on fire, and I just wanted someone to convince me that you really didn't cheat. That everything was just a misunderstanding. How hard could it have been to explain yourself to calm me down? The fact that I called you so many times shows how much I cared about you. Imagine I never did look back that day when I found you at that Starbucks, waiting for that guy you planned to meet and have sex with. Then you'd be the one that couldn't stop calling. You only kept ignoring me because your stupid belief that I had something to do with the troll, which is nothing but a guilt shield. Most of the excessive calls were before you told me that it's over forever anyway. Emailing me? Because you hardly answered the phone. You did reply to a few of my emails to negatively converse. Like when you rudely kept trying to convince me that I had actually assaulted you. Following me home from the bus after I came home from school? Just because I ran into you after you came home from school doesn't mean I followed you from the bus stop. Or coming up to me while I was walking outside. I tried to talk to you a few times after spotting you from afar to show you that I meant no harm, and that I could happily leave immediately when you requested me to, and I always did just that. I hated that your mom kept glaring at me and both came out of nowhere to bug me twice when I was just minding my own business in my own area. He sent me many long, disturbing emails. That's what happens when you hardly answer the phone and they're disturbing because you disturbed me. His behavior is having a negative effect on my day-to-day life. Day-to-day? Eventually I contacted you only once or twice a week, and that was nothing but being friendly to you. You kept imagining that I was the boogeyman when all I ever wanted to do was peacefully continue to live in the same area. And I still feel uncomfortable walking around in my own neighborhood because I don't want to see him. Our. I was allowed to be anywhere in it and for as long as I wanted. You should have either sucked it up, princess, or moved away. If I wanted to spend hours surfing the internet on benches around my favorite coffee shops in our area, then that was my problem and not yours. But no, you unfairly had to put a giant forbidden square right in front of my house. We still ran into each other outside of it and awfully close to my house, and I hated it more than you, but at least I sucked it up. I have told him repeatedly that I do not want to talk to him or see him anymore. However, he does not listen and continues this behavior. Too fucking bad. You should have learned to share. The area doesn't belong to you. Did you pave the roads? Did you plant the grass? Why should I have been banished from our area just so that you could forget about how much you hate yourself for getting caught? Why wasn't I allowed to mind my own business in my own area? You were too stubborn to realize that I just wanted to make peace. If you didn't want to see me, then why did you come out of nowhere twice to bug me and accept my presents and letters? You know what? Even if I were a stalker, which I wasn't, I'd rather be one than a cheater any day. Prior to January, he lived in New Westminster, and I believe he only moved to the neighborhood because of me. Of course I did. We wanted to live close to each other, and you kept threatening to stop visiting me in my former home in New Westminster because it was too far away. My rent was only $320 per month, and I couldn't afford to live elsewhere. I was stuck in your area, and it was hell because it was impossible to forget about you. I shouldn't have had to move away anyway, and I did like living close to the beach. Never want to see me again? Then you should have moved away. On January 19th, police were called to the house since Alex would not stop calling the house. That's when you cheated on me. Basically told me that you lied to have sex with me, that you were going to have sex with the guy just because he asked you to, let your friend tell me that he was going to have sex with you later that day, and proceeded to ignore me again because of your stupid belief that I was the troll. All I wanted you to do was convince me that you did nothing wrong. That everything was just one big misunderstanding, but you kept adding fuel to the fire until I literally couldn't stop calling because my heart ached so much. That's when you told the police to tell me to never see you again. You killed me when you cheated, and then you died when you did that. We have called the police on 2 other occasions when he was harassing me. A few days after the day you lied to me about being sick when we were supposed to hang out again. I had just wanted you to somehow convince me that you did nothing wrong in person. Then when I ran into you, you spontaneously kept ignoring me until I acted like a big baby. Yeah, I briefly and non-violently hugged you and held you. So what? You hit me numerously and even bit me once throughout the relationship. Why do you have to act like a big pussy and call the police again? Why couldn't you have merely communicated with me? You called the police again when we kept coincidentally sharing the same bus to UBC. My 9:30 a.m. Monday and Wednesday UBC tennis lessons coincided with a few of your classes. Did you even look at the winter guide? We lived in the same area and therefore shared the same bus stop. Occasionally arriving at it around the same time was bound to happen. I only saw you on a Monday or Wednesday, did not see you every Monday and Wednesday. Once I saw you see me enter the bus before yours. You always saw me holding a tennis racket. I never followed you when you exited the bus. And once I told you not to follow me to the bus stop and you tried to anyway. Of course I had taken advantage of the situation by occasionally asking you a few questions that you answered. I always respected your space. You also called the police again after you came out of nowhere to bug me that night when our paths almost crossed. I never harassed you for you occasionally had conversed with me, albeit negatively, via email and in real life. You read all of my messages and even stopped to listen to me a few times. Mere talking, negative or positive, is not harassment, dumbass. It's not like you were completely ignoring me, and I was usually as nice to you as possible, which I shouldn't have been since you cheated on me. Stop playing the victim. Over the past few months, Alex has been hanging around in the vicinity of our apartment, within 2 blocks, and I often see him when I go out of my house, or when driving near my house. He usually sits at coffee shops and benches in the neighborhood. It's not my fault that Culprit and Lucky's Donuts, 2 of the best coffee shops around, are within 2 blocks from your home. They were also within 11 blocks from my house. I would sit on the benches for hours outside of Lucky's Donuts in free, good Wi-Fi, indulging myself in the world of the internet to escape the nightmarish reality, which included being trapped in your area, that you bestowed upon me. I never even had internet at home, was jobless, so depressed that I didn't have the will to do anything else, never had to buy anything, could bring food from anywhere, and talk loudly on Skype outside in the beautiful weather. I had apologized for everything, even though I shouldn't have, and told you all of this numerously, yet you still want to believe that I was stalking you to shield your guilt. My eyes were almost always locked onto my iPhone, and you saw me far more times than I saw you. I didn't even notice you standing right in front of me that day you came out of nowhere to bug me. You could have been standing there for half an hour before you yelled at me. It's not like I was hiding behind bushes. No, I was always in clear view. You couldn't allow me to rot away in peace in my own area. I always was minding my own business, and all I ever wanted to do was make peace, so there never should have been any problems. I was also hanging around coffee shops all day within 2 blocks of my own house. But no, it's only a problem when it's within 2 blocks of your home. He has tried to contact me frequently when coming up to me at the bus stop. Yeah, when my 9:30 a.m. Monday and Wednesday UBC tennis lessons coincided with a few of your classes. All I did when we coincidentally arrived at the bus stop around the same time was ask you a few questions that you answered, and I always respected your space. Trying to talk to me on the street. Only when I ran into you or spotted you from afar. Hi, I'd say. Go away, you'd say. Okay, I'd say as I happily and immediately left. You acknowledged this by saying trying. I wanted to show you that I meant no harm and could happily leave you alone immediately when requested, and I always did just that. I was sick of you and your stupid mom believing that I was the boogeyman. I hate that you both came up to me twice out of nowhere to yell at me, when all I wanted to do was make peace, and I hated that your mom kept glaring at me while monitoring me like a hawk. And last night on June 24th, he walked up with me to my house even after I told him to leave me alone. You followed me from Vancouver to Surrey, even though I kept telling you to go away, and even ran a few times. I was walking home at night from Culprit, minding my own business, when suddenly I hear you calling me disgusting for blowing my nose. I looked up to see you creepily standing there in the corner of U and 5th, waiting for me to walk up to you. You startled and provoked me, and then, before I could stand up for myself, told me not to follow you when I happened to be walking in your direction anyway. Your home was one of the fastest routes between Culprit and mine. Because you waited for me to walk up to you, you technically followed me for half a block until you reached your gate. You synchronized our journeys. Therefore, you should have desynchronized them. Nobody had told me not to walk past your home. I had even told you to tell me if you wanted me to avoid walking past it, but you never did. I like how you said, he walked with me even after I told him to leave me alone, implying that it was the first time that I continued to walk with you after you told me to leave you alone, and it was. Again, I merely did so to stand up for myself. You cannot come out of nowhere, insult someone, and then tell that person not to follow you to block that person from being able to stand up for themselves. You had already done that to me once before when I was sitting on a bench, minding my own business, and I wasn't going to tolerate it again. At that point, he became very upset and started talking about how he tried to commit suicide in the past because of our relationship. Of course I became upset. I was trying my hardest to make peace. I just sold all of my consoles to give you a diamond ring and given you a handwritten apology letter, even though I shouldn't have apologized, or I should have at least waited for you to apologize first, and instead of at least respecting me, you came out of nowhere to insult me twice when I was just minding my own business. Actually, I tried to commit suicide once when I was drunk because my first love and best friend for around 3 years cheated on me, tricked me into consenting by lying to have sex with me, let her friend tell me that he was going to have sex with her later that day, kept playing games with my broken heart, told me that it's over forever when I acted like a big baby after I ran into you because I couldn't endure the heartache anymore, told me to die when I fell down and cried, spread false accusations, and kept calling the police on me. I took 10 Advil pills, but part of me knew they wouldn't be enough. It wasn't just you, though. My good friend Jonathan told me he didn't think we should be friends anymore, merely because I was being a little emotional, and then proceeded to walk away on the day that I found out you cheated on me. My other good friend and business partner, Wahid, accused me of running away with his money after I told him that I needed to be left alone for a while, when he could have merely held my video games as hostage. He refused to ship the games that sold on eBay, and thus crashed both it and PayPal. Then I closed my YouTube channel because I was angry at the troll for ruining our friendship. Now I thank him for giving me the truth. Then I stopped talking to my family because I hated the way they treated me, especially my parents for circumcising me. It's a horrible surgery and it actually causes brain damage. They robbed me of something that belonged to me. My own body disgusts me. They all left my life too, and I'm glad they did. I needed all of the demons to stay out of my life, and that includes you. There have been countless nights of infinite crying. I wanted to live on a deserted island. I made new friends, but I fear that I'll hate them too if I get to know them well enough. Wait, why do you care? You told me to die after I fell down and cried, "I just want to die." Then die, you replied as you heartlessly sprinted through the back door as if that was the chance to escape. Oh, let me guess. You said that because I was bugging you. Heartless pig. He was yelling in a very loud voice and disturbed the neighbors. Then maybe you shouldn't have startled me by creepily standing ahead of me, looming from the darkness, and insulted me just after I'd given you a $1,210 diamond ring and a handwritten apology letter. I had tried my best to contain the anger, but I just couldn't bottle Satan in a thin glass jar anymore, and I had to stand up for myself. Oh no, the poor neighbors. You shouldn't have upset me and then waited to walk with me up to your home. This has happened before on frequent occasions, where he has loudly disturbed the residents of the apartment while trying to get into the building and speak with me. Oh, like the night you made me believe that you instantly replaced me with a complete stranger? The both of you watched the bouncers drag me out when I tried to dance with you to get you away. I couldn't understand why neither of you were cooperating. Of course I took a taxi to your house, climbed over the gate, and angrily pounded on the door. Every second of believing that you instantly replaced me with a random stranger was too much to bear. Had you immediately told me that he was your date and I was dancing aggressively, I would have completely understood. Why do you keep bringing up the nightclub incident? We patched that up. If it bothered you so much, why didn't you respect my choice to just be friends again? Why did you keep bugging me to have sex with you again? You are such a problem. Stop padding your words with incidents that we already dealt with to artificially make me look worse. Why not throw in that time you got upset because I never brought you that sandwich at Starbucks? Although his behavior has become particularly disturbing since January, around the time you raped me and cheated on me, my behavior was nothing but justified reactions to yours. For every reaction, there must have been an equal action. The worse my behavior that merely reflected yours, the worse you did to me, and therefore, the worse I should feel. Instead of addressing the actions that are the sources of the reactions, you completely ignore them to irrationally criticize the reactions. Look at yourself to understand me, for all I ever did was react to your cruelty. There have also been disturbing incidents prior to that. For example, on September 19th, last year, he saw me at a nightclub. No, you saw me at a nightclub. Again, why are you bringing this up? This has zero relevance. Why not throw in the fact that I couldn't afford to buy your drink on the first date? Didn't we get past this a long time ago? I can't believe this consumes 1/3 of your entire statement. This is practically evidence that you're trying your best to prove to yourself by trying to prove to everyone else that I'm just as horrible as you to compensate for your guilt. Truth is, I'll never be as horrible as you, for your betrayal will always be worse than annoyance, and while emotions enslaved me, evil enslaved you. I couldn't stop communicating with you because I cared about you too much, and I just wanted you to remove that sword that you lodged through my heart when you tricked me into consenting and cheated on me for every passing second was unbearable agony. Everything you did to me will always be worse than anything I ever did to you, and everything you think I did to you. You chose to show that you believe the worst despite what I say, to ignore your guilt even though you know I'm not the liar that you are. In actuality, you know that I'm right and you're wrong, but you'll never admit that, for then you'd have to face yourself. I think you show extra guilt because you bottle the fact that you actually cheated on me numerously. By seeing how upset I was when I discovered that you cheated, you realized how upset I'd be if I knew about the other times. Even if you actually did nothing wrong, letting me believe that you're evil is still evil. If I was so bad, then why did you keep bugging me to have sex with you? Why didn't you agree with my choice to just be friends? Where I was with my friends and aggressively tried to dance with me. You let me dance close to you. Why couldn't we dance closely with each other at a nightclub? We were in an open relationship. Because you didn't want your date to see? Why couldn't you have told me that you were on a date? Again, we were in an open relationship. Of course I would have understood. I was dancing aggressively with you? Then why didn't you tell me? I would have toned it down a notch. I was drunk and perhaps a bad dancer. Why would you promise to dance with me again later if you just wanted to get away? I didn't even know your friends surrounded you when I found you with that guy, whom I thought to be a complete stranger, with his arm around you. It looked like you ditched me in our dance to flirt with a complete stranger in the middle of nowhere. Of course I was trying to get you away from him. See what horrible communication does? And then when I tried to get him to leave me alone... Oh, by not telling me that I was dancing aggressively? By promising to dance with me again later? By not telling me that you were on a date? By just standing there and being quiet when I tried to separate you from the guy who I thought to be a complete stranger? You internalized what everyone else needed to know and assumed we just all understood. He began to get more aggressive until he was eventually removed from the nightclub. Of course I got more aggressive. It looked like you had instantly replaced me with a complete stranger. Sure, we were in an open relationship, but you don't ditch the man you've loved the most for 2.5 years at the time to flirt with a complete stranger. Do you know how much that hurt? You made me feel like nothing. Like I was the complete stranger. You should have taken the time to see things through my perspective. I was too drunk to logically assess the situation for possible answers. You were sober, so what was your excuse? I couldn't understand what was going on. I didn't know why you weren't cooperating. Why couldn't I vocally or physically, yet non-violently, persuade you to get away from him to dance with me again? Especially since you promised to dance with me again later, and it was later. I was trying to get intimate with you to trick the guy into believing that I was your boyfriend so that he'd leave. I thought you'd understand. You could have told me right then and there that he was your date. Or did you not want him to know that you were in an open relationship with me? I never assaulted you, nor did I commit battery. There was never an apprehension of immediate physical contact in the mind of a reasonable person, nor was there any physical harm. I never actually got you to budge. Your feet remained firmly implanted on the floor. If you did tell me to go away, I didn't hear you because the music was too loud and I wasn't always looking at your lips. You could have spoken louder or actually pushed me away. You could have taken me aside to communicate with me. Instead, you just stood there. Then, just a few seconds later, you and that guy, whom stood right beside you, watched the bouncers drag me out. It was the worst feeling of betrayal, and it was all due to your inability to communicate. I didn't know that your other friends also encircled you. I had never seen your date or your friends before. It looked like strangers surrounded you while one had his arm around you. Due to the giant misunderstanding that you could have prevented, I humiliated us in front of everyone. Had you told me you were on a date, I would have left immediately. Or you could have introduced me to your date and your friends, and we could have all partied together. You didn't want to upset me? How could I have gotten upset? Again, we were in an open relationship. You saw me grind another girl. Why was I allowed to grind other girls around you, but you weren't allowed to bring a date to the nightclub that I happened to be at by major fluke? How could I not have understood? I'm sure your date and friends had not a clue what was going on either. They probably thought I was the complete stranger. I actually feel bad for your date. He thought I was trying to steal his girl. No wonder he called the bouncers. You were the only one with the answers. Yeah, I was drunk that night, but I never planned for you to run into me. He then turned up at my house around 1 a.m. and climbed over the apartment gate, then came up to my door and aggressively started pounding on the door, demanding to come inside. It was the feeling that you instantly threw me into the gutter for a complete stranger that drove me to take a taxi to your home, climb over your gate, and pound on your door. Every passing second was another knife going straight into my heart. I needed you to clear the confusion as soon as possible, as I felt like I wanted to die. He remained outside until I eventually let him in. Therefore, climbing over the gate was not trespassing, for my existence was not unwanted. This caused a lot of noise and disturbance to myself and the neighbors. Oh, boo fucking who. Alana's second statement. We have been in a relationship on and off since meeting each other specifically until July 2012. We entered a closed relationship, then an open one around July 2012, and then back into a closed one just before I ended our friendship altogether when you cheated on me. However, we remained only friends since this time until about a month ago. We never stopped having sex with each other once we started, therefore, we never truly became just friends again. Toward the end of our friendship, we entered back into a closed relationship when we promised to only have sex with each other again. Then I found out that you cheated on me just a few days later. I wanted to be just friends again, but you kept bugging me to have sex with you again. Stop pretending that we never entered back into a closed relationship. We did, and I regret it to this day. You tried so hard to make me trust you, and when I finally did, you smashed it with a sledgehammer. Bringing back the sledgehammer. Does he not know what a sledgehammer is? Anyway. About a month ago, I expressed to him that I did not want to see him anymore. That was 2013 February 11th, which was not about a month ago. Yes, you told me that it's over forever. However, you continued to converse with me via email and in real life. Actions speak louder than words. I wanted to end the friendship. I had already ended it when I found out you cheated on me on January 18th, 2013. I waltzed into the Starbucks, dropped the conversation on the table, and said, "This ends our friendship." Walked out, and I wish I never looked back. All you did was refuse to revive it. Because he was becoming overly jealous and possessive of my interactions with other people. Although I was not the troll, it wouldn't have mattered if I was. You were suspicious, and had I acted upon it to reveal the truth, that would have not made me jealous, controlling, or possessive. That would have merely saved me from living a lie. I did not need to act upon it, though, for the truth found me. I doubt that I would have ever acted upon it, for I wanted to trust you. Your interactions with other people look like Mad TV comedy sketches. This conversation is a disgusting joke. You immediately agreed to fuck an invasive and complete stranger at his house immediately after coffee in just a few days. You even showed up at the specified time and place. My behavior was not that of jealousy or possessiveness. It was that of a broken heart for being cheated on. Yes, you were caught before you were able to have sex with someone else, but it's not the act that counts, it's the will, and you were willing to have sex with someone else, you shameless donkey. And I felt we did not get along anymore. I don't want to meet the person that gets along with someone that cheats on them. Unlike you, I have a little bit of self-value. So much self-value that he fled the country. Since then, Alex has engaged in inappropriate behavior toward me, such as phoning me repeatedly while I am trying to study, and persisting at phoning me even when I tell him to stop. Like immediately after I found out that you cheated on me. Then you did pick up the phone, only to basically tell me that you lied to have sex with me, and thus fraudulently gained me consent when we made out in your bedroom. Then you told me you were going to have sex with that guy just because he asked you to. Then you let your friend tell me that he was going to have sex with you later that day. And then you persisted to ignore me after you added so much fuel to the fire. You literally broke me, and that's why I couldn't stop calling. Then you told the police to tell me to never talk to you again. Then when we were going to hang out the following week, as long as I brought my new girlfriend to prove that she's real, you lied about being sick and proceeded to ignore me yet again. Then, while bottling all the agony that you had bestowed upon me, I exploded when I ran into you again by acting like a big baby, but a man can only endure so much. Oh, poor you. Who cares about the man you cheated on? The man you broke whom you've loved and who loved you in return for 3 years. What matters is that you couldn't study in peace. Selfish bitch. Yeah, you told me to stop calling you, but you continued to converse with me via email and in real life. I have been attempting to ignore his constant phone calls and emails. You cheat on me and then ignore my cries. You're disgusting. All I ever wanted you to do was convince me that you did nothing wrong. I didn't want to live the rest of my life having to believe that my first love and best friend, for nearly 4 years, happened to be the easiest girl on the planet. I forced myself to believe there must have been a misunderstanding. The conversation is so ridiculous and it's hard to believe that it's real. You probably could have easily convinced me that you merely lied to the troll just to meet him. Unfortunately, your behavior dictated that you were truly going to have sex with that guy, and you only hate me because you got caught. Although you did ignore most of my phone calls, you continued to converse with me via email and in real life. Stop trying to make me look bad to compensate for your guilt. I have never met a bigger coward in all my life. Why can't you just apologize? Sure, I'd still never want to see you again, but at least I'd regain just a little bit of respect for you. On Wednesday, February 13th, February 11th. He rushed up to me as I was leaving my house to go to school. I spotted you from afar when I heard your gate close on my way back home from Culprit. Your home was en route between it and mine. I walked diagonally onto the grass toward you and was merely standing out of hesitation when I talked to you. There happened to be a few non-obscuring bushes between us, so it looked like I was waiting for you behind them to come out, but I wasn't. I should have approached you differently, but I didn't think about it at the time. And physically restrained me by grabbing onto my shoulders. I hugged you by impulse. You lied about being sick the day we were supposed to hang out again just 3 days prior and proceeded to ignore me again. All I ever wanted you to do was convince me that you did nothing wrong. I couldn't bottle the agony anymore. The pain of being cheated on and ignored simultaneously, and so I acted like a big baby when I ran into you again and hugged you by impulse. I thought you were going to hug me back. You took something as innocent as a hug and tried to make it look evil. It was just a hug. You never vocally or physically informed me to let go. I did that on my own. Not because of the intervening man, but because I realized that you weren't going to hug me back. I did not assault you, for I couldn't have created an apprehension of immediate physical contact in the mind of a reasonable person. Was Rain Man assaulted when his brother hugged him? No, because he's not a reasonable person. It's disgusting that you told on me for hugging you when I never told on you for slapping me very hard in the chest at least 6 times throughout our relationship and biting me once. You also tried to pull me into a taxi once when I kept resisting, yet I never told on you for assault and attempted kidnapping. You're a joke and a hypocrite, and it's ironic that you assaulted me at all, for you're a lawyer. You made me feel like a freak and a woman beater. He attempted to talk to me and persuade me to be friends with him again. How did you go from bugging me to have sex with you again to ignoring me again? Your behavior was so confusing and sickening. We talked for a long time on the phone, and then you wanted me to prove that I had a new girlfriend. Then you spontaneously ignored me again. What? You couldn't stop believing that I was the troll? Again, I wasn't, but it wouldn't have mattered if I was. Or perhaps you couldn't get over the fact that I found out that you're a lying, cheating whore. All I wanted you to do was convince me that you did nothing wrong and tell me why you were spontaneously ignoring me again. Instead, you continued to ignore me, which only made me more upset. He kept repeating, "Just wait, I want to talk to you. Why won't you talk to me?" I wish I could have contained myself more, but you had toyed with my broken heart too much. What did you think was going to happen when I inevitably ran into you? We lived in the same area. I became frightened and anxious while he was doing this. You made me do it by stabbing me in the heart so many times and then continuing to ignore me. Anxious? All you had to do was communicate with me. That would have calmed me down. Frightened? That's a load of bullshit. You'd know I'd never hurt you. You even admitted it later on. You also admitted that you do not fear for your safety. Stop playing the victim. All I did was run into you, briefly and non-violently hug you and hold you, and ask you a bunch of questions. Stop playing the victim, you selfish bitch. And walked quickly over to a busy street about a block away from my house. If you wanted to calm me down, why didn't you just communicate with me? You had plagued me with too many questions. By ignoring me and walking away, you only upset me more, and I was unable to contain myself, and that's when I became a big baby and hugged you. You never told me to go away, nor did you run away. I had assumed that you were walking at a moderate pace because you were late to school. At least when you stalked me 2 cities away when I was merely ignoring everyone for a while, I kept telling you to go away and even ran a few times. Then, when you broke down crying, I hugged you. You walked away when it was your turn to hug me. Then you told on me when I never told on you. I could have got a restraining order on you, but I didn't because I felt for you and understood why you did what you did. I actually feel a bit bad for ignoring you, you selfish, hypocritical, heartless bitch. Why were you allowed to act like a big baby and stalk me 2 cities away, but I wasn't allowed to act like a big baby and follow you in my own area after running into you? It's also ironic that you stalked me for you're a lawyer. Oh, it doesn't matter that you stalked and assaulted me for it was all a long time ago? Everything I did was also a long time ago. You make me sick. Where somebody saw what was going on and intervened, warning they would call 911 if he didn't leave me alone. Quite unlike the man that actually yelled at me for refusing to enter a taxi with her when she was trying to pull me inside. When a girl wants you to go home with her, you should go home with her, he said. What a twisted planet. I actually did go home with her that night when I wanted to say goodbye to my acting friends on graduation day. He let go of me as a result of this. Actually, I let go once I realized you weren't going to hug me back. The man had nothing to do with it. That day I came home from school, he was waiting for me a block away from my apartment, which was my direct route home. I did wait for you to return home. I was so messed up that I thought playing a song you like with my saxophone for you would make you talk. Before I could play it, you ignored me again. And again, followed me and tried to physically restrain me by grabbing onto my shoulders. I briefly and non-violently held you because I feared that you would disappear forever through that back door. Again, you never vocally or physically informed me to let go. I only did when you told me that it's over forever. That's when I fell down crying. I just want to die. Then die, you replied before sprinting through the back door as if it was your chance to escape, and asking me to talk to him and listen to his explanation as to why we should still be friends. All you had to do was communicate with me to calm me down. By continuing to ignore me, you only made me more upset, which continued to make you more upset. He also grabbed my phone when I was trying to phone my mom. Instead of ever telling me to go away, you spontaneously stopped and were initially going to call the police. I grabbed your phone to stop you. You called your mom when I gave it back after you promised to call me back later that day. To come outside and help me. Which was completely unnecessary. All you had to do was communicate with me or selfishly continue to just walk away. You don't repeatedly stab the man you've loved and loved you in return for 3 years and then bury him under a rock to run away from the mess you created. That's selfish and cruel. I finally got to the phone and called my mom, and she came outside and helped me to get away from him and inside the apartment. You were only 1 block away from your home, and I wouldn't have followed you through your gate. Your mom did nothing you couldn't have done on your own. You could have selfishly continued to walk away. All you did was continue to add fuel to the fire. Although he followed us to the door and tried to pry it open and enter. I didn't try to enter. I only tried to keep it open for a while to keep talking, and I didn't want to close it, for I feared the silence that would follow. Then I let go, and the silence that followed still haunts me to this day. I have expressed to him repeatedly over the past month that I do not want to see him, and yet he still persists at phoning me, emailing me. Back when I was brainwashing myself to believe that I ruined everything, I tried every little trick in the book to win you back. I acknowledge that you don't want to see me anymore, but minds can be changed, and so I persisted at trying to change your mind until my own mind cleared and I realized that you don't ever want to see me anymore because I remind you of your self-hatred for cheating. You also read all of my messages, occasionally stopped to listen to me in real life, accepted my letters and presents and later wore one of them, and occasionally conversed with me via email and in real life, so it's not like you were completely ignoring me. And showing up around my house. I lived very close to you. Whenever you saw me around your house, I was merely minding my own business. During our relationship, Alex was never physically violent. Can't say the same about you. During our relationship, you slapped me very hard on the chest at least 6 times and bit me once. Although he was very possessive. Because you think I was the troll. Again, it wouldn't have made a difference if I was. You only hate me for finding out the truth. And would sometimes attempt to restrain me. For example, last year when I was at a nightclub with my friends, he tried to physically restrain me by putting his arms around me and not letting go. I wanted that guy, whom I thought was a complete stranger, with his arm around you to fuck off. It seems as though you ditched me in our dance to flirt with a complete stranger. I felt so betrayed and I thought he'd leave if I ever got him to know that I was your boyfriend. That's why I tried to intimately dance with you again. You even promised to dance with me again later, and it was later. I thought you would cooperate. I couldn't understand why the two of you weren't budging. I was drunk, so confused, and couldn't hear what the two of you were saying over the loud music. Part of me thought you were merely being shy. Instead of communicating with me, you and the guy watched the bouncers drag me out. And afterward followed me home and knocked on my door repeatedly when I did not let him in. I thought you instantly replaced me with a complete stranger. Sure, we were in an open relationship at the time, but you don't ditch the man you've loved and who loved you in return for over 2.5 years to flirt with a complete stranger. It wasn't until later that you told me he was your date, which was perfectly understandable as, unlike with a complete stranger, you were expected to stay with him. I was dancing aggressively? I was drunk and perhaps a bad dancer. You could have told me and I would have taken it down a notch. Or perhaps you just didn't want your date to see you dancing intimately with another guy. You probably never told him that you were in an open relationship and that I was your boyfriend. Your date and friends all must have thought that I was a complete stranger. As I had never seen those friends before, it looked like you were summoned by strangers while flirting with one. Didn't want to dance with me later? Then you shouldn't have promised to. You were on a date? Then you should have told me immediately when you ran into me. I would have left immediately. Or you could have introduced me to him and all of your friends and I could have partied together. Due to your lack of communication, everyone was confused. The bouncers probably thought I was a random schmuck trying to get it on with a random girl. Of course I took a taxi to your house, climbed over the gate, and pounded on your door. I needed answers for the pain of believing that a complete stranger replaced me was too much to bear. The club incident is why I later just wanted to be friends with you. If you had cared about the club incident so much, why didn't you respect my choice to be friends again? Instead, you kept bugging me to have sex with you again. I didn't know that you had lied when you promised to only have sex with me again to trick me into consenting. You're a sick fuck. Alana's third statement. Yesterday night, my mom saw Alexander Batter on the corner of U Street and 4th Avenue, and subsequently phoned the police. I was minding my own business, you paranoid fuck. A few hours later, Alexander contacted me with a disturbing email that threatened me not to call the police anymore and telling me to apologize to him. Due to a misclarification, the police gave me the false assumption that I had contacted you earlier that day when I never did. They made me believe that you lied to them and would continue to do so until I got arrested. Because I had already told them to tell you to leave me alone, I didn't know what else to do, but I justifiably threatened you to stop so that I could stop living in fear in my own area. I think after everything you've done to me, I deserve an apology from you. It's time for you to man up and take responsibility for your actions. Had you remained loyal, none of this would have happened. You triggered the chain reaction of bullshit by cheating on me, and you know it. He also posted a link to a disturbing blog post entry that discussed his feelings for me. Feelings of disgust. I had to delete the blog after I discovered that you sent the email to the police. I didn't want them to twist words around. I am fearful of Alex. Stop playing the victim to shield your guilt, you lying cunt. You later admitted that you don't believe that I would harm you. Considering that you've actually assaulted me numerously in the past, I actually have more reason to fear you. And he strikes me as unpredictable. Hey, I'd rather be unpredictable than predictable any day. And obsessive. Obsessed with everything that you've done to me, and you've done a lot. I had to fear going to prison for many months because of you. It is also emotionally draining on me to have to deal with this situation. Then maybe you shouldn't have kept treating me like a piece of shit. Again, with every reaction, there must be an equal action. Alana's mother's first statement. Between January of this year until June 24th, we have had to call the police on 4 occasions, not had, chose, regarding Mr. Batter disturbing my daughter, following her and calling the house. Your daughter raped and cheated on me. She fraudulently gained my consent by lying to have sex with me, and we made out and got intimate in her bedroom. I still feel violated. Excluding the 2 times where she came out of nowhere to bug me, I never followed her after she told me that it's over forever. I only briefly followed her in our area a couple of times before because I couldn't understand why she was spontaneously ignoring me. I couldn't endure the pain of having my broken heart torturously played with any longer. She followed me far worse, like the day she followed me 2 cities away from Vancouver all the way to Surrey. She purposefully ran into me, and I actually told her to go away and even ran a few times. She never vocally or physically informed me to go away. She just emoted it, but I was too enslaved by my own emotions to notice. I only looked for her once, and that's when I tried to play a song that she likes for her on my saxophone to make her talk. I kept calling because I wanted her to somehow convince me that she didn't actually cheat, that it was all just a misunderstanding. I kept calling again when she lied about being sick on the day we were supposed to hang out again. That was the day I thought she'd convince me that she did nothing wrong in person. She spontaneously ignored me, and while my heart knew that she had changed her mind about ever wanting to see me again, my mind didn't want to believe it. I basically stopped calling her excessively once she told me that it's over forever. It wasn't until much later that I realized she had given me a gift when she'd cut me out of her life. She's a coward for hating me just because she got caught cheating. Alexander Batter has attempted to communicate with my daughter, Alana, after being told by her, myself, and the police to keep away from her, our house, and to stop calling the house. Before the night she waited for me to walk up to her at the intersection, nobody told me to walk past the home. I even told Alana to tell me if she wanted me to reroute away from it, but she never did. I only walked past it when I was en route between my home and another destination. I actually don't recall you ever telling me to stay away from her. It doesn't matter what she or the police said. I continued to talk to her because she occasionally continued to converse with me via email and in real life, and actions speak louder than words. She read all of my messages and even occasionally stopped to listen to what I had to say. It's not like she was completely ignoring me. She pretends that she was, though, to artificially make me look worse. That's why she never forwarded all of my emails to the police. Even if she deleted her replies, you'd still be able to tell that a lot of my emails are replies to her responses. On a couple of occasions, he had persisted on talking to me after being told to stop and attempting to call or come to the house. I never wanted to talk to you. I only ever wanted to talk to Alana. Again, for the longest time, nobody told me to walk past your home. One afternoon a couple of months ago, he was sitting in front of the apartment complex as I was entering my building, and he said he wanted to speak with me. Actually, I was there to give a diamond ring to Alana. I rang the buzzer, got no answer, and then sat on the bench to ponder my next move. You showed up a few seconds later, out of the blue, and then, because you were there, I wanted to ask you a question. His attempts to communicate with Alana have involved his calling the house persistently, some of the times as frequently as 60 times in a day. Maybe 60 times within 2 days after she cheated on me, and another 60 within 3 days after she lied about being sick. She kept stabbing me and then leaving me in the dark. Again, most of the excessive calls were made before she told me it was over forever. Ringing the buzzer outside of our gate persistently, also late at night, disturbing the residents. You mean the night I saw Alana standing right in front of me, waiting to walk up to her while she was calling me disgusting for blowing my nose? I buzzed to ask her to see what she was doing, just standing out there at the intersection in front of me. It looked like she was stalking me. I wasn't the only one that disturbed the residents, as you and Alana were yelled too. Jumping out at her from behind the bushes in front of our apartment. On my way back home from Culprit, where I had a hot chocolate, by major fluke, just before I was about to walk past her home that was en route between Culprit and mine, I spotted her from afar when I heard her gate close. I should have kept walking, but because of my eagerness to know why she was ignoring me again, when we were supposed to hang out just 3 days prior rained over, I walked diagonally from the sidewalk and onto the grass toward her. Perhaps she thought I waited for her to come outside behind the non-obscuring bushes that happened to be between us when I walked toward her. I never jumped out from behind them. I never even walked through them or hid behind them. I was merely standing behind them for a couple of seconds due to hesitation before I spoke because I was able to see her the entire time. She was able to see me the entire time. Whatever she thought was nothing but a giant misunderstanding. I should have approached her differently, but I didn't think about it at the time. I walked to Culprit after 9:30 a.m. when I assumed she was already at school. I didn't want to run into her, for I'd just done so the night before and didn't want her to think I was stalking her. However, her first class was actually at 11 a.m. that day, and so I had spotted her around 10:15 a.m. Following her home from the bus stop, Alana called me on a few occasions to tell me he had either gotten on the bus she was on. I never even saw her exit the bus that night. She insulted me for blowing my nose. Again, because my 9:30 a.m. Monday and Wednesday UBC tennis lessons coincided with some of her classes, and because we shared the same bus stop since we lived in the same area, we occasionally arrived at the bus stop around the same time and therefore occasionally took the same bus. Or was following her home, trying to prevent her from continuing on her way. You mean that afternoon when I waited to play a song that she likes for her on my saxophone to make her talk? Yeah, I briefly followed her to keep asking her why she was spontaneously ignoring me. I did try to hand signal her to stop a few times, but I always stepped aside once I realized she wouldn't. I also did hug her by impulse, thinking she'd hug me back, and briefly and non-violently hold her, fearing that she'd disappear forever behind the back door. It's nothing when compared to being slapped very hard on the chest at least 6 times and being bitten. Some of this behavior was reported and documented with previous incidents prior to June 24th. During the previous incidents, Mr. Batter was very aggressive in his behavior. Perhaps vocally aggressive, but not physically. I acted like a big baby when I ran into her again because I couldn't endure having my broken heart torturously played with anymore. We were supposed to hang out a few days prior, and I was anxious for her to somehow convince me that she did nothing wrong. Instead, she lied about being sick and ignored me again. On one occasion, he tried to forcefully keep Alana from entering her building. Again, I briefly and non-violently held her for fear that she would disappear forever behind the back door. He tried to grab her cell. I did grab it, but only to stop her from calling the police. I gave it back when she told me she'd call me later that day. That's when the bigger baby than me called you to rescue her. She never had to call anyone as she was never in any threat of danger, and even if she was, what could you have done that she couldn't? She should have either communicated with me, told me to go away, or continued to walk home. Eventually I would have stepped aside had she persisted to keep walking, and sure, I would have annoyingly continued to follow her, but only until I reached her gate. She chose to unnecessarily make things worse, continued to play sick games with my broken heart by confusingly continuing to internalize everything, while I assumed that I could read her mind, acted like I was a monster when she should have known that I was merely upset for knowing in my heart that she's gone forever, and instead of showing any compassion, when I cried that I wanted to die, told me to do so and walked away. She could have been open and honest instead of lying while bottling the truth until it exploded in my face, immediately informed me that she simply needed more space, or that she had spontaneously changed her mind about never wanting to see me again, or discussed her issues with me. Instead, she acted like a giant pussy. How hard could it have been to stop and tell me what was going on? To communicate, at least to calm me down. Obviously continuing to ignore me only upset me further. Her ignoring me again was so spontaneous, for the last time we had spoken on the phone, our friendship seemed to be reviving. Police were called to the house as Mr. Batter would not stop calling the house, and had even come to the front gate and persistently rang the buzzer. You mean when Alana cheated on me? Basically told me that she tricked me into consenting by lying to have sex with me, and then let her friend tell me that she was going to have sex with her later that day? Yeah, that's definitely gonna fuel a lot of phone calls. Instead of answering the phone to apologize like a man or convince me that she did nothing wrong, she cowardly kept ignoring me due to her stupid little belief that I had something to do with the troll. Other times included February 8th where the phone calls resumed. You mean when she lied about being sick on the day we were supposed to hang out again? I had anxiously awaited that day, for I had hoped that she would somehow convince me that everything was nothing but a giant misunderstanding. I couldn't wait another second having to endure so much heartache. We called the police on a second occasion after January as the calls and following persisted. Yeah, when she lied about being sick on the day we were supposed to hang out again. I did briefly follow her after running into her, and then after waiting for her to return to play a song that she likes for her on my saxophone to make her talk. She never ran or told me to go away, and her behavior was very confusing as our friendship seemed to be reviving when we had spoken last on the phone. She kept playing sick games with my broken heart, and I couldn't bottle the agony anymore once I saw her continue to ignore me after I ran into her again. Prior to last night, June 24th, the third occasion where we called, wasn't that the fourth? During the last few months up until last night, June 24th, Mr. Batter has been hovering around the neighborhood at all hours of the day. Yes, our neighborhood. If I wanted to hang out my favorite coffee shops all day long, surfing the internet on my iPhone to escape the nightmarish reality that had been bestowed upon me, I should have been allowed to do that without a paranoid hawk leering at me from every angle while constantly journaling my nearby existence. I occasionally felt like I was being watched. I was always minding my own business, and I told Alana that numerously. I had found out that my first love and best friend for around 3 years, whom sexually assaulted, cheated on, and ignored me, is the easiest girl on the planet. I was too devastated to do anything else. You should have minded your own fucking business and let me rot in peace in my own area. As I go out to do my daily grocery shopping or my walks, no matter what time of day it is, morning, afternoon, or evening, Mr. Batter is at a location within 1 or 2 blocks from our home. Yeah, minding my own business, stealing Wi-Fi on my iPhone at or around Lucky's, Culprit, or Take 5 Cafe. It doesn't matter what I was doing, for, excluding the night where she insulted me for blowing my nose, every time I talked to Alana, I left immediately when requested. Since March specifically, I have seen him walking along our street, 5th Avenue, across the street. I had a few friends that lived on 5th and Balsam, and your home was one of the fastest routes between mine and many other destinations. I told Alana to tell me if she wanted me to always reroute away from the home, but she never did. On the side streets, Arbutus, a major street, you, where Lucky's Donuts is, and on 4th Avenue, a major avenue. Once to peek inside the back door of a wrestling ring. I can't believe you actually saw me that time. You really are a paranoid hawk, aren't you? And also sitting at length at the bus stop, namely on 4th and U. 4th and Vine. Wait, wasn't that the time you came out of nowhere to bug me about skipping 2 buses when I needed the number 7 and not the 44 or 84? Paranoid hawk. Sitting for hours on the bench outside of 49th Parallel, formerly Kit's Coffee, now Lucky's Donuts. There are 2 benches around there, and I sat on both of them to steal Wi-Fi. Sitting on the chairs outside of Take 5, stealing Wi-Fi. On the bench to the east of Safeway on U and 4th. Vine and 4th. Yeah, sometimes to wait for the bus, as it was close to the bus stop. On the bench in front of the coffee shop on Vine, across from Shoppers Drug Mart. Chairs in front of Culprit Coffee, stealing Wi-Fi. I have also seen him walking along the street, entering shops, and even coming out 1 or 2 times. That's how long it takes to buy a Red Bull sometimes. And look into the shops as it almost seemed like he was looking for someone. Pretty girls, my sexy reflection, paranoid hawk. On these occasions, I have gone out, come back either walking or in my car after a few hours, and Mr. Batter is either sitting on the same bench or slightly moved somewhere else. Amazing how they saw me every day, yet, within a half a year and away from the bus stop, I only ran into her or approached her after spotting her from afar a total of 10 times. Sometimes I went to Lucky's for a root beer float donut, brought it to one of the 2 nearby benches, and then after surfing the internet for a few hours, went to Culprit 1 block away for a salted chocolate chip cookie. It's very creepy how hard you studied my life. The first time I ran into her was at the bus stop. I had an audition at UBC, and that's when she told me that we can't hang out for 5 months, despite the fact that the police had just told me to cease all contact forever. She told me that it was her choice and not theirs, even though they had spoken for her. I took the bus after her. Then, I ran into her by Shoppers. I told her that I had nothing to do with the troll, and she deserved to get humiliated at Starbucks. She told me that she did nothing wrong, that she was not going to have sex with that guy, and she was angry at me for being annoying since I had called her so many times. Perhaps had she not cheated on me, basically told me that she lied to have sex with me, let her friend tell me that he was going to later have sex with her, and then persisted to ignore me, I wouldn't have kept calling. I gave her a $158 necklace that she had told me that she doesn't want, as she stuffed it into her purse. She never thanked me for it, and later told my mom that I forced her to take it even though she willingly took it from my hand, and I actually saw her wearing it around 1 month later on the bus. Did I force her to wear it too? I approached her after coincidentally spotting her by her gate at night, just 2 days after we planned to hang out. She told me that she'd talk to me another time and walked away. I approached her after coincidentally spotting her by her gate when I heard it close the following morning. That's when I acted like a big baby and hugged her. She kept telling me that she'd talk to me later, but I knew she was lying. I had ran into her a few times at the bus stop when my 9:30 a.m. Monday and Wednesday UBC tennis lessons coincided with some of her UBC classes. She ignored me completely the first time and only said, "Hey, whatever," the second time. The third time I ran into her and I said, "Hi." "Just stay away from me, please," she evasively replied. "Wanna be in a movie?" "No." "Why do you hate me? Is it just because of the whole assault thing?" "No." "Then why?" "It's everything. Just everything." The fourth time I ran into her, I said, "This muffin is for you." "What the hell?" "I lost everything and might become homeless." "Good." "What's your problem?" "I just don't want to see you anymore." "Hey, that's the necklace I gave you." "Yeah, well," she replied as she tried to hide it with her hand. Then she exited the bus when it became too full. The bus driver always kept telling her to squeeze inside, but she couldn't and then left in frustration. The fifth time I ran into her, I told her to stop spreading false accusations or I'd call the police and not to enter my bus. "What the hell?" she replied in confusion. Then she later called her mom to tell her that I was going to call the police. "You assaulted me," I told her later. "That was a long time ago," she dismissively replied. Then she tried to get on the bus at the last second. I entered the same bus with her the previous 4 times as I didn't want to be late for my lessons. I ran into her again about half a block away from her home on 5th Avenue after she had played tennis over 1 month later, and we conversed very briefly. I acted cheerful to show her that I was happy without her and immediately left when requested. I kept calling her again one day when I was drunk after she hung up on me. That was the day I took 10 Advil pills. I sold all of my consoles to buy her a diamond ring. I buzzed her home to tell her that I wanted to give her something, but nobody answered. I sat on the bench in front of her gate to ponder my next move. That's when her mom came out of nowhere to tell me to go away. I carried the ring with me for days until I ran into her again by the bus stop. It was in a small box when I gave it to her, and she initially told me that she didn't want it, but after looking me in the eyes while listening to my small speech, she willingly took it from my hands before entering the bus, where I assumed she opened the box. I took the bus after her. Then we crossed paths at the intersection of 5th and Arbutus. Neither one of us stopped walking, and we actually laughed at the coincidence. It seemed as though the ring was working its magic. Then I approached her after coincidentally spotting her at the Whole Foods market. She walked away and actually told me that she'd talk to me later, but of course it was the same lie to get away. I regret hesitating to leave immediately. I finally did when I saw a random guy talk to her. I looked back to see them walk away together because they were both nicely dressed. It later dawned on me that she was actually waiting for her date when I talked to her. Perhaps she was startled because she thought I was either going to ruin her date, or that I pretended to be her date, as she thought I did when she got caught cheating. Unfortunately for the date, he was real that time. Then I approached her after coincidentally spotting her about 1 block away from her home on 5th Avenue. I gave her a handwritten apology letter that I had carried around for a few days. She willingly took it from my hand, stopped, looked me in the eyes, and listened to me talk for a while. I acted cheerful to show her that I was happy without her and immediately left when requested. I approached her after coincidentally spotting her more than 3 times. Once just outside of McDonald's, again just 1 block away from her home on 5th Avenue, and once in Culprit. I cheerfully, to show her that I was happy without her, left all of those times immediately when requested. Therefore, she had assumed that I was stalking her that night when she waited for me to walk up to her. She knew that all she had to do was tell me to go away, and I would have cheerfully cooperated. However, she kept choosing to insult me. She sent her mom to bug me twice, came out of nowhere to bug me twice, and sent the police to bug me 3 times and arrest me once. My neighbor has also seen him around the neighborhood and close to our home on numerous occasions. Minding my own business. This has made me very nervous due to his previous behavior towards my daughter. Oh, like the day I acted like a big baby when I realized in my heart that it was over forever? That had been a long time ago, and all she ever had to do to calm me down was communicate, but she did the complete opposite by ignoring me again. My behavior had reflected everything that she did to me. Her cruelty was the source of it, and I was very cheerful toward her afterward, and she knew it. She knew that I wasn't any kind of threat. She later admitted that I was never physically violent toward her, and that she didn't think I'd ever actually harm her. She just wanted to kick me out of my own area for seeing me kept reminding her of her guilt. She just wanted to be able to cowardly run away from herself. And also the disrespect he had toward me whenever I tried in the past, on her request, to tell him to go away and leave her alone, and to stop bothering our home and our neighbors. Oh, like when you came out of nowhere to bug me when I was walking away from Culprit to Lucky's, and after I had skipped 2 wrong buses at the bus stop? It was bad enough that you kept leering at me, piercing into my soul. I was actually polite to you, and Alana sent you? Why would I go away from my own area? I wouldn't have been bothersome had she had not come out of nowhere to insult me for blowing my nose. On March 20th, Alana called me to tell me that he was bothering her. I had seen him later that day in front of Capers close to the bus stop. The day I told her to stop spreading false accusations or I would call the police. Instead of talking to me like a man, she called you like a mommy's girl, even though she hates you. She then hypocritically tried to get on the bus after I told her not to. In May, there was also numerous days where he was hanging out around the neighborhood for several hours. On May 15th, 20th, 25th, 27th, and 31st. These were only some of the days as I have not documented them all. Is your journal, that you could have technically made up, supposed to be major stalking evidence? All you ever did is prove to me that you're a paranoid hawk that creepily and constantly monitored my nearby yet justified existence. It was my neighborhood too. You should have learned to share, you spying vulture. Throughout this month, Mr. Batter was in the neighborhood for the duration of the day, almost on a daily basis. Our area, my business. My fear was that he had been waiting for an opportunity to contact my daughter, as home is trying to get home. I was minding my own business, and every day I did talk to her, I happily immediately left when requested. On the evening of June 24th, as Alana was walking home from her bus stop, she had gotten off of the 84 at the bus stop by 4th and Vine at approximately 9:45 p.m., Mr. Batter approached her at U and 5th and began shouting at her until she reached her front gate and was told to leave by myself and our neighbors. I approached her after she stopped and waited for me to walk up to her, and I shouted at her after she kept insulting me. Our paths coincidentally almost crossed, and she followed me up to her gate as I was going to walk past it anyway. She only told me not to follow her as an attempt to stop me from standing up for myself. She had played that game once before, and I forced myself to cooperate. I wasn't going to tolerate being a verbal punching bag any longer. I had basically just told her to at least respect me for I had just apologized for everything, despite the fact that almost everything is actually her fault, and gave her a diamond ring. Only one neighbor told me to leave. I had seen him earlier that day inside 49th Parallel on 4th and U, and then again a few hours later, sitting on the bench outside of the yellow coffee shop on Vine between 4th and 5th, not sure of the name. You mean inside Lucky's Donuts and sitting on a chair just outside of Culprit? I later sat on the brick slab that jutted out from the bottom of the window after Culprit closed to continue stealing Wi-Fi. It was approximately 3 hours after this that he approached Alana as she was making her way home. Yeah, after she had stopped and waited for me right in front of my path. Had she never stopped and insulted me, I would never have seen her that night. Had I never blown my nose, she would never have seen me that night. She later admitted that she merely assumes that I saw her exit the bus, but I was still at Culprit where the bus stop is invisible. If I had planned for our paths to cross, why would I blow my cover by blowing my nose? You can't take false assumptions and then turn them into facts. I had called Alana to tell her that I had seen him and to warn her. You called her to tell her that you saw me? Didn't you just say me that you saw me every day? Holy shit, did you call her every time you saw me? Isn't that unnecessary since, according to her, she also saw me every day? What is she, blind? Amazing how I had found her even though you warned her. So Alana knew 3 hours in advance that I was at Culprit, yet she didn't go out of her way to avoid me? Is it not more likely that she spied on me there until she saw me leave, and then been the one to plan for our paths to almost cross? I didn't even know she had an evening job. I'll give her the benefit of the doubt and assume that as she was about to turn onto the left of the intersection of 5th and U, she stopped and looked to the right when she heard me blow my nose. That's when she assumed that I saw her exit the bus and planned for our paths to almost cross. Instead of walking away, she said, "Ew, that's disgusting," and thus Hulk was summoned. She never had to call the police that night. All she had to do was at least respect me. Just as she was entering her front walk, God, you make her sound like a fucking bird. You've already turned her into a slutty psychopath by suffocating her with your overprotectiveness. Congratulations. I opened the door and could hear Mr. Batter shouting at her and telling him to leave. Then maybe she shouldn't have kept insulting me. I heard him say the word suicide. I am not sure if he said he had tried or had thought of it. I tried to try while drunk and depressed, mainly over everything that my first love and best friend for around 3 years did to me. He also shouted that he was not stalking her. Thank you! Alana quickly entered the gate. While those pathetic lips merely and silently quivered after I asked her if she was really going to have sex with that guy. That's when I knew for certain that she is truly a lying, cheating whore. Our neighbors from both the first floor and the fourth floor came out at that point, and the neighbor on the fourth floor told Mr. Batter to leave while he was shouting. And that's when I left. This neighbor in the past has intervened and told Mr. Batter to leave the premises. Yeah, on a completely irrelevant occasion. Last night, from the landing, I had also shouted at him to leave. You see, you shouted too. Everyone shouted. Had Alana not insulted me, however, there would have been complete silence. He continued to ring the buzzer a few times after Alana came in. He also tried to call her a few times and tried calling the house from a payphone. To ask her why she had creepily waited for me to walk up to her. In the past, Mr. Batter would call us persistently from numerous local coffee shops and businesses. This was reported to the police at the time. Back when I only wanted her to convince me that everything she said and did was nothing but a giant misunderstanding, for every passing second was torture. I know she kept ignoring her phone when she immediately saw my call number on display. Throughout the month of June, prior to June 24th, I had seen Mr. Batter on the following dates, random times throughout the day in the above-mentioned locations, including our street. June 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 9th, 10th, specifically in the neighborhood. There were several other days throughout the month, except for 1 or 2 where I did not see Mr. Batter around our apartment, but I did not document them. I have, for the above, stated days documented at the time of day. Again, just minding my own business in our area. Alana's mother's second statement. Since June 24th, the evening the police came to our house as Mr. Batter had followed Alana home. I never followed her home. She waited for me to walk up to her at her intersection, and I happened to be heading in the same direction she was until she reached her gate half a block away. Shouting at her not long after she had gotten off of the bus? Then maybe she shouldn't have called me disgusting for blowing my nose and falsely accused me of stalking her. I was just minding my own business when I saw her, looming from the darkness, waiting to walk up to her while crossing her arms. As she was about to turn left at the intersection, she must have looked to the right to see me when I blew my nose. Then, instead of ignoring me and continuing about her way, she waited for me to walk up to her and insulted me. At the time, we probably thought that we were stalking each other. She must have assumed that I saw her get off the bus and that I had planned to cross paths with her. If that was the case, I wouldn't have been looking down while blowing my nose. I would have been looking straight while keeping quiet. Our paths almost crossing was nothing more than a fluke. Had she not been there, I would have walked past her house anyway, for it was en route between my home and Culprit where I was. The bus stop is invisible from Culprit, and I was there stealing Wi-Fi. She technically followed me when she waited for me to walk up to her before walking again. I have seen him in the neighborhood in close proximity to our home on almost a daily basis. On at least 5 days, Mr. Batter was sitting for hours at either the bench in front of Spa on the Rocks or the bench in front of Lucky's Donuts. I was depressed and didn't want to do anything else but surf the internet on those 2 benches on opposite sides of the road or around my favorite coffee shops that, although are very close to where you live, were still close to where I lived. I didn't have internet at home, was jobless, and didn't have anything else to do, you paranoid hawk. Late afternoon, Alana's sister saw Mr. Batter walking along Arbutus close to 5th Avenue. Arbutus is a major street that was right next to my house, and West 4th Avenue is a major avenue that's next to your home. I was probably on my way back to Lucky's Donuts or Culprit, you paranoid hawk. Later that evening, I saw Mr. Batter sitting on one of the benches at 4th and U. I do not recall which one it was. The one in front of Spa on the Rocks on the opposite side of the road from the one in front of Lucky's Donuts. Both are in free, good Wi-Fi. Does it really matter which one I was on? Again, I was just minding my own business. On another occasion that week, I saw Mr. Batter walking along 5th Avenue right across the street from our condo. I had a few friends that lived on 5th and Balsam, and your home was often en route between mine and many other destinations. I told Alana to tell me if she wanted to avoid 5th Avenue altogether, but she never did, so I didn't think it mattered if I occasionally walked past your home on it. Further, Mr. Batter was on the benches for several hours on at least 3 of the days between the 26th and the 30th. Minding my own business. On the 30th specifically, I recall he was on the bench at 49th Parallel, Lucky's Donuts, for the duration of the evening, as I had gone out walking and he was there at the beginning of my walk and was still there when I saw him approximately at 9:30. I'm a nerd! Sometimes I'm on the internet for many hours. On Monday, July 1st, as I drove my vehicle out of the laneway from our underground garage, at approximately 4:30 p.m., both Alana and I saw Mr. Batter on the bench in front of Spa on the Rocks at 4th and U. He was there at approximately 5:30. It was at this time I called the police, as it made me very nervous, thinking that he would continue sitting there until Alana would come home from her summer employment job at UBC at approximately 9:30 p.m. I was afraid that he would wait and follow her again as he did the previous Monday. You paranoid hawk! Again, I was minding my own business. I didn't even know she had an evening job. Again, that Monday, while again, I was just minding my own business, she came out of nowhere to insult me. It's so creepy how you and her kept monitoring me like vultures. My eyes were almost always locked onto that stupid iPhone. If I was stalking her, I would have seen her at least almost every time she saw me and approached her all of those times. It came to the point that whenever I left the house, I would see Mr. Batter either walking close to our home on one of the nearby streets, traveling from one nearby destination to another, or sitting on the benches along 4th Avenue for several hours at a time, minding my own business. This has been very unsettling and uncomfortable for me. You should have learned to suck it up, princess, as I was just minding my own business in my own area that you happen to share. Part 3. The Cheating. Troll Conversation.
Wanna make out sometime this week? Huh?
Okay.
Behold, the easiest girl in the world. Wanna make love in my house after coffee?
Okay, maybe.
This is going to be the funniest Mad TV comedy sketch ever. Wait, this is real. What's your number, babe? What is wrong with you? When and where do you want to meet today?
What about 4 at Starbucks? The one at Broadway and McDonald?
I still can't believe you actually showed up. Still want to make love at my house after?
Maybe.
Why maybe?
Because I don't know you very well.
Not because an atom of you still wanted to remain loyal to me? If you acknowledge that I'm the nice guy that I am after coffee, would that be a maybe or would that be a yes?
Yeah, I guess.
You guess? Oh, for sure.
For sure.
What a lying, cheating whore without any self-worth. How do you feel about open relationships?
They are fine. Sometimes.
When you communicate, sleeping with anyone at the moment?
No.
No? You were committed to me, you fucking slut! Nice to see that you cheat on other guys too. How many guys have you met off tag?
2.
2? You told me you had a lot more than that. If you're this easy and have had over 12,000 profile views, then how many losers have you actually had sex with? I still never would have cared had we not entered back into a closed relationship. Hell, I would have had an orgy with you along with every other hot girl on the planet. However, if I want just you and me or nothing, and you want just me and you and everyone else, then you're the one that needs to suck it up, bitch. We still would have been friends today had you respected what I wanted. What happened to Dan?
I am still friends with them.
And committed to no one. How many guys have you slept with within the last 4 months?
1.
AKA me. Wow, so invasive. Why did you even talk to this loser? Why are you guys just friends now?
1 lives far away, and the other I'd rather just be friends with.
Is that why we had just promised to each other to only have sex with each other after you kept bugging me to have sex with you because you got so annoyed by my constant refusals? We were in a closed relationship. Boyfriend and girlfriend without the unimportant titles. Sure, we allowed each other to date other people, but unless we informed each other ahead of time, we did not allow each other to have sex or even get intimate with other people. You were never going to tell me that you were going to have sex with that guy. You had even refused to answer any of my texts or calls when you were about to meet him. Why is that?
I don't like him as more than a friend.
Is that why you still have feelings for me? Sure, they're negative, but those still count because they still mean that you care. Is this also why you bugged me to have sex with you again before and after I found out that you cheated? What did he do?
Nothing. We have different personalities.
Yeah, I'm loyal and you're a whore. Are you good at giving blowjobs?
I don't know.
So fucking invasive. Do you not have any standards? Will I be the hottest guy you ever fucked?
No, probably not.
You lie when you should be honest, and you're honest when you should lie. What is wrong with you? Are you looking for a boyfriend at all?
Yeah, if I find the right person.
You weren't looking for quote-unquote a boyfriend, as you essentially already had me. You were looking for quote-unquote secret boyfriends. How often will we have to hang out every week?
Probably only once a week.
The remaining 6 days are reserved for having sex with other strangers and those whom I just want to be friends with, but I'm not going to tell you that. Out of all the guys you slept with, how many are giving you an orgasm?
Only one.
AKA me. I like how you said quote-unquote only, as if you were trying to lure a sprinkle of pity for a slightly better fuck. Shameless slut without any dignity. Babe, tonight I'm gonna be giving you multiple orgasms. What you think about that?
That would be good.
Why are you so fucking easy? I can't believe I felt so lucky to have you when anyone can have you. So, no feelings left for that guy you still wanna just be friends with?
No, not really.
Lies! So how many guys have you slept with that are hotter than I?
Maybe 2.
Again, what is wrong with you? Have you got any naked pics you can send me?
No, I don't do that.
But you do fuck random, invasive internet strangers even when you're committed to someone? All they have to do is ask?
I have to go now.
See you at 4 p.m., babe. Don't show up, don't show up, don't show up, don't show up. Fuck!
Bye.
4 p.m. sharp. Not a minute late, please. Bye. A little controlling, no?
Girlfriend's a loser, bro.
And you're a fucking creep, dude. Impressive. Beautiful girl like you should have been snatched up a long time ago. Wanna make out sometime this week? Huh?
Okay.
Perfect. What's your number, babe? Wanna come over to my house this Friday and make love?
I'm free on Friday. If you want, we can go for coffee or something. I don't go to people's houses if I've never met them before.
Wanna make love in my house after coffee?
Okay, maybe.
Cool. What's your phone number? When and where do you want to meet today?
What about 4 at Starbucks?
Okay. Which Starbucks?
The one at Broadway and McDonald?
Still want to make love at my house after?
Maybe.
Why maybe?
Because I don't know you very well.
So what would I have to do?
Nothing.
If you acknowledge that I'm the nice guy that I am after coffee, would that be a maybe or would that be a yes?
Yeah, I guess.
You guess? Oh, for sure.
For sure.
Perfect. How do you feel about open relationships?
They are fine. Sometimes.
Sleeping with anyone at the moment?
No.
How many guys have you met off tag?
2.
What happened to them?
I am still friends with them.
How many guys have you slept with within the last 4 months?
1.
Why are you guys just friends now?
One lives far away, and the other I'd rather just be friends with.
Why is that?
I don't like him as more than a friend.
What did he do?
Nothing. We have different personalities.
Are you good at giving blowjobs?
I don't know.
Will I be the hottest guy you ever fucked?
No, probably not.
Are you looking for a boyfriend at all?
Yeah, if I find the right person.
How often will we have to hang out every week?
Probably only once a week.
Out of all the guys you slept with, how many are giving you an orgasm?
Only 1.
Babe, tonight I'm gonna be giving you multiple orgasms. What you think about that?
That would be good.
So, no feelings left for that guy you still wanna just be friends with?
No, not really.
So how many guys have you slept with that are hotter than I?
Maybe 2.
Have you got any naked pics you can send me?
No, I don't do that. I have to go now.
See you at 4 p.m., babe.
Bye.
4 p.m. sharp. Not a minute late, please. Bye.
Part 4. The Slander. Chuck Conversation.
What do you think of this video?
I dedicated 2 lip-sync videos to Alana. My title card artist sent her the Rick Astley one. Wow, he is really screwed up. Wanna make love in my house after coffee this Friday? Okay. You can't screw someone up and then call that person screwed up, you ungrateful, hypocritical jerk. How do I know she didn't say shit about me to any of my other fans? It's quite obvious that she's lashing out because she's humiliated for getting caught. At least I rickrolled her.
Hey, Bizduri.
Whatever that means.
He tries anyway.
Yeah, tell him to leave me alone or I'll call the police. What an overreacting pussy. And why did she keep talking to everyone but me? Everything was nobody else's business. I wanted to talk to her privately about everything, but because she kept ignoring me while spreading false accusations to everyone, I must now expose the truth to the universe to reverse all of the slander, and not for revenge, but for justice. If she believes that I shouldn't, she'd better have a very good reason why, or show me that she's truly sorry for everything she did.
Got you on that. That is so gonna get ugly, isn't it?
I already did file a police report. Once that I learned that she had filed a police report, eventually I had to get my hands on it, and it truly is beautiful. I'm not joking, okay? He needs to stop thinking it's a joke. It is a joke. A serious joke that you started. That conversation is like something from Mad TV.
What has he done? From other incidents?
Why don't you ask him? Whatever I say, he'll just deny anyway. Bullshit!
Ah well, this report is all on him, isn't it?
And he says he has a girlfriend. Yeah, right. If he has a girlfriend, he wouldn't be posting shit like this. Do I detect a hint of lingering jealousy? I broke up with her before I made those videos.
Nye, Dobry.
Whatever that means.
Just how insane is this?
How insane is what?
The ordeal of him bugging you off.
He's so obsessed and I think he follows me. You mean when my 9:30 a.m. Monday and Wednesday UBC tennis lessons coincided with a few of your UBC classes, and therefore, because we shared the same bus stop since we lived in the same area, we occasionally arrived there around the same time? And he keeps phoning me. He's such a creep. Says the girl who followed me 2 cities away and also called me numerously in the past.
Either that or he must be trolling you. I'll tell him, negotiate, and reason with him there. Think I am more reasonable there?
No, I'm not going to talk to him ever again. Yet you did, many times. Please tell him to move on, okay? Oh, I gladly will.
What do you think of this video?
Wow, he is really screwed up.
Hey, Bizduri. He tries anyway.
Yeah, tell him to leave me alone or I'll call the police.
Got you on that. That is so gonna get ugly, isn't it?
I already did file a police report. I'm not joking, okay? He needs to stop thinking it's a joke.
What has he done? From other incidents?
Why don't you ask him? Whatever I say, he'll just deny anyway.
Ah well, this report is all on him, isn't it?
And he says he has a girlfriend. Yeah, right. If he has a girlfriend, he wouldn't be posting shit like this.
Nye, Dobry. Just how insane is this?
How insane is what?
The ordeal of him bugging you off.
He's so obsessed and I think he follows me and he keeps phoning me. He's such a creep.
Either that or he must be trolling you. I'll tell him, negotiate, and reason with him there. Think I am more reasonable there?
No, I'm not going to talk to him ever again. Please tell him to move on, okay? Game Dude's mother conversation. I wanted to let you know that Alex has been sending me long insulting emails. Long, because you wouldn't talk to me on the phone, and criticizing, not insulting. You kept insulting me, hypocrite. Spreading internet rumors about me. Bullshit. I never lied or revealed your identity, and only discussed the situation to show you that everyone else is on my side. You spread rumors about me, hypocrite. And a few weeks ago, he assaulted me outside my house several days in a row. See, there's one false rumor right there. I never assaulted you. The police say it, and even you told the police that there has never been any violence between us, which is still a lie because you hit me 6 times and bit me in the past. Let's say that hug and hold are assaults. That is one day. You said several, implying 3 or more, days in a row. The day before, I merely talked to you. The day after, I never even saw you. Did you mean times in a row? All I did was briefly and non-violently hug you and hold you. Do you view those as non-violent assaults? Can those even exist? It's still hypocritical and unfair to report them when I never reported your actual assaults. Oh, and it's ironic that you assaulted me, for you are a lawyer, and therefore a representative of the law.
I am not sure how much you are in contact with him.
Not at all. I never want to talk to her, or you, again.
But I just wanted to inform you of his behavior.
You should have continued to talk to me about it.
Alex is living around my neighborhood.
Our neighborhood, and if I want to live around my favorite coffee shops, then that's my problem and not yours.
And is constantly sitting outside my apartment building.
The universe is outside your apartment building. Oh, you're mainly referring to the benches outside of Lucky's Donuts and not your apartment. I can't even see your apartment from them. I occasionally went there for hours on end to surf the internet in free, good Wi-Fi. I didn't have internet at home and loved being able to talk loudly on Skype in the beautiful weather, not having to buy anything, and being able to bring food from everywhere. I was depressed because you took advantage of me sexually and then cheated on me with an invasive internet stranger before cowardly trying to cut me out of your life, and I wanted to escape the nightmarish reality that you bestowed upon me by drowning my thoughts in YouTube. It was nearly impossible to forget about you because I was stuck in your area. I wish I could erase you from my memory, but I can't. You're like brain cancer, and I hate you even more for not allowing me to rot in peace in my own area.
I see him a lot whenever I go outside.
Then you should have moved away, you rapist.
I don't know where he works, and I don't think he does.
I was too depressed to.
He is always on the streets.
That is my problem and not yours. You took away my will to do anything else.
He emails me frequently.
A few times per week at that time when I was still brainwashing myself to believe that I ruined everything.
And has also tried to talk to me.
I like how you say tried, acknowledging the fact that eventually I always left immediately when requested.
And sometimes forces presents or letters on me when I go outside.
This necklace is for you, I said. I don't want it, you replied as you stuffed it into your bag. We conversed for a while before you left. Thank you, you never said. I saw you wearing it over 1 month later in the bus. Did I force you to wear it too? Hey, that's the necklace I gave you. Yeah, well, you said as you tried to cover it with your hand. This ring is for you, I said. I don't want it, you impulsively replied. This is to apologize for everything and thank you for the good times, promise never to hurt you again, and remind you that you will always mean the world to me. Fine, you loudly replied as you swiped it away from my hand like a cat. Then you listened to me talk for a while. Coincidence that you only gave it back through the police after trolls kept leaving you voice messages over 1 month later mentioned it? I talked about our story on Skype to everyone, but I never told anyone to call you. You're known on YouTube, and you immediately give out your number. When the police broke into my home, they told me that when they were at your home to investigate the calls, you told them that I forced it into your hand, which is bullshit. You willingly took it from mine when you could have refused and walked away. Either the trolls mentioning it made you not want it anymore, or the police pressured you to give it back, for had you kept it, your case against me would have weakened. Why didn't you give the necklace back with it? Because the necklace is your style and it's not? Or maybe it's because the trolls never mentioned the necklace and the police couldn't pressure you to give it back because they didn't know about it. You could have given the ring back to me in person when you came out of nowhere to bug me twice, or through the police when they saw you before. You also could have mailed it to my mom or given it away. Perhaps you wanted it at the time, but the trolls or police made you change your mind. You decided to pretend that you never wanted it to artificially make me look worse. This is for you. What is that? A handwritten apology letter. You took it willingly from my hand and briefly we conversed. I never forced you to take the presents or the letter. Not letters. You never took them just so I'd leave, but even if you did, that's forcing yourself. You could have at least thanked me for the presents, and I know you wanted to keep the $158 necklace since you actually wear it. As much as you don't deserve it, and as unappreciative as you are, I don't want it back. The presents and apologies appeared to be working their magic in the short run, when you were occasionally less resistant toward me. That or you're too confusing to understand. In the long run, however, all I did was make you feel guiltier, thus increasing your self-hatred that you cowardly and irresponsibly trick yourself into dumping on me because you're not strong enough to handle it, for destroying our love and lose more respect by continuing to play your role. I had brainwashed myself into believing that I ruined everything by misunderstanding you, thus I kept apologizing. I refused to believe that my first love and best friend for around years is secretly the easiest whore in the universe. In actuality, because I had chosen to listen to my mind over my heart, I was apologizing to a cheater, and now I feel like such a pathetic loser. From now on, if you're going to act like a whore, I'm going to treat you like one. Thank you for keeping yourself away from me. Please continue to do so.
I am getting to the point where I am about to phone the police again because his behavior is very disturbing.
Maybe I am very disturbing because I am disturbed by you. With every reaction, there must be an equal action. Stop irrationally criticizing the reasons while ignoring their source that is you. Eliminate the actions to eliminate the reactions, dumbass.
I wanted to let you know that Alex has been sending me long insulting emails, spreading internet rumors about me, and a few weeks ago, he assaulted me outside my house several days in a row. I am not sure how much you are in contact with him, but I just wanted to inform you of his behavior.
I'm so sorry to hear that, Alana. I certainly don't approve of that behavior, and I will have a discussion with him. I know he was very sad about the breakup, but that is no excuse. I miss you too and wish you... And then it stops. Hi, Alana. I'm just following up if Alex has been behaving himself since our last phone call. I haven't heard from him in a couple of weeks. He won't answer my emails or Facebook messages or pick up the phone. Please let me know if you hear anything. Thanks.
Alex is living around my neighborhood and is constantly sitting outside my apartment building. I see him a lot whenever I go outside. I don't know where he works, and I don't think he does. He is always on the streets. He emails me frequently and has also tried to talk to me and sometimes forces presents or letters on me when I go outside. I am getting to the point where I am about to phone the police again because his behavior is very disturbing.
Part 5. The Reports. Alexander Jared Hansbatter, from the 18th day of January 2012, inclusive or near Vancouver, in the province of British Columbia, did, without lawful authority, and knowing that another person was harassed or was reckless to whether the other person was harassed. Just because I talked to her after I was told not to, doesn't mean I harassed her. I continued to talk to her because she occasionally continued to converse with me via email and in person, thus nullifying both police warnings. There was only one day that excessive calls were made after she told me that it's over forever. Engage in conduct that caused that other person, Alana, to reasonably fear for her safety or for the safety of anyone known to her, contrary to Section 264 of the Criminal Code. Although it is stated numerously that she feared for her safety, it is also stated numerously that she did not fear for her safety. She later admitted that she doesn't think I'd ever harm her, I never would, and if she was so scared of me, then why did she come out of nowhere to bug me twice? I have never seen so many contradictions. Had I actually harassed her, it would only have been criminal had she actually feared for her safety. When I thought she was lying to the police, when they gave me the false assumption that I had contacted her earlier that day because they were too impatient to get clarification as to why they were called, because they were already on her side, to stop her from continuing to lie to them so that they wouldn't eventually arrest me, I justifiably threatened to send the tagged conversation to all of her friends. That couldn't have made her fear for her safety, for all she had to do was cease lying to the police. It is ironic that the email sent to stop an arrest actually made one, but I thought it was a lose-lose situation. I never engaged in threatening conduct that wasn't justified, nor did I ever even try to scare her. I was actually trying to make peace. Section 264 on criminal harassment. No person shall, without lawful authority and knowing that another person is harassed, or recklessly as to whether the other is harassed, engage in conduct referred to in subsection 2 that cause the other person reasonable, in all circumstances, to fear for their safety or for the safety of anyone known to them. Then he provides a link, which I am assuming is the definition of criminal harassment. Criminal harassment refers to threatening conduct that causes an individual to fear for their safety. Criminal harassment is a pattern of threats and actions that can frighten you. Then he links to the Vancouver Police's website, which gives a definition for domestic violence and criminal harassment. No assault. I knew it! Firearms interest. The fuck? So I guess this is where Mr. Bedecker got the information about him being a firearms owner, which I still kind of don't think he was. I don't know what this report's about, and it doesn't seem like Alex does either. The two started out as friends and then began dating just over a year ago. Just over 3 years ago, actually. A few months ago, Alana broke things off with Alexander and tried to remain friends with him. No, I was the one that wanted to just be friends. She kept bugging me to have sex with her again. After regrettably trusting her, we promised to only have sex with each other again. We allowed each other to date other people, but we had to inform each other if we were going to have sex with somebody else. Then I kept asking her how we weren't technically boyfriend and girlfriend again. After all, we were only having sex with each other again. I wondered why she didn't want to include the titles. We were still in a closed relationship again, and she kept assuring me that she wouldn't have sex with anyone else. She told me that she was going to meet that guy, but never told me she was going to have sex with him. Because she ignored my numerous phone calls around the time she was going to meet him, I doubt that she ever planned to tell me that she was going to have sex with him. She never told me after that she was going to tell me that she was going to have sex with him, nor did she tell me that she lied just to meet him. All that came out of her mouth was bullshit that kept digging her into a deeper hole. The only thing she didn't want were the boyfriend and girlfriend titles. A few days ago, Alana advised Alexander that it would be best if they stopped contacting each other, as she didn't want to work things out and needed time to concentrate on her schooling. That never happened before January 19th. She even admitted later on that she first told me that it's over forever in mid-February. Over the past few days, couple days meaning 2. Few means 3 or more, which wasn't the case. Alexander had been calling Alana's telephone 40 to 50 times per day. Yeah, when I discovered that she cheated on me, and when I wanted her to convince me that it was all just a misunderstanding. Alana has only answered a few of the calls to tell Alexander that she isn't interested in seeing him anymore. Lies! She never told me that. She did answer a few of the calls, but only to add fuel to the fire, like when she basically told me that she lied to have sex with me, that she was going to have sex with that guy because he asked her to, and when she let her friend tell me that he was going to have sex with her later that day. Because of her opening the door every now and then to further stab me in the heart, when she finally kept it shut, I literally couldn't stop calling. I just wanted her to take the pain away, to convince me that everything was just a big misunderstanding, but she wouldn't. Instead, she stabbed me in the heart yet again when she told the police to tell me to never talk to her again. Bad donkey, bad! She never told the police that we planned to hang out on February 8th, quite a few days after the first police warning. She pretends that never happened to artificially stretch the bullshit, harassment, timeline. Alana has seen Alexander's phone number on call display and hasn't been answering the rest of the phone calls as she does not wish to speak with him. Because of her stupid belief that I was the troll. She is also advised that she is not afraid of him, but just wants to be left alone. See? She isn't afraid of her, nor did she have any reason to be afraid. Yet it is stated numerously that she fears for her safety, and numerously that she does not fear for her safety. What a load of contradicting bullshit. Maybe I feared for my safety when she was waiting for me to walk up to her at the intersection that night. What if she bit me again? I literally had more of a reason to fear her. Alexander advised that he was only calling because he missed Alana and wanted to try to speak with her to patch things up. Actually, I was only calling because I wanted her to convince me that everything was just a big misunderstanding. Unfortunately, I had gotten it right the first time. She's a lying, cheating whore that's running away from her guilt. Police advised Alexander that he is to cease all direct and indirect contact from Alana, as per her wishes. Yet later on, when I ran into her, she told me that we'd hang out again in 5 months. But the police said forever, I explained. It's my choice and not theirs, she replied as if they hadn't spoken for her. I later got her down to 1 month, and then finally down to 1 week, but only if I brought along my new girlfriend to prove to her that she's real. Either she kept lying to me about hanging out again, or she didn't know what she truly wanted when she told the police to tell me to never to talk to her again. Alana was in a relationship with Alexander Batter for approximately 3 years, and it only ended July 2012 when they stayed friends. Actually, that's when we had entered into an open relationship for a while. We were never just friends again, for we had never truly stopped having sex with each other once we started. I did refuse to have sex with her because she was being mean, and I hated the open relationship mainly due to the fact that she couldn't communicate. The nightclub incident. She got so annoyed that she promised to only have sex with me, just so that she could have sex with me. She lied and therefore had fraudulently gained my consent when we French kissed in her room and got intimate. She's a rapist, but thankfully, her psycho mom interrupted us before we could actually have sex, and the troll gave me the truth before we were able to hang out again. Had the troll never done so, we would have had sex numerously, while she secretly continued to have sex with the rest of the planet behind my back. She would have given me every STD, while I thought she was loyal. Because we had promised each other to only have sex with each other again, we had entered back into the closed relationship just before I ended our friendship altogether when I found out she cheated. All she did was refuse to revive it, and I'm glad that she did, as I was stupidly brainwashing myself to believe that I ruined everything. I thought that maybe I misunderstood her true intentions, that maybe she lied to the troll just to meet him. She might have been able to convince me that was the case. However, too much bullshit kept coming out of her mouth. I knew for a fact what she was really going to do when she couldn't answer the question that I asked her whether or not she was really going to have sex with that guy. Her lips merely quivered before she walked away through her gate. Approximately 1 month prior to this report, 2013, February 13th, Alana states she ended it. You mean 2013, January 18th, the day the troll sent me the conversation? I ended our friendship and that was on that day. She only refused to revive it, and I later realized that she had given me a gift when she did, and told Batter to leave her alone and stop contacting her. That was 2013, February 11th, 2 days prior to the report and not 2013, January 18th, approximately 1 month prior. She ended our friendship after I found out that she had cheated on me? Other way around. It doesn't matter that she told me to leave her alone and stop contacting her, for she continued to converse with me via email and in real life. Actions speak louder than words. Unfortunately, he continues to call her. That's back when I was stupidly trying to revive our friendship. I kept calling her when she cheated, and again when she lied about being sick on the day we were supposed to hang out again, because I had already endured so many days of heart stabbing, cowardly silence, and couldn't bottle the pain any longer. I basically stopped calling her excessively after she told me that it's over forever. Excluding one day when she hung up on me, that's when I moderately or hardly continued to call her, and she was occasionally conversing with me via email and in person. Alana broke off the relationship. I broke it off. She only refused to revive it, due to Alexander's controlling behavior. Because apparently, I was the troll. Again, if I actually was, how does acting upon suspicions, and I actually was suspicious although I never acted upon it, to uncover the truth, make you controlling? Would ignoring them, which is actually what I was doing as the truth was merely handed to me, to continue living a lie, be better? You're just mad because I escaped living the lie you created. Your plan to have sex with me, while continuing to have sex with everyone else behind my back, backfired. On 2013, February 11th, Alana was walking out of her front apartment building when Batter confronted her. I didn't confront her. There was never any hostile or argumentative intent. I coincidentally spotted her from afar when I heard her gate close while walking back home from Culprit, where I drank a hot chocolate. That's when I walked diagonally onto the grass toward her. She had told me that she couldn't hang out 3 days earlier because she was sick, but I knew she was lying. I had thought our friendship was reviving and wanted to know why she was ignoring me again. It looked like I had waited for her to come out from behind a few non-obscuring bushes that were between us when I talked to her, but I hadn't. I should have approached her differently, but I didn't think about it at the time. There he put his arms around her. That's not when I hugged her. I hugged her after we turned right onto you. She told him to let her go. She did not. She silently stood there like a statue. I let go once I realized she wasn't going to hug me back. On 2013, February 13th, Alana received some phone calls from Alex and decided that she needed to speak to the police at this time. A few phone calls are what made her report the incident 2 days later, instead of on the same day. Also odd how we were supposed to hang out just 5 days earlier. So much hate surged out of nowhere. Police advised Alana to contact her cell phone provider to get assistance while blocking Alex's number. All I did after the day we planned to hang out again was run into her a couple of times, hug and hold her, act like a crybaby, and email and call her a few times. Did I really deserve her telling me that it's over forever, to die when I fell down and cried, and to tell the police to tell me never to talk to her again? All within 5 days after we planned to hang out again. She doesn't realize that my behavior was solely due to her breaking my heart by cheating, and then constantly toying with it by ignoring me and giving me false hope that our friendship could be revived. Why lie about hanging out again the following week? I couldn't endure the pain anymore, so I acted like a big baby when I ran into her again. She still does not have a clue what kind of torment she put me through. Then she was advised to block my number? A little fast and excessive, no? I hadn't even called her that many times after she told me that it was over forever. Why not fly away to the moon while you're at it? She tried to bury me under a rock from her life for being severely messed up, even though she was the one that severely messed me up. She's nothing but a coward for running away from taking responsibility for her actions. All she ever had to do to calm me down was stop ignoring me, stop playing games, and apologize for everything she did to me. She doesn't understand that for every reaction, there must have been an equal action. She made me feel like a freak even though she was the source of my behavior, which she still doesn't understand. At no time did Alana indicate that there was ever any violence by Alex toward her. That's because there wasn't any. Odd that she kept trying to convince me that I assaulted her. On 2013, March 14th, Alana called the police to report that Alexander Batter was still harassing her. She listened to me and occasionally conversed with me via email and in real life. She also did not fear for her safety. Therefore, she was not being harassed. She had also received a disturbing email from him earlier that day, as well as a few over the past few days. Disturbing because she disturbed me. Batter had also been waiting for her at the bus stop near her home. I wasn't waiting for her at the bus stop. We happened to be using it around the same time every Monday and Wednesday morning, so every now and then we'd arrive there at the same time. Where he tries to talk with her, we did talk. I asked her a few questions and she answered, and gets on her bus. Our bus. On 2010, August 6th, Alana's mother called 911 as Alexander Batter was refusing to leave. Alana requested that I stayed with her that night. Alana's mother believes Batter is controlling and psychologically abusive of her daughter, Alana. Alana's mother is controlling and psychologically abusive of her daughter. She is also embarrassingly overprotective, the two would constantly fight, and Alana would always tell me how much she hates her. I believe that she is the main reason why Alana became a lying, cheating whore. The overprotectiveness is clearly having a reverse effect. She's suffocating her. On 2013, January 19th, Alana calls the police to report 40 to 50 phone calls a day, that day and the day before when I discovered that she cheated on me. From her ex-boyfriend. Batter states he was just trying to talk with Alana as she wasn't answering any of his calls. She actually had answered a few of them. She told me that she had promised to only have sex with me because I was being annoying. I only could have been annoying by refusing to have sex with her. Therefore she felt she had to lie in order to trick me into consenting. She had also told me that she was going to have sex with that guy because he asked her to. Then she let her friend tell me that he was going to have sex with her later on. After cheating, she had opened a door a few times merely to add fuel to the fire before closing it and leaving it shut. My heart was so engulfed with flames that I felt like I was going to die. Every second was pure torture. I literally couldn't stop calling because the pain was so strong, and I just wanted her to convince me that she had done nothing wrong to put out the flames. Instead, she let the police tell me to never to talk to her again. It's as if she killed me when she cheated, and then died when the police told me to never talk to her again. Police advised Batter to cease all contact with Alana as per her wishes. Yet she told me later that we'd hang out the following week, but only if I brought along my new girlfriend to prove to her that she's real. She had told me that it's her choice, and not the choice of the police, that counts. I thought the police spoke for her. The following week had rolled by, she lied about being sick, and ignored me again. All I ever wanted was for her to convince me that she did nothing wrong, but instead, she continued to play sick games with my broken heart. They broke up about 1 month prior of this report, 2013, February 13th, 2013, January 18th, the day that I ended our friendship when I found her waiting for that guy at Starbucks, due to his jealous behavior. She refused to revive her friendship due to her stupid and unimportant belief that I had something to do with the troll. Had I actually had anything to do with the troll, that wouldn't have meant that I was jealous, controlling, or possessive. That would have meant that I was suspicious and rightfully acted upon it to reveal the truth. That I didn't want to risk wasting my life by living a lie. I was actually suspicious but chose to bottle it and perhaps live a lie. The truth is merely given to me. You chose to believe the worst to shield your guilt. On 2013, February 11th, the day I turned a quarter of a century old, okay, happy birthday, game dude. In the morning, Batter approached Alana at the front of her building, after coincidentally spotting her from afar, and put his arms around her. I hugged her by impulse, devastated, and thought she was going to hug me back. It's not like I squeezed her, it was just a normal hug, in a guise of trying to talk to her. Guise of trying to talk to her? Perhaps I had hugged her to prevent her from entering her gate or bus, but we were away from both. We were not in front of her apartment, we had just turned right onto you. I didn't hug her to keep talking to her, nor did I need to. I could have merely continued to walk with her had I merely wanted to continue talking to her, and I did continue to walk with her to talk to her for a while shortly after. Alana told him to go. She did not. She said and did nothing. And she broke free. She did not break free. She stood there like a statue. She would not have been able to break free from my super strong orangutan grip. I let her go once I realized she wasn't going to hug me back. She did not call the police at this time. She did so regarding the incident 2 days later, after I'd called her a few times. There has never been any violence between the two, according to Alana. See, she acknowledges to the police that I was never violent toward her, and yet told her mom that I attacked her, kept trying to convince me that I assaulted her, and told my mom that I assaulted her several days in a row by her house. I briefly and non-violently hugged her and held her, but I never assaulted her. Even the police on the report said there was no assault, and there has been violence between us, but all from her. Does no assault merely mean no criminal assault? Could attacked merely have meant emotionally attacked? Did she mean to type times in a row and not days? Perhaps she viewed the assaults, hug and hold, as non-violent. Still, why did she have to report them when I never reported her actual assaults, slapping me very hard on the chest at least 6 times throughout our relationship, and biting me out of anger, that are far worse? It's ironic that she assaulted me numerously, for she's a lawyer, and therefore a representative of the law. She never knew better? Why did she report the fact that I briefly followed her locally after coincidentally spotting her from afar, when I never reported the fact that she persisted to follow me 2 cities away from her home after purposefully running into me? To continue to shield her guilt? I think so. Unfair, ironic, and hypocritical coward. On 2013, March 4th, Alana called the police to report that her ex-boyfriend was still harassing her. I never harassed her. She negatively conversed with me via email and real life. She replied to quite a few of my emails, read all of my messages, and occasionally stopped to listen to what I had to say in real life. She was not completely ignoring me. She even took and wore the necklace I gave to her and did not fear for her safety. She also received a disturbing email from him earlier that day. Probably one of the ones that called out her bullshit. Alana advised that Alexander Batter has continued to harass her since her police report on February 13th. That's a load of bullshit. Via email alone, she was insulting me, trying to convince me that I assaulted her, and yelling at me to get Game Dude Official to remove her videos, even though I have no control over that channel. In real life, she answered a few of the questions I calmly asked her when I ran into her at the bus stop, and always respected her space. She's clearly blowing things out of proportion to compensate for her guilt. On 2013, March 14th, he sent her a long, disturbing email. Again, probably calling her out on her bullshit. On 2013, March 13th, Batter was waiting at Alana's usual spot at the bus stop at Vine and 4th that she takes to UBC. Our usual bus stop at the time being. I had arrived there coincidentally a few minutes before her. I was also heading to UBC, but for tennis lessons. Did she not see the tennis racket that I was holding? He tried to talk to her. I did talk to her. I asked her a few questions that she answered, and then respectfully left her alone. And got on a bus. Our bus. I didn't want to be late for my tennis lessons. Alana became uncomfortable and she got off at the next stop and took a different bus. Actually, the bus driver kept telling her to squeeze inside, but there wasn't enough room for her. She was in the way of the doors. She left in frustration. On 2013, March 12th, Batter was waiting at Alana's usual bus stop at Vine and 4th. The dates are wrong. I only ever ran into her Monday or Wednesday. Again, I had arrived there coincidentally a few minutes before her. Again, I was also heading to UBC, but for tennis lessons. And tried talking to her. Again, I did talk to her. I asked her a few questions that she answered, and then respectfully left her alone. That might have been the day that I saw her wearing the necklace I gave to her 1 month prior. 2013, March 13th, Batter sent her an email. Probably one of the ones she replied to. 2013, March 11th, Batter sent her 2 emails. Why does it matter when she replied to converse with a bunch of them? Alana does not believe that Batter has a real reason to be on her bus, other than to try being with her. She can believe whatever she wants in her imaginary little world. Batter told her that he was taking tennis lessons at UBC, but she does not believe it. Just like she doesn't believe that I had nothing to do with the troll, she chooses to believe the worst to shield her guilt. Alana believes that he resides around Arbutus and 12th. Maple and 12th, actually. Wait, she believed that I lived a tad closer? That makes her slightly more ridiculous. He has had little contact with his parents. No contact, actually. I can't forgive them for robbing something that belonged to me. He was already given 2 warnings by the police. Both nullified due to the fact that she continued to converse with me via email and in real life. She even planned to hang out with me after the first police warning. Alana did agree to a couple of things, which included sending the emails from Batter since the first police warning in January. Seems to enjoy getting on Alana's bus to UBC. It was actually rather stressful continuously running into her, but of course I always took the advantage of the situation by asking her questions that she answered. Her behavior didn't make any sense as I did nothing wrong. Now I understand that she hates talking to me because I remind her of her self-hatred for cheating on me. What a shameless coward. Alana had not sent the emails that she promised she would. Of course not. They clash with her accusation of harassment, especially since you can tell that a lot of them are responses to her. On 2013, June 24th, Alana called the police to report that Batter had followed her from 4th and Vine to her home. That's just a false assumption that she made. She later admitted that she merely thought I had seen her exit the bus. Like she assumed I must have, and then planned for our paths to cross. Truth is, I was at Culprit at the time where the bus stop is invisible. You know, had I never moved close to her, I would have avoided so much bullshit. Alana's mother told the police that Batter had been harassing both parties for the past few months. Both? I never even wanted to talk to the mom. In fact, she came out of nowhere to bug me twice. As for Alana, she had occasionally, albeit negatively, conversed with me via email and in real life. Hell, she came out of nowhere to bug me twice. It's not like they were both completely ignoring me. Both parties do not fear for their safety. See, now it states that they do not fear for their safety. Contradicting morons. Batter was told not to contact Alana or her mother directly or indirectly. I told them to tell Alana to leave me alone. They wouldn't listen to my story because I refused to give them my address. Batter said that he understood the police and would not bother either party again. How the fuck did the stupid mom intertwine herself into the equation? I had hardly ever tried to talk to her. The police attempted to get an address from Batter, but he denied. I didn't want police to bug me at my home. Alana and Batter were in an on and off relationship for approximately 2.5 years. No, we entered a closed relationship, and then an open one for a while, and then back into a closed one. We were together for around 3 years. As of January 2013, Batter has been harassing Alana and her mother. I never even wanted to talk to the mom, never harassed either of them, and all I ever wanted was to make peace. Doesn't matter that Alana told me a few times that she doesn't want contact anymore, for minds can be changed. although I don't want hers changed anymore, and actions speak louder than words. She kept nullifying her words and that of the police. Since the first police warning, she's planned to hang out with me again the following week if I brought along my new girlfriend to prove to her that she's real. Jokingly told me to dump the girl in front of her, and bugged me to have sex with her again. Since the second police warning, she read all of my messages, occasionally stopped to look me in the eyes and listen to me, occasionally conversed with me via email and in real life, willingly took the presents and letter from my hand, and twice came out of nowhere to initiate contact. Alana is confident that Batter moved to the Kitsilano neighborhood from New Westminster to be close to her residence. She wanted me to live close to her. She kept threatening to stop visiting me at my former home in New Westminster, for it was too far. I had also moved there just before she had cheated, and she even visited me once there at my former home there, where she continued to bug me to have sex, even though it wasn't furnished yet. Alana does not know the current address for Batter, but believes that he lives near 12th and Arbutus. 12th and Maple. Wait, she believed that I lived slightly closer? That makes her slightly more ridiculous. On 2013, January 19th, Alana called the police to report 40 to 50 phone calls a day from Batter. I called her excessively when she cheated on me, January 18th to 19th, lied about being sick, February 8th to 10th, and then one other day after she hung up on me when I was drunk. In total, I called her excessively, approximately 30 calls per day, for 6 days, and 5 were before she told me that it's over forever. Between and after those days, I went to usually calling her from 0 to 3 times a day to 0 to 3 times per month. I even ceased all contact with her for over 30 days, almost the entirety of April. Did she mention that? No? Of course not. Referring to the day she cheated on me, instead of trying to apologize or trying to convince me that she did nothing wrong, she cowardly kept ignoring me because of her stupid belief that I had something to do with the troll. She picked up the phone a few times just to stab me in the heart a few more times before she kept the door shut again. I literally couldn't stop calling because my heart ached so much. Finally, she let the police tell me to never talk to her again. Heartless bitch. On 2013, February 11th, Batter approached Alana in front of her apartment building. After coincidentally spotting her from afar when I heard her gate close on my way back home from Culprit, and put his arms around her, I hugged her, not in front of her apartment, but after we turned onto U Street, and not to keep talking to her, I merely would have continued to walk with her had I solely wanted to do that, but by impulse because I knew in my heart she was gone forever. I thought she was going to hug me back, but perhaps she didn't because she's heartless, selfish, thought I was stalking her, or couldn't get over her stupid and unimportant belief that I was the troll. It's not like I squeezed her. She's acting like Rain Man. Trying to talk to her. Her behavior wasn't logical for the last time we had spoken on the phone. Our friendship seemed to be reviving. She had even bugged me to have sex with her again. I had not a clue why she was ignoring me again. She had left me in the dark and I just wanted answers. I couldn't tolerate the mind games any longer. How hard could it have been to stop and communicate with me for a little while? Alana told Batter to let her go. Unless she whispered it, my loud crying, along with the random intervening man, drowned her out, and I wasn't looking at her lips. She stood there like a statue and said nothing. And she broke free. She did not break free. She wouldn't have been able to break free. I have super strong orangutan arms. I let her go once I realized she wasn't going to hug me back. Batter followed her for a while as Alana was trying to walk away. I thought she was walking a bit fast because she was late to school. I approached her after spotting her around 10:15 a.m. and thought she was supposed to start school at 9:30 a.m. I didn't know that she actually started school at 11 a.m. that day. She never clearly, both physically, she never ran, or vocally, she never told me to go away, informed me to go away, although she did emote it, but I was too enslaved by my own emotions to notice at that time. My mind wasn't focused on analytically assessing her to form logical assumptions as to whether or not she truly wanted me to go away, for I was too busy having to act like a big baby. I couldn't think clearly because my heart ached too much. I was bottling too much pain and it exploded when I saw her ignore me yet again. On 2013, March 14th, Alana called the police to report that Batter was still harassing her. Just because I talked to her the day after she told me not to anymore doesn't mean I harassed her. She occasionally conversed with me via email and in person. It's not like she completely ignored me. Alana received a disturbing email from Batter earlier that day, as well as a few others over the past few days. Probably a few of the ones that called her out on her bullshit, and perhaps they're disturbing because she disturbed me. Batter had also been waiting for her at the bus stop near her home. I wasn't waiting for her at the bus stop, I was waiting for the bus at the bus stop. Occasionally I'd arrived there coincidentally a few times before her, as my 9:30 a.m. Monday and Wednesday UBC tennis lessons coincided with some of her classes. In attempts to talk, we did talk. I asked her a few questions that she answered. And get on the bus with her. Didn't want to be late for my tennis lessons. On 2013, June 25th, police were called by Alana stating that she had observed her Batter follow her from the bus stop at West 4th Avenue and Vine Street to her place of residence. She later admitted that she only thought I saw her exit the bus. Like she assumed that I must have seen her, and then planned to cross paths with her. You can't turn an assumption into a fact. I never saw her exit the bus, for I was stealing Wi-Fi at Culprit, where the bus stop is invisible. Batter was yelling at Alana as she walked into the front entrance of her home. We were both yelling at each other. She initiated contact when she called me disgusting for blowing my nose, and then accused me of stalking her when I wasn't. I had just given her a handwritten apology letter and a diamond ring, and couldn't bottle Satan in a thin glass jar anymore. It exploded, and I had to stand up for myself. She waited for me to walk up to her, and I was going to walk past her home anyway for it was en route between mine and Culprit, where I was just at. Batter was observed by other neighbors inside the building and heard yelling outside. What they saw was out of context. Batter attempted to buzz himself into the building, but was unsuccessful. I didn't buzz to get inside the building. I would have followed her through her gate had I wanted to do that. I buzzed to ask her what she was doing, creepily waiting for me to walk up to her. Both were concerned for the actions carried out by Batter. Then don't creepily wait for me to walk up to you and insult me. And they stated they are uncomfortable going outside on a day-to-day basis, as Batter has been unpredictable as of late and will appear at various times on any particular day. Minding my own business, stealing Wi-Fi on benches, or around my favorite coffee shops whenever I felt like it. Batter has been given the criminal harassment warning on 3 separate occasions. The first one was nullified when Alana agreed to hang out with me again. The second one was nullified when she occasionally continued to converse with me via email and in real life. The third one doesn't count because I made that the same night when the police came out of nowhere to bug me as I continued my journey home. Police then notified Alana and her mother that there were significant grounds for a criminal charge against Batter, based upon lies, assumptions, and misunderstandings. Both Alana and her mother agreed that this was the way that they wanted to proceed. Fucking bitch comes out of nowhere to insult me for blowing my nose, and I had just given her a handwritten apology letter and a diamond ring, and then agrees to have me charged with criminal harassment when I only stood up for myself. Batter was stalking his ex-girlfriend Alana. I wasn't stalking her. She read all of my messages, occasionally conversed with me via email and in real life, accepted every letter and present that I gave her, and even wore the necklace. After she had told me that it's over forever, every time that I saw her, I'd coincidentally run into her, approached her from spotting her from afar, or she came out of nowhere to bug me. After she had told me that it's over forever, excluding one time that I hesitated, and one of the 2 times where she came out of nowhere to bug me, I happily walked away from her immediately when she told me to. I did follow her twice before she told me that it's over forever, but she never told me to go away, nor did she ever run. I only ever waited for her once, and that was to play a song for her that she likes with my saxophone in order to get her to talk. Most of the excessive phone calls were made before she had told me that it's over forever. I frequently walked around my own area to de-stress and sat on benches around my favorite coffee shops a lot to escape the nightmarish reality that she had bestowed upon me. Everything was nothing but an inflated misunderstanding, and it makes me sick. Batter had been continuously contacting Alana. She continued to converse with me via email and in real life. Hell, she came out of nowhere to initiate contact twice. And following her to her residence. I didn't follow her to her residence. Her home was en route between Culprit, where I was, and mine. She actually waited for me to walk up to her before continuing on my way home. I was going to walk past it anyways, and she had synchronized our journeys. Technically, she was following me. Batter had followed Alana from her bus stop at West 4th Avenue and Vine Street to her residence. I never even saw her exit the bus. Alana herself admitted that she merely thought I saw her exit the bus, like she made the false assumption that I must have been planning to cross paths with her. Truth is, our paths almost crossing was merely coincidental, and we both thought that we were stalking each other. As she was about to turn left at her intersection, she looked right up to see me when she heard me blow my nose. That's when she assumed that I planned to cross paths with her and waited for me to walk up to her to yell at me. If I had planned to cross paths with her, why would I blow my cover by blowing my nose? I was looking down at the time when I heard her say, "Ew, that's disgusting." I looked up to see her looming in from the darkness and angrily crossing her arms. For all I know, she could have spied on me at Culprit until I left, and then planned to cross paths with me. After all, she knew I was there since her mom told her 3 hours in advance. Batter was yelling at Alana as she walked into the front entrance of her home. We were yelling at each other. Batter was observed by neighbors inside the building and heard yelling outside. Batter attempted to buzz himself into the building, but was not successful. I didn't attempt to buzz myself into the building. I would have followed her through the gate had I actually wanted to go inside. I buzzed her to ask her what she was doing, waiting for me at the intersection. It was really weird and creepy. Alana contacted the police as she was afraid for her safety and for that of her mother's. You later admitted that you don't think I would ever harm you, although it was stated numerously that you feared for your safety. It was also stated numerously that you did not fear for your safety. Had you truly feared for your safety, you wouldn't have waited to walk up with me at the intersection that night and insult me numerously. Stop playing the victim and stop making me feel like a freak. I actually had a bigger reason to fear for my safety, since you've actually hit me numerously and bit me in the past. Why is the mom even included in all of this? I never even wanted to talk to her. History of unwanted contact between Alana and Batter. You mean all the messages you've read, including the ones you actually replied to negatively converse? You mean all the times you conversed with me in real life? All the times when you stopped to listen to what I had to say? What about the 2 times you came out of nowhere to initiate contact? One of your emails wasn't even a response. You actually started a new conversation when you ordered me to get Game Dude Official, a troll whom I have no control over, to take down your videos. You always wanted to know what I had to say. The contact was never truly unwanted. I never assaulted you, I never stalked you, I never harassed you. Shameless donkey. On 2013, July 2nd at 4:30, police immediately observed Alexander Batter sitting on the patio area to 49th Parallel, or Lucky's Donuts, coffee shop. Stealing Wi-Fi and minding my own business. Wearing the same clothes from yesterday. I do that sometimes. Batter was seated on the patio, not eating or drinking anything from the coffee shop. Sometimes I go to the coffee shops solely to steal Wi-Fi. He then got up and left on foot and attended the McDonald's on the block. Batter sat on the outside patio of McDonald's, facing east. Batter did not enter the McDonald's to purchase anything. I didn't like sitting around Lucky's Donuts anymore because I feared the police would come out of nowhere to bug me again. That's why I moved to McDonald's and I didn't want to buy food yet. I just wanted to steal Wi-Fi. It was later learned that the victim, Alana, uses the bus stop in this block to attend school. Batter is aware that the victim uses this bus stop, and the police believed that he was in the area, watching the bus stop, looking for the victim. Batter did not even go inside of the McDonald's, and set himself up to have the perfect view of the bus stop that he knows she frequents. Approximately 16:30 hours, so it was around 4:30 p.m., the bus stop she uses to attend school? Why would I guard the bus stop to school around 4:30 p.m.? Who goes to school around 4:30 p.m.? The bus stop from school would have been the better option to guard around that time, but it's invisible at that McDonald's. Besides, there was no school for it was summer break, and my eyes were locked onto my iPhone. Fucking assholes. On 2013, July 1st, police received a call from Alana's mother advising that Alexander Batter was in the area of her residence. I was in the area of our residences, just minding my own business. Alana's mother was worried that Batter would follow her daughter around again. I never followed her again after she told me that it's over forever. Batter was located at Vine and 4th. You, not Vine. Batter provided a non-believable reason for being in the area. Why? Because I felt like buying a donut from Lucky's Donuts after surfing the internet for a while on a nearby bench and free, good Wi-Fi in the beautiful weather? Batter also advised that he did not see or talk to Alana's mother or her daughter since the warning was given to him by the police on 2013, June 24th. Which led me to believe that Alana was lying to the police. Why would they come out of nowhere to ask me if I had spoken to her earlier that day? The last time I had seen her was when she was waiting for me to walk up to her at her intersection. I had already told the police to tell her to leave me alone. I feared that she would keep lying to the police until they arrested me. I couldn't do anything in peace in my own area anymore, which was unfair. Police made numerous attempts to contact Alana's mother to clarify circumstances surrounding today's call to 911, but were unable to make contact. Maybe they should have waited for that clarification before coming out of nowhere to question me with the false assumption that I had spoken to Alana earlier that day. Obviously that made me believe that Alana lied to them, and she would continue lying until I got arrested. I was on those benches and sitting around coffee shops, trying to escape the horrid reality that she bestowed upon me, including being trapped in her area, by surfing the internet, watching movies or video game playthroughs, talking loudly on Skype, or playing Mario Kart 7 online. I was so distraught that I didn't have the will to do anything else, but she couldn't even let me suffer in peace in my own area. It's my business if I want to sit around for hours on end, and not hers. I had told her what I was doing many times, and that I was not stalking her, but she refused to listen. She was standing right in front of me once while I was sitting on one of the benches, with my eyes locked onto my iPhone, and she could have been there for an hour before I had noticed her. That's when she kept yelling at me and told me to move away. Her mom came out of nowhere to bug me twice, she came out of nowhere to bug me twice, and the police came out of nowhere to bug me 3 times, the 3rd time to arrest me. All while I was just minding my own business. This is why I talked to her when I ran into her, or when I spotted her from afar a few times. I wanted to show her that I meant her no harm, and that I would leave immediately when asked, and always did just that. Nearer to the end, I happily showed her that I didn't give a shit if she wanted me to go away. She knew that all she ever had to do was to tell me to go away, and that I would completely. Therefore, she did not have to wait for me to walk up to her at the intersection and insult me. Especially since I had just given her a handwritten apology letter, even though I shouldn't have apologized at all, or at least waited for her to apologize first, and a diamond ring that I sold all of my consoles to buy. She knew that my sole objective was to simply make peace, but she insisted on war and trying to kick me out of my own area. Police again spotted Batter at Vine and 4th. That time I was near to it at a McDonald's, again stealing Wi-Fi on one of the outside chairs. I couldn't sit on those benches anymore because I kept fearing that the police would come out of nowhere again due to Alana's continuous lying. Police called and at this time made contact with the daughter, Alana, who advised that Batter sent her a disturbing email late last night. Yeah, to justifiably threaten her by telling her to stop calling the police, for I feared that she'd keep lying to them, or that I would send the tagged conversation to all of her friends. What else was I to do? I had told the police to tell her to leave me alone, but that did nothing. Had I done nothing, I feared that she would keep lying to the police until I got arrested anyway. My last resort was to threaten her to stop. Batter was arrested for criminal harassment and transported to jail. Unfortunately, that didn't work either, and they arrested me shortly after. I didn't follow through with the threat. It was not fair that, for a few months, I had a giant forbidden square placed right in front of my home, and I was banned from going to UBC. She cheated. She should have been banished. It was also unfair that I had to keep going to court, which kept getting adjourned. I had to constantly live in fear that I could eventually go to prison, and that I was robbed of being able to stand up for myself on the day of the trial, when the harassment case was dropped that morning. This was all a chain reaction, originating from the false assumption that the police had given me, due to a lack of clarification from a 911 call from the mom, that I had contacted Alana earlier that day, when I didn't. They later learned that the call was merely due to my nearby existence in my own area, and nothing more. The email was disturbing because she disturbed me. With every reaction, there must have been an equal action. Nothing is random, dumb bitch. Alana's mother called 911 reporting that Batter was in front of her home residence. Area of our home residences, you stupid bitch! And was fearful that Batter would once again follow her daughter around the area. Last time that I had done that was before she told me that it's over forever, and at that time, she never told me to go away. I would have had she done so. She never ran from me either. I never followed her after that night. She waited for me to walk up to her when I was just minding my own business. Police located Batter on a bench located on Vine and 4th. You, not Vine. Police attempted to call Alana to get clarification as to what occurred today. No answer. Police requested radio attempt to call Alana's mother back. No answer. And instead of waiting for that clarification, that's when they went for the false assumption that I had contacted Alana earlier that day, when in actuality, the mom was annoyed that I was just sitting on those benches for a long time again, just minding my own damn business. Batter had stated that he lived in the area and was just surfing on the internet on the free Wi-Fi that was available at the bench. Batter was nervous, with hands shaking those times when talking to the police. Police always make me nervous because they're a bunch of unpredictable pigs. Batter stated that he liked the donuts from across the street, but when questioned if he had actually been at the restaurant for a donut, Batter said no. Maybe I was going to go to the restaurant after surfing the internet for a bit. Police asked Batter where home was for him. Batter stated that he did not want the police to know. Of course I didn't want them to know where I lived. I didn't want them to encircle my home like vultures and perhaps later arrest me after I thought Alana lied and would continue to lie to them. Police advised Batter at that moment in time that police did not believe that he was in the area for the reasons he claimed, and without being able to verify that he lived in the area, police had no choice but to assume that he was there in the continued attempt to harass Alana. All to trick me into believing that I had to tell them where I lived. I never harassed her. In fact, she had initiated contact the last time that I contacted her. Batter advised that he lived on 12th, but he did not remember his address. I just didn't want to give it to them. Batter also claimed that he had not seen or spoken with either Alana or her mother since warned by the police on 2013, June 24th. You mean the day that Alana waited for me to walk up to her at the intersection before hurling insults at me? Police attempted to call Alana again, but to no answer. They should have gotten the clarification when they received the 911 call. Batter stated he was willing to accompany the police to his residence to prove that he had loved on the 12th as he claimed. After all attempts to contact Alana were negative, police agreed to take Batter to his residence. Batter used a key from his pocket to unlock the front door. There you go, bitches! Batter was also advised to stay away from the area of Alana's residence. To that, Batter stated that he liked to attend several of the businesses in that area, suggesting that he would continue to go into the area of 4th and Vine. I had the right to go wherever I wanted in my own area, and I wasn't going to let a cheating cunt deprive me of that. Batter had sent Alana a disturbing email, which would have occurred shortly after the police had left Batter at his residence. Yeah, because that's when I feared she had lied to the police about contacting her earlier that day, and would continue to lie until I got arrested. Because the police were already on her side, I felt that I could only stop her with the justified threat that I would send the tagged conversation to all of her friends if she continued. I felt that I had to tell her as soon as possible. She didn't listen and called the police again to arrest me, but I feared that I had done nothing. She would have just kept lying to the police until they arrested me anyway. I felt trapped and didn't know what else to do. Police arrested Batter at a nearby McDonald's restaurant while he sat at the outside of a patio area facing the bus stop in front of the neighboring Safeway. Paranoid fucks. My eyes were almost always locked onto my iPhone. Batter made several unsettling statements about Alana, suggesting that he was very much obsessed with her. Obsessed with what she did to me, and she did a lot. One of the more unsettling statements he made was, "She'll immediately fuck up the first guy she meets. I know it." The tagged conversation is evidence of this. The first 2 letters she typed cheated on me. "Wanna make out sometime this week?" the troll asked. "Okay," she replied. A few lines later and she agreed to fuck him at his house immediately after coffee in a few days. Then she actually tried to meet him. Remember, this guy was a troll. How empty was his profile? Did he even have a picture? Batter also stated that he had lost the will to live over this and confirmed he was feeling suicidal. "I discovered that my first love and best friend for around 3 years is the easiest girl in the world. Then my other 2 good friends fucked off. Then I hated my parents for circumcising me. I literally had to wipe my entire slate clean from everyone I ever knew in my life. I was alone in hell." Despite several continued attempts to try to focus Batter away from Alana with comments like, "You really need to move past this and move on with your life. You need to meet someone who will be the right one for you and not consume your life with the past," Batter would simply focus on Alana and replied with comments like, "This is inevitable. This is because of her." It basically was inevitable, and it was all because of her. Either I risked going to jail by justifiably threatening her to stop continuing to lie to the police, or I risked going to jail by simply doing nothing and allowing her to continue to lie to the police. It was a lose-lose situation that I wouldn't have faced had the police not given me the false assumption that I contacted her earlier that day. Alana expressed fear that Batter may become even more unpredictable and feared he may harm her as a result of the now arrest. She later admitted in an interview that she did not believe I would harm her. "Stop playing the victim, you lying cunt." Police advised both that they would be requesting conditions as to keep Batter away from both of them. Ah, the many months of the dreadful Forbidden Square being placed right in front of my house and being banned from UBC. Police were disturbed both by the amount of incidents and the duration this has been going on for, all of which are nothing but blown-out misunderstandings stretched over a long period of time. Alana's mother stated that she had not reported several sightings of Batter just this week alone, but would provide a written statement detailing to the best of her recollection the times and days, all sightings basically within 1 block of their building. See? She monitored me like a hawk when I was merely minding my own business in my own area, and I felt it. Isn't it odd though that they saw me many more times than I saw them? Perhaps that's because my eyes were almost always locked onto my iPhone. Both Alana and her mother claimed that they were fearful of what Batter might do in the future, and confirmed they were fearful for their safety. Yet it is stated numerously that they were not fearful for their safety. Contradicting cunts. I have lost the will to live. I did. I don't care if I go to jail. I did nothing wrong, so whatever happened was beyond my control, and therefore I had no reason to care. I live in the area and I'll just come right back. Why not if it's my area too? She had messed me up beyond belief. For 4 years, she was my first girlfriend. She truly has done too much. She's just fucking random strangers. She was, and probably continues to do so. On 2013, July 8th, Alana called 911 to report that Alexander's friends were calling her and telling her that he was distraught, crying, and that they should get back together. I had nothing to do with that. All I did was tell my story to everyone, trolls and fans, on Skype. A few of those trolls that had heard my story probably got her number untagged, she gives it out immediately, and then trolled her for laughs. Thanks for making me look bad, guys. I'm still glad they bothered her though, and the whole thing is pretty funny. There is no condition that states indirect contact, and police cannot verify if Batter requested his friends to contact Alana. Had nothing to do with it. Didn't even know what happened until the trolls told me about it on Skype, which was just hours after my roommate told me that the police had visited my home regarding a bunch of phone calls. Police attended Batter's residence 2 times throughout the day to speak with him about the incident, but were unsuccessful. This is why I didn't want them to know my address. Bullshit like this. Police attempted to contact Alana, but were unable to, as her cell phone inbox was full. Thanks to the trolls. Lols. Where's the part where they, without a warrant, broke into my home and handcuffed me? Sure, the door was unlocked, but I never invited them inside. It's not like you can walk up to a random house and walk inside if the door is unlocked.
Part 6. The Lie. Alex Conversation. I told you, unless they go, I'm not, and I can't anyway.
So had she not been sick, she only would have hung out with me had I brought along my friend and new girlfriend to prove that she's real? And she called me jealous and controlling due to her false and unimportant belief that I had something to do with the troll? Hypocrite.
Stop phoning. I can't go. I feel sick.
You do not, after raping and cheating on me, telling me through the police that you never want to see me again, torturing me with weeks of cowardly silence, and giving me the false hope that we can revive our friendship, continue to fuck with my emotions by spontaneously and subtextually telling me that you never want to see me again by blatantly lying about being too sick to hang out. Had you truly been sick, you should have gotten your ass out of bed and lived up to your word. All I wanted was for you to convince me that you did nothing wrong in person. Because we live in the same area, I was inevitably going to explode when I ran into you again. Were you too sick to talk on the phone? Did you lose your voice? Did you just need more space? I couldn't stop calling you again because my heart kept telling me that you are gone forever.
No, I can't tonight. Sorry, I'm feeling sick.
Lies.
I'm actually sick.
Bullshit.
Just today. I have a cold.
You were sick for only 1 day, and that day happened to be the day that we were supposed to hang out again? Why couldn't you just tell me the truth? That you needed more space or that you had spontaneously changed your mind about trying to revive our friendship? I just wanted the nightmare to end as I couldn't endure another day of so much heartache.
Stop phoning. I don't want to talk now.
Now or ever? You were too sick to talk? Why is it that when I ran into you in the cold by your home 2 days later around 10:30 p.m., you were nicely dressed and didn't look or sound sick at all? You should have been sleeping already, and you evasively told me that we'd talk another time. How did your behavior spontaneously change so much? The last time we had spoken on the phone, you actually bugged me to have sex with you again. You are such a problem. I'll be waiting in the Starbucks by your house at 7:30. Sam and Jonathan can't make it. I told you, unless they go, I'm not, and I can't anyway. Well, maybe I can convince them to. Why can't you? They can meet us at Burrard Station at 8:30. I know you can come, and please pick up the phone. Why do they have to be with us, though? Wouldn't it be awkward? Besides, you told me that you hate Jonathan. Regardless, we'll be waiting for you in Burrard Station. Stop phoning. I can't go. I feel sick. How are you sick? I thought we were going to hang out today. They don't have to come if you don't want them to. Besides, I miss you. If you want, we can just go to my house and watch The Borgias. My new roommate has the first season on DVD. He won't be there, though. No, I can't tonight. Sorry, I'm feeling sick. Please tell me the truth. Are you actually sick, or is it because you just don't want to? And why don't you want to talk to me on the phone? I'm actually sick. That sucks. Hope you feel better soon. How long have you been sick for, and how are you sick? Just today. I have a cold. Drink lots of tea. By the way, have you heard of the Borgias? It's historical just like Rome and the Tudors. My new roommate is getting me into it, and I know you'd really like it. Why aren't you picking up the phone? Stop phoning. I don't want to talk now. Okay. Have a good night and get better soon. Part 7. The Rape. I don't want to have sex with you anymore. I just want to be friends again, I said, mad at her for being mean and hating the open relationship. Fine, I won't sleep with other guys anymore, she replied. Promise? Fine. Do you still want to kiss other guys? She shook her head while looking me in the eyes. Cool. I promise not to sleep with anyone else too. Yay! We entered back into a closed relationship. Still just you and I, right? I occasionally asked. Fine, she'd always reassure. Want to make love in my house after coffee this Friday? An invasive internet stranger asked her. Okay, she replied. Sleeping with anyone at the moment? No. She gave him her number and I found her at the specified time and place. Attempted cheating is still cheating. I'm Alana's boyfriend and I'm gonna have sex with her tonight. Was she juggling 10 boyfriends that thought she's loyal? You promised me, just you and me. I just said that because you were being annoying. I just said that. I just promised. I lied. Because you were being annoying. By refusing to have sex with me. I lied to fuck you. I wasn't strong enough to use force, and had I told you the truth, you never would have even kissed me. I had fraudulently gained your consent when we French kissed in my room, and had you never learned the truth, I was going to keep having sex with you, while secretly continuing to have sex with every other man on this planet, as long as he has a cock. I used you, my best friend and the man I loved for around 3 years, and loved me in return. I raped you. Nobody forbids me of their Willy Wonka. I must have forbidden cock. Your body belongs to me. You wanted just you and me or nothing? I don't care about what you want. I only care about what I want, and I'll lie to get what I want, for I always get what I want. I wanted you and everyone else. Not just you. Not just everyone else. You and everyone else. I don't care about your feelings, but I do hate you for knowing that I'm a whore, cheater, and rapist. Why were you going to have sex with him? Because he asked me to. Why did you have sex with the kangaroo? Because it asked me to. You didn't want to have sex with me anyway. I did after I promised. Bad memory? I did nothing wrong. I wasn't going to sleep with him. Then why do you keep implying that you were? What if I want to be more than just friends again? So you were going to have sex with me again after you cheated? I never cheated. We were broken up. We promised to only have sex with each other again. That'd put us back into a closed relationship. Were you going to sleep with that guy? Her lips quivered as she cowardly walked away as she couldn't tell me the truth. I didn't cheat. That was the only had conversation. Stop digging. You practically didn't even have one conversation and you still cheated. You immediately agreed to have sex with that guy just after we promised to only have sex with each other again. Showed up at the specified time and place, and then spewed nothing but bullshit excuses. Had he been real and showed up, you were secretly going to have sex with him, and then you were going to have sex with me again, and you know it. Attempted cheating is still cheating, and the number of had conversations is meaningless. Rape by deception is a crime in which the perpetrator has the victim's sexual consent and compliance, but gains it through deception or fraudulent statements or actions. I'm so annoyed that you keep refusing to have sex with me because I'm apparently being mean and you hate the open relationship. Crying and begging doesn't work. I know, I'll lie to fraudulently gain your consent. I only promised to have sex with you again. Yeah, now let's have sex. Then he provides a Wikipedia link to rape by deception, so if it's on Wikipedia, you know it's legitimate. The person giving the consent must know about the health risks of that activity. Consent given after a lie about the sexual nature of the activity or the risks of this activity is invalid if the lie exposes the partner to a significant risk of serious physical harm. A lie only affects consent if there's a significant risk of serious physical harm to the partner. If she doesn't care about loyalty, and all you have to do to have sex with her is ask, and her tagged profile had over 11,000 views, imagine how many guys she would've or already had sex with behind my back. That guy that never showed up, because he was nothing but a troll, was so creepy and invasive. If you're going to eat the worst apple in the barrel, why wouldn't you eat every apple in the barrel? Imagine how many STDs she could have given me while I thought she was loyal. Was there not a significant risk of serious physical harm? Then he provides a link to where he got those quotes. We would have had sex numerously had I never seen the conversation. Therefore, she is either a rapist or an attempted rapist had she not technically already raped me when we got intimate and French kissed in a room after the lie. Even if it's far-fetched to call it rape, or even a sexual assault, I still feel violated by my first love and best friend for around 3 years. Then he provides a link to debate.org/opinions/is a forced kiss rape. Nobody forbids me of their Willy Wonka. I must have forbidden cock. Part 8. The Messages. Emails after the first police warning. Message number 1. This is my last message to you, and, as requested, I will not contact you for at least 5 months. In that time frame, however, you may call me at any time you'd like. Alana, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I stupidly posted my tagged profile on my YouTube channel to chat with female gamers. Instead, it only lured a troll to find you through me. The troll sent me screen caps of the conversation via Facebook. I finished work early that day and saw the conversation shortly before going to Starbucks. I got so upset that I unwisely retaliated against the creepy troll that showed my messages to Game Dude Official, who uploaded them onto YouTube, along with the angry messages I sent directly to Game Dude Official. One of them did manage to convince Game Dude Official to take down every video involving you, like the box art rants. Watch Game Dude Official's latest video and view the attached screen-capped messages, including Game Dude Official's responses, that reveal the real troll. I know I shouldn't have retaliated at all, but I just got so upset that I had to say something. The entire situation is only my problem now. I really did have an audition that day at UBC. Took the day off to work for it, and caught the bus after the one you entered. Hopefully I'll get the part. I've deleted my Facebook, tagged, and even my YouTube channel because I'm tired of all the bullshit. I'm sorry for humiliating you at Starbucks. I was just really upset. I didn't even care about the conversation anymore. I just want to be your friend again, and I will do whatever it takes. You are very special to me, and I think about you every day. I'm sorry for constantly trying to communicate with you for hours on end. Respecting you is leaving you alone. Jonathan advised me not to phone you at all, but I cowardly gave in. I called so many times because part of me kept thinking that your mom was guarding the home phone, and I didn't know whether your cell was merely off or blocking mine. I will not call you again until you call me. I know that I've been a complete asshole to you lately, and I apologize for everything, but I promise you that I will change. I will be nice, normal, and respectful. I've already improved my life by moving out, getting a full-time job, sexy clothes that I know you'll like, and I'm getting a truck soon. I've also lost Jonathan as a friend, so right now I'm all alone, but I know that I deserve it. However, I will find new friends, and I hope to get both of you back one day. I hope you find it in your heart to forgive me, and I will keep thinking of you every single day. Goodbye for now. Game Dude Official's latest video. And then he leaves a link. Message 2. I used the iPhone 5 at the wireless wave by your house to text you, but someone else that pretended to be me continued to text you after I texted you on the 19th. I forgot to clear everything on that phone. Message 3. I thought I cleared everything on that demo iPhone 5 I used to text you at the wireless wave, but recently discovered that impersonators pretending to be me are still texting you. Like I said before, the last text that I sent you on that phone, and in general, was from the 19th. Ignore all texts after. I am now certain that I have cleared everything on that phone, but if you still receive texts, just know that they're not from me. Message 4. I'm moving back to Surrey in a few days and will not come back for a long time. Today might be the last day that we can see each other, and the weather is very nice. We can go to a coffee shop, hang out at my house, or just go for a walk. I promise to be nice to you, as long as you will be nice to me. I know that you want a break, but you'll have a very long one after I'm gone. I told you that I had nothing to do with the troll and apologized for humiliating you at the coffee shop and calling you too much. I've forgiven you for pretty much worse numerously in the past, and time does not heal all wounds. It only prolongs them. Would you like to see me one last time to say goodbye? Message number 5. Did all the weird messages come from one number? Last time I ever messaged you was on the 19th from that demo iPhone in the wireless wave by your house. I was so upset that I forgot to clear everything after, and so at least one person thought it would be funny to continue what I was saying. I discovered this when I returned to that wireless wave 2 days later. Eventually I fully cleared everything, so you shouldn't get any more weird messages. If you don't believe me, message that number and you'll see it on that demo iPhone 5. I really do hope that all the weird messages come from one number. I don't have an explanation if otherwise because I've never given out your number. Anyway, the entire thing was an accident and I'm sorry that it happened. None of it would have happened though if you had just talked to me on the phone. Message number 6. Alana, I just want you to know that you've been the greatest friend I've ever had and that you mean everything to me. Here's a poem that I wrote for you. I dream under the starry night, dream to soar to the moon so bright, a restless raven without flight. I ponder upon the pretty sight. I live in sadness, I live in fright. What I'd do to touch the white, what I may, what I might, what I do to reach the height. I never tire, I always fight, what I do to breathe the light. But earth I stay, destiny is right, so I brace the moon, endure the plight, and dream under the starry night. Message number 7. Alana, you treat me like shit. I've done everything for you, but you made me feel like nothing when I discovered you were going to sleep with a complete stranger from Tagged directly after coffee. Promising each other to sleep with nobody else is equivalent to boyfriend-girlfriend, and how am I supposed to believe that you were not actually going to sleep with him? Why would you lie to him? Why not just tell him that you're already committed to someone, but that you'll see him anyway as a potential friend? What would you have told him after? That you simply changed your mind? Besides, your story keeps changing. At first you said, I promised to only sleep with you because you were bugging me. That's just evil. There's never a reason to make a bullshit promise. Besides, I was not bugging you. I didn't want to sleep with you because I didn't like the open relationship anymore. Therefore, the real reason you promised was just to sleep with me. In fact, all you cared about was sleeping with me. You never gave a shit about me. You never cared about what I wanted to do, what my interests were, how I felt, or anything like that. You only care about yourself. You never even cared to hear me play the saxophone. So what if you don't like it? You could have done it for me. Sometimes, friends do things for other friends and not for themselves. Maybe I'm not a big fan of the violin, but I love to watch you play it because it makes you happy. Regarding the other promises, maybe you did make them because I was bugging you, but you cannot say the same thing for that one promise. You even told me that you don't want to kiss other guys. If you had never made that promise, or even told me that you were going to sleep with someone else in advance, I wouldn't have cared at all about the entire situation, but promising to only be with one person is a commitment, and breaking that promise is equivalent to cheating. I know that you said you weren't really going to sleep with that guy, but I'll get to that later. You then said, because he asked me to. That's your reason for planning to sleep with him? Are you shitting me? If he asked you to jump off a bridge, would you? Did you know that you can decline when someone asks you to do something? You finally said, I wasn't really going to sleep with him. Why does the answer keep changing? Why would you even want to meet a pervert like that? He doesn't care about you, just like those other losers that you dated. They don't give a shit about you, just like you don't give a shit about me. You told me that I was special to you. You told me that I mean so much to you. You told me that I'm your best friend and that you love me. Sometimes as a friend, but sometimes beyond. Then I discovered that it's all bullshit. Were those all lies just to sleep with me too? Or did you just lie to that guy to sleep with him? You keep accusing me of being associated with that troll. Did you not see the messages of me swearing at the troll? Why would I be associated with that asshole? Have I ever lied to you before? Friends need to trust each other. Why do you hate me so much? Yeah, sure, I humiliated you at Starbucks, but maybe you deserved it. You really think I should have just done nothing? Would you have done nothing? Would you not have felt the least bit hurt? And imagine I completely ignored you after instead of apologizing. Doesn't make any sense, does it? You should be the one apologizing, and I should be the one ignoring you. Instead, you're ignoring me for 5 months just because you're humiliated in front of a bunch of stupid, random girls that you'll never see again? Who gives a shit? What other reason could there be for ignoring me? Calling you 100 times? You've done that to me so many times in the past, but I never called the police on you. Friends do not do that to each other. Friends resolve problems by communicating with each other. Stop being such a girl and talk to me. I've already apologized and admitted my mistakes. Why can't you do the same? You're not always right either. Besides, everyone on Yahoo Answers agrees with me and I can prove it to you. I did everything for you, Alana. Why? Because maybe I still do love you. Maybe I still do want to be your friend. Why? I don't know. I certainly deserve to be treated with a much higher degree of respect, that's for sure, but I still miss you so much. Even though you make me feel like shit sometimes, I still always think about you. I think about how pretty you are, like your cute bangs and freckles, sparkling eyes, and sexy pigtails. I think about how much I enjoy listening to you talk about the things that you're really interested in. I think about all the times you made me laugh whenever you contributed to the story of Barbecue Boy on the beach. I'll always remember the times we gazed at the stars together, and the times we held hands while walking alongside the river. I'll always remember every time you kissed me and told me that you love me, and every name you've called me like swan dumpling and dinosaur cake. I'll always remember the fantasy movies we watched together and the fantasy games that we played together. So what if we fought a lot? Ever watched The Notebook? You were my first love, and that's why it really breaks my heart that you're mean to me. I thought we were going to be friends forever. I didn't want us to be mad at each other anymore. Just talk to me and maybe we can instantly forget all this bullshit. You probably think I'm crazy for writing so much to you, but that's because I bottle nothing up. I pour my feelings out to you, and you should do the same to me. I've always walked you back to your house from New Westminster, just to make sure that you got home safe, despite the fact that it always consumed 3 hours of my time there and back. I ditched my friends many times like the German girls and classmates at graduation, just to be with you. I called in sick at work, or skipped an audition, just to be with you. Rain or snow, sick or tired, nothing would have stopped me from seeing you. Sometimes I feel like you don't appreciate anything I've done for you. Remember a long time ago, when you planned to journey all the way from Vancouver to my house in New Westminster, in hopes that I'd be Hope so that you'd be able to confront me for ignoring you? You probably felt the same way I feel now. Did I call the police? No. Were you stalking me? Technically yes, but who gives a shit? Only a fool wouldn't chase the person he or she loves. That's right. Back then you did love me, and I still believe you do. You're just hiding it now. You didn't even thank me for the necklace I gave you. Never told me if you like it or not, and didn't even open it in front of me. You just told me that you didn't want it, but took it anyway. I gave you that necklace because it's pretty, and you're pretty. Despite the fact that you never gave me a present after telling me you would around Christmas time, I gave you one anyway because, against all odds, you still mean everything to me, and I still wanted you to be happy. I don't want it back. I don't want anything I've ever given you back. I can't take them back anyway. They belong to you, and I want you to have them. I was an asshole for taking things back in the past, but I'll never do that again. Despite the fact that you never wrote a love poem, ever, I wrote you one and another about fighting the impossibility of being with you. Despite the fact that you left the flower I gave you to rot in the backseat of the car, I still would have plucked one from the tallest mountain if you wanted it badly enough. Despite the fact that you've numerously walked away from me while I was crying, I never walked away from you when you were down. I've always been there for you, and you know it. I'm leaving at the end of the month, and I'm not coming back. I don't want to come back. There's nothing in Vancouver for me anymore. Maybe I would have changed my mind if you showed me that you wanted me to stay, but all you've done is ignore me. Do I mean that little to you? So little that you can't even bother to see me one last time? Is it because you're upset that I'm going? Then tell me not to go. Why should I stay if you don't even want to talk to me? Everything that I've done, I did it for you. I moved close to you so that we'd hang out more, but we ended up hanging out less, and you never even saw that place after I got it completely furnished. I got brand new clothes, almost all of my classmates added me back on Facebook, a full-time job, and guess what? I even have a car now. It's waiting for me back in Surrey, but you couldn't care less because I mean nothing to you. Worst thing is, you know how it feels. You felt the way that I felt. You felt that annoying sadness of being ignored and feeling like you're nothing. You felt it all, yet you continue to make me feel that way. You used to respond when we had a confrontation. You used to try to resolve the problem. You wouldn't just delete me on Facebook and tagged and rely on false assumptions. You won't even give me the chance to explain anything in person or on the phone. If you disagree with anything I've said, tell me. I want to know your opinion on all of this. I want you to convince me that I'm wrong. So what are you going to do now? Continue to ignore me? Call the police again? You make me feel like a monster when all I try to do is fix everything, even though I don't deserve you. I don't deserve this, and I don't deserve to be hit, sworn at, lied to, criticized, or anything like that. I don't know why I still want to be your friend, but I do, so please respond. I got really sick and I just want to talk to you. Message number 8, dated the 9th of February, 2013. When may we talk on the phone and hang out again? February 27th is so far away. I was really looking forward to hanging out with you yesterday. I was too upset to hang out with Jonathan and Sam, and thought about ending it with Sam because maybe I don't want her. Maybe I want you, but you obviously don't want anything to do with me because you wouldn't even talk to me on the phone for 5 seconds. Do you still really hate me that much? You don't know how hard I'm trying to be your friend again. I've even changed my mind about moving back to Surrey. I'm still at the same place. I just have a roommate now that I know you'll really like because he's really into historical things too. I really miss hanging out with you. I know you're sick, but are you too sick to talk on the phone? Maybe I shouldn't have ended it with Sam because at least she's nice to me and you obviously just want me to move on anyway. I still want to be your friend though. Sorry for calling you so much, but you've done the same to me. Just not to the same extent because I've always picked up the phone much sooner. Hope you're feeling better. Message number 9, dated the 11th of February, 2013. Alana, I love you. I love everything about you. I think about you all the time. I just want to hold you and never let go. You mean the world to me and I will do anything to get you back. Please tell me what I must do. My heart aches so much. Please talk to me. That's all I really want you to do. You still love me too. I know that you do. I know that I still mean a lot to you, even though you try to hide it sometimes. When all is well, we are happier together. I know it and you know it. That is why we should both keep fighting to be together again. If I knew that you truly cannot ever be happier with me, and that you really never do want to see me again, then I would have been forever gone a long time ago. You don't understand how much I miss you. I miss looking at the stars with you. I miss watching fantasy movies with you. I miss playing Skyrim with you. I miss walking you home. I miss your pretty smile and beautiful eyes. I miss your adorable pigtails and ponytail. You really are the prettiest girl I've ever seen, and that's a fact. I miss talking about history with you. I miss holding you and calling you my gosling. You are the one I want, and I will keep fighting to get you back. I don't want anyone else. Maybe I thought I did before, but I've realized that I just don't. They're all fake and soulless. You're not. You're different. You're compassionate. You're caring. You're interesting. You're funny. You're deep. Other guys don't know you the way I do. I want to be your boyfriend again. I don't want anyone else. That's mainly why I'm not seeing Sam anymore. She's not you. I was only seeing her because I thought I needed to move on, but I can't because I know you still care about me. After all, you did want me to dump her in front of you, even though I told you that she was never officially my girlfriend. We just hung out a few times and got kind of close. I don't care if you sleep with other guys. I just want to be with you again, and I'll do whatever it takes. That's all. I know that you want to be with me again too. I hear it in your voice. I'm still your swan, and you know it. I'm sorry for all the bullshit I've done. Please give me one last chance to make everything up to you. Let me show you that I'm a better person now. I know I've made a lot of mistakes, but that's because you were the one girlfriend I've ever had. After talking to my roommate and doing a lot of research, I now know every single reason why you're mad at me. I will never repeat any of the mistakes I've made. I will never upset you ever again. I will be nothing but nice to you no matter what. I will respect you and make you happy. You should always go after the one you love. That's why I went to see you. You did the same to me a long time ago. I was ignoring you, and you got so upset that you traveled all the way to New Westminster and hoped that you'd find me, and you did at the SkyTrain station. I told you to go away, but you kept following me even after I was running away from you. You kept chasing me until you got me back. Why did you do it? Because you loved me. Your heart ached at the thought that I didn't want to see you again. It was very immature for me to yell at you for deleting my Facebook comments. I should have talked to you nicely about it rather than being a complete asshole. The pigtails comment was embarrassing, and the concert one was stupidly pointless. I just automatically assumed that you deleted them because you didn't want your friends to know that we were still friends. It was very annoying of me to demand consistently. I should not have constantly asked you to write a love poem, buy me a present, listen to me play the saxophone, and invite me to hang out with your friends. I should have let you do all those things on your own, naturally. Then it's meaningful because it comes from the heart. I should not have humiliated you at the coffee shop. I should have ignored the troll, or talked to you nicely about the situation. I've changed so much in the past few months. I've moved out, got a full-time job that I'm only taking a break from, got a car, made new friends, got better clothes, doing outside activities, and have done everything else that you wanted me to. Please call me tonight at 9 o'clock. I will be calm. I will be nice. Let's just talk about King Arthur. I'll give you my full opinion on it. The movie has a shitty score on Rotten Tomatoes, but those reviewers can go fuck themselves. I love the story, videography, and acting, although they do a lot of shouting, and there are a few historical inaccuracies. For example, horses did not have stirrups back then, and a pickaxe only would have made a hole in that ice. It wasn't thin enough because the army was able to walk on it. Response number 1, dated the 11th of February, 2013. Alex, I want to move on. That's it. I know it's really hard to let go, but I can't see you anymore. Sorry. I can't see you anymore, and I hope you're happy. I know that you'll find someone who is more right for you. But please stop seeing me and trying to contact me. Message number 10, dated the 11th of February, 2013. I was told to go after the one you love. I thought if I poured my heart out to you in a person that you'd forgive me. Obviously it backfired. It did not go the way I wanted it to. I did not assault you. I just wanted you to hear what I had to say. I memorized The Scientist on the saxophone, and I thought it'd be romantic if I played it in front of you, like something you'd see in the movies. That backfired too. All of my tactics backfired. I'm sorry for being so fucked up right now. I will never find a girl more right for me than you. Truth is, every girl I've dated ended up hating me. What if I never contact you for 5 months starting from now? No phone calls, no texting, nothing for 5 entire months. Then would you see me again? Message number 11. Wow, I did not realize how fucked up I was acting. This is just some of what I've learned. When I saw you with that guy in the club, it was none of my business to do anything. An open relationship means you can do whatever you want. Doesn't matter if he's a date or not. I had no right to try to get you away from him. Also, merely touching you when you do not want to be touched really is assault and battery, and there is no excuse for it. No wonder the bouncers dragged me out. I deserved it. You should not have done anything, and I really could have gone to jail for that. I didn't believe you when you told me, but it turns out you were absolutely right. I know I told you that I didn't know that you didn't want to be touched, but I should have known better. I now take blame for that entire scenario. Regarding the conversation, I should have just ignored it. I should have taken nothing you said to the troll seriously. Therefore, I had no right to embarrass you at the coffee shop. I honestly thought that I had a valid reason for being mad at you, but I did not. I now take the blame for that entire scenario too. What was I thinking when I posted my tagged profile onto my YouTube channel just to talk to girls that like video games? I also realized that your mom is not crazy. She has every right to act the way that she did. I apologize for being a jerk to her all those years. I did not fully realize how flawed my beliefs were. I kept thinking I was right and everybody else was wrong. If you really never do want to see me again, then that's fine. It's your choice. But I do believe that we can still fix things in the future. Just know that the ball is now in your court, so if you ever do change your mind, then you may call me at any time, and I will still be at the Starbucks by your house at 5 o'clock on February 27th. You don't even have to come if you don't want to. Finding you Wednesday night and Thursday morning was coincidental, but I planned Thursday afternoon. I just really needed to talk to you. I needed to know what was going on. Call it stalking, but you did the same to me a long time ago. I honestly thought that pouring my heart out to you and romantically playing The Scientist with my saxophone for you would fix things. Although I have the full song memorized, I got so nervous that I totally messed up. Maybe I should have played it by your bedroom window. That would have at least been more like the movies. Some random guy did invite me to join a blues band that he's in though when I practiced earlier, so that's pretty cool. I'll either do that or busking. Now I honestly did not know that hugging you and trying to stop you from leaving was assaulting you. Any physical contact with someone that does not want to be touched is an assault. Holy shit, I feel even worse now. Then again, you physically tried stopping me so many times in the past, hit me a few times, and even bit me really hard once. Therefore, to be fair, you have assaulted me too. I should have used nothing but a calm voice though. Please don't judge me for the way I've been acting lately. I have not been myself at all. What I've done is totally unacceptable, but I've been through a lot and I just took a few really big risks that have totally backfired. Just remember me the way that I was when everything was wonderful. You are absolutely right. It is not a good idea to see me for a long time. I need to further better myself as a human being and clear my mind. Forever is a little far-fetched, but whatever. I think it's safe to say that I am really fucked up right now. I'm normally not like this. My life has been a complete disaster lately, and not just because of you. Wahed fired me, I've officially ended my friendship with Jonathan because he treats me like shit, and many of the other things that I have not told you about. Sometimes I felt like I just wanted to end my life. Don't worry though, I'm a tough soldier and I will keep on fighting. I will get out of this dark cloud that's consumed me. I agree that it is really time for us to move on. Perhaps I shouldn't have stopped seeing Sam just to try to be with you again. I just thought that that's what you wanted me to do. After all, you did jokingly tell me to dump her in front of you. Wouldn't have worked out between her and I anyway though. You didn't need to tell me that you were sick. You could have just told me that you changed your mind about hanging out with us. You never even really wanted to, did you? You just said that you did. I don't think that they could have made it any way, but that's not the point. You didn't want to hang out with just me either, and that's when I got scared and wanted to know what was going on. You could have communicated with me a lot better. You could have told me when we could talk on the phone again. Instead, you just left me in the dark, and I thought things were improving between us. I had done nothing since the last time we spoke on the phone, and things randomly got worse. Did you change your mind about giving me a second chance? I really needed some answers. That's why I went looking for you. I'm sorry, Alana, but that's not nice at all. I would have ceased all contact until the 27th if you told me to. The real reason we didn't get along is not because we have different personalities. It's because I was an asshole, and I fully acknowledge that now. If I find a new girlfriend, I will not make the same mistakes with her. I would have made you happy and treat you with respect if you had given me one last chance, but perhaps I don't deserve one. I hope you find a new boyfriend that will, and you will find one. You just need to think more highly of yourself, respect yourself more, and stop trying to meet with complete strangers that are perverted creeps. That is not respecting yourself at all, and it's dangerous. You are better than that. Anyway, I just want you to be happy. If you're happy, then I'm happy. Message number 12. You know what? I'm not the problem. You are. You treat me like a piece of shit. You treat everybody like a piece of shit, and everyone sees it. You don't care about anyone but yourself. I manned up, apologized, and acknowledged all of my mistakes. Why can't you? I'm sick of doing all the apologizing. I'm sick of doing all the fixing. I'm sick of everything. I'm not holding back the bullshit anymore. It just doesn't work. You need to know. I am not going to insult you. I am going to tell you how I feel. I was a fool to go after you. You should have gone after me. You've always made me feel worthless. You've done nothing but criticize me. I was never good enough for you. I move out and you tell me to get a job. I get a job and you tell me to get new clothes. I get new clothes and you tell me to make new friends. I make new friends and you tell me to get a car. It never ended. I did one thing and immediately had to do another. I've changed so much for you, but you've changed nothing for me. I wanted you to live with me, but you wouldn't even move out at all so we could have privacy. You are manipulative. You just wanted to sleep with me and did whatever it took. It's all you talked about when I didn't want to sleep with you. You lied and made many bullshit promises until you got what you wanted. I was stupid to fall for all of your tricks. You told me that you didn't want to kiss other guys. You told me that you'd only sleep with me. You told me that I'm special to you. You told me that you'd write me a love poem, buy me a present, and invite me to hang out with your friends if I slept with you. You said, "But I promised I'd do all those things for you." You told me so many things that you never meant. After I slept with you, you told me that you only ever made those promises because I was bugging you. So not wanting to sleep with you is bugging you? That was your excuse? All you had to do was treat me with respect and kindness, and maybe I would have wanted to sleep with you again. Then again, you never even gave a shit about me when we made love. You'd always stop when you were finished. Was I just a soulless sex toy? Then you'd kept promising me that we'd do it the regular way again, but we never did. You were mean to me. You never gave a shit about what I wanted to do. We always did what you wanted to do. We never hung out with your friends again. We never wrote poetry together. We never danced at a club together again. You've never done anything for me like listen to me play the saxophone. You could have done it just to make me happy. It's not always about you. Every time I wanted to do something, you'd say no and call it stupid. There were so many things that I wanted to do with you, but you just never cared. How is that supposed to make me feel? That my opinions are always worthless? You are selfish. You never gave a shit about how I felt, and you were never there for me. You abandoned me every time I cried and needed you. You left me crying on the bench in the pouring rain. You left me crying when you drove away with your mom. No other person has ever made me cry in a long time. I never did anything like that to you. I was always there for you when you needed me, and you know it. Every single time you were upset, I was always there to comfort you until you were happy again. Even when you cried to me because Gwyn or Thomas wasn't talking to you, I still comforted you. Imagine I cried to you because Lonnie or Sam wasn't talking to me. How do you think that made me feel? Of course, I didn't hide the fact that I was upset because I just wanted to make you happy again. I can't believe you told me to die after I told you that I wanted to. I've never done that to you every time you told me that you wanted to die. You probably wouldn't give a shit if I did die. You are ungrateful. Everything that I did for you meant nothing. You crumpled and threw away the love poem that I wrote you, that I spent countless hours pouring my heart into, left the flower I gave you to rot in the backseat of your mom's car, and never even thanked me for the necklace I bought you that was worth $300. Did you know it was recently featured in a fashion magazine? You told me that you didn't want it, but you took it anyway. The only present you've ever bought me was a book, and that's only after I begged you to. That's it. Was I only worth that much to you? Then you told me that you were going to give me a present around Christmas time, but never did. Then you forced me to buy the snow leopard for you and pay for half of it, when I didn't need to buy it for you at all in the first place. Remember when I skipped an audition or took the day off of work just to be with you? Did that mean nothing to you too? You are a hypocrite. You constantly criticize me for doing the exact same things that you've done to me. Maybe I picked up everything from you, for I've never done anything to you that you hadn't done before. You want to talk to me about assault and battery? How many times have you hit me? You even scratched me and bit me. How many times have you tried to prevent me from going away? Remember when I walked you to the bus stop on my graduation day and wanted to go back to say goodbye to my friends? You wouldn't stop following me and eventually tried to physically force me into a taxi with you. Then I did go back with you and never got to say goodbye to them. I never did that to you on your graduation day. Oh, I'm sorry. You never even invited me to it. You want to talk to me about stalking? You traveled all the way to New Westminster just to try to find me. What a coincidence to find you at the SkyTrain station. It's okay for you to stalk me, but not vice versa? I only live like 5 minutes away from you. You lived an hour and a half away from me, and at least I never followed you into the bus. You followed me onto the SkyTrain and chased me around New Westminster and Surrey. You kept following me after I kept running away from you. You want to talk about harassment? How many times in the past have you excessively called me? You would have called me just as much as I've called you if I ignored you, for just as long as you've ignored me. You want to talk about embarrassment? What about the day you abandoned my friends and I alongside the river by my house? We were throwing rocks into the river and you just walked away. What about the times you wouldn't even talk to any of my friends? Then you kept forcing me to abandon them just to hang out with you instead, when we all could have. You've been horrible to me and I treated you like a queen. Nobody else would have put up with the bullshit you've put me through. I kept forgiving you because that's what friends do. They forgive each other. You know what? Don't see me again. I obviously never meant anything to you. You just used me and threw me away. I don't deserve to be treated like a nobody because I'm not. I'm a very nice person when treated with respect. I'm not moving away because I like the area, made a lot of new friends here, and now do things at UBC. For example, I will soon volunteer for work at the Norm for free movies and popcorn. Therefore, please don't freak out if we accidentally bump into each other. But I still can't let you go. There's still something about you that I love. You know how hard it is to lose your first love. It's just so hard. What happened to the promise of being friends forever? If only you hadn't changed your mind about giving me a second chance, I would show you how much of a better person I really am now. You will always be my little gosling, but I'll keep trying to move on, no matter how painful it is. I don't know if I can ever give up on you, but I'll keep trying if you really do want me to be forever gone from your life. Perhaps it really is for the best that we never see each other again. I did leave a relatively large bouquet of flowers on your gate, but I think somebody stole them because they're not there anymore. Maybe it's for the best if they're gone now. Please don't be sad though. I just want you to be happy. Emails after second police warning. Response number 2. I think it's for the best if you talk to the police officer, or he might get a restraining order on you. All he's going to do is tell you not to bug me anymore. Message number 13. I'd really like some answers regarding the situation. Dictionary defines assault as an act that threatens physical harm, but I did not do that. However, it defines battery as unconsented physical contact, and I honestly did not know that. I did not believe you before because I really thought there has to be more to it, and other dictionaries define it differently. If I had known then I wouldn't have made any physical contact at all. Perhaps I would have just followed you for a bit and merely used my voice to try to stop you. Can you really blame me for not knowing? Really think about this now. You've grabbed or held me many times in the past to stop me from leaving when I didn't want you to touch me at all. And what about all those times you've hit me? Think I wanted any of that physical contact? Aw, yeah, I love it when Alana hits me. It's so sexy. No, and you even promised never to hit me again, and you continued to do it. Or did you make that promise because I was bugging you? Doesn't matter because I told you not to do it. Perhaps it's worse in your case because you know the true definition of the word. Convince me if I'm wrong. As for the stalking, I only really did it when I played the saxophone for you. However, I thought it would be excusable if I made it romantic. Obviously it wasn't. Finding you at the bus stop was not stalking because I had an early audition. By Shoppers Drug Mart wasn't because I was on my way there to ship some video games. Both times by your house were also coincidental. Did you really think that I knew you were coming home at 10 o'clock at night? And how would I know that you'd leave your house 10 at morning to go to school? Isn't that a little late? I live very close to your house and can be on the way to do many things, so finding you every now and then is inevitable. However, I should not have talked to you. I should have just kept walking. Look, I've obviously been using the wrong tactics to get you back. I've done nothing but push you farther away. I'm not a relationship expert, but I've realized that I've been showing way too much negativity when I should have been showing nothing but positivity. I've also over-exaggerated the negativity. I should have ceased all contact until the 27th when you told me to stop calling, because then you would have given me another chance. I don't know why I kept calling. Maybe I just really wanted some answers. I need to make a correction regarding my previous message. You are not solely the problem. I am the problem too. The difference, however, is that at least I acknowledge it. I thought that taking all the blame would fix things, but it didn't, and that's why I wanted you to know how I really feel and understand my viewpoint. Just realize that you have not treated me nicely, and maybe that mixed me up emotionally over time. However, I do acknowledge that I have not treated you nicely either. I know that you don't really want me out of your life forever. You just said that because you were upset. However, I've realized that we can never be more than friends again, and that's a fact. Our friendship can only work without intimacy. All of our problems derived from it. I will find a new girlfriend, and you will find a new boyfriend, but I know that we can still be friends in the future. I am not going to give up on you, because I know that's not what you really want me to do. You just don't want to see me again for a long time. I thought it doesn't have to be that way, but I suppose it really does. I hope you had a happy Valentine's Day. Message number 14. I know we were just friends, but you will always be my first date, kiss, girlfriend, and true love. Therefore you will always be special to me. I know that I made many mistakes, but I am really sorry for everything I did. I never wanted to make you sad. I didn't have a clue what I was really doing to you, or how to solve the problems we have. I severely lacked relationship experience, because I never dated until I was 22. Rather than do any research or seek guidance from anyone regarding our friendship, I stupidly decided to solely and stubbornly listen to my own flawed beliefs. That's why every tactic I chose to get you back failed miserably, and everything I did was to get you back. I thought criticizing you to make you feel bad, showing you how sad I was and over-exaggerating it, and holding you while telling you that I love you, even though I didn't beyond friendship, would get you back, but all I did was push you farther away. I know this now because I later did a lot of research. Yeah, I'm a nerd. I did not respect you, nor did I think about your feelings. All I had to do was leave you alone. That was the answer. Leave you alone and see you on the 27th. I shortened forever to 5 months to 1, yet I still wanted to see you sooner. Perhaps it's because I was going through a tough time, or maybe it's because I freaked out when you ignored my calls again. I just wanted to know that you didn't change your mind about giving me a second chance. I went through a lot, was overtired, and very depressed, but not mainly because of you. Sam stopped talking to me and I really liked her. I stopped being friends with Jonathan, while he'd fired me for ignoring him after I was telling him that I needed to be left alone for a while, and a few other things that I cannot discuss. I felt the world on my shoulders and had nobody to talk to. That's why I wanted to fix things with you as soon as possible, but I just got too emotional. Just know that my dark days are forever behind me now. I've become much stronger and will now easily conquer anything that tries to bring me down. I'm a Spartan. Yeah. I was quite upset for a little while after you told me to die, even though I didn't really want to, and that you never wanted to see me again, but then I realized I don't need you in my life. I can easily share it with someone else. Finding you at night and morning was really coincidental. I should not have talked to you, but I didn't attack you. If I did, then that man would have pulled me away. I tried to block your path for a bit and hugged you. However, because it was unconsented physical contact, I suppose it really was battery. I didn't believe you before, but I later learned that it really is. Then again, I did think that maybe you would have willingly hugged me back eventually, and did let go when I realized you really weren't going to. Therefore, does it still count as battery? If I knew that it may, then I never would have done it. Perhaps the saxophone thing would have worked by your window like in the movies. Or maybe I should have sung Last Night with Justin Bieber, Matt Kearney, and a bunch of Saxons playing saxophone on a flying dragon by your window. Would have had to be one very skinny dragon though. Then again, your mom probably would have had us all arrested and deported to the moon. I am not a bad person. I was just not being myself. You know the real me. Therefore, let's not let anyone brainwash us into thinking that we have to eternally stay away from each other because nobody else knows us the way we do. Nobody else can fully understand the situation either. Your mom most likely still thinks I was the troll and that I still live in New Westminster. Makes a big difference. I liked you for who you are, and not because you're cute and I got to sleep with you. I cared about you a lot, and that's why I was annoying when you weren't nice to me. I know you cared about me a lot too, because you got so annoying when I wasn't nice to you. I think you do still care about me. All those other guys like Thomas don't know you the way I do. They never got annoying because they don't care about you. They just want to sleep with you. Deprive them of that and they're gone. If you want to sleep with guys like that, then that's fine. I just think that you should have more respect for yourself because I know that you're better than that. I'm not like those other guys and I'll never give up on a true friend. We still would have been best friends even if we were ugly and never slept together. Just never let anything or anyone bring you down. I know the real you, and you are better than you think. I just want you to know that my life is wonderful again, and I couldn't be happier. I'm making many new friends and watching a lot of great historical and fantasy movies that retain a magical dreamlike atmosphere beyond imagination. I went kayaking and horseback riding, learned how to sing and play Reptilla by the strokes on my new guitar, had a blast playing tennis, and best of all, had my picture taken with Ram Boy. Also went to a totally kick-ass concert the other night. Remember that day in Stanley Park when we petted that wild squirrel? I almost pet one again the other day. I love the way their cheeks quiver. So adorable. How are your novels coming along? Finished that scarf yet? When are you going to California? I hope you're happy and doing well at school. I saw a picture of you wearing that blue dress and I think you're really pretty. Even prettier than what your friends wore. I'm glad we're having a long break. I was an emotionally needy and annoying asshole that needed to change. I know all the mistakes I made, learned from every one of them, and will never repeat them. That won't be tough because I've already repeated acknowledged mistakes and you know that. I am different now, and it would be nice if you gave me one last chance to prove it to you. I promised to be the man that you fell in love with a long time ago, but without all the bullshit. We'd forget all the bad things, always make each other happy, and never upset each other again. You know that I've never broken a promise to you and never will. I don't care if you have a boyfriend now. I have a girlfriend now. It would just be nice if we became friends again. Will you go out for coffee with me sometime next week? We can talk about Skyrim and fantasy movies. If you still hate me after then, I promise to stay out of your life forever. I would go away and never come back. Otherwise, I'll never stop believing that you don't really want me gone forever, and therefore will never give up on that second chance. Just know that I quickly moved on, and will remain happy even if I never do see you again. I just don't think it's necessary to throw away a fixable friendship. You've made many mistakes too, but I've always forgiven you because that's what true friends do. They forgive and never give up on each other. Let me know if anything I've ever said confuses you, because I can explain everything. I await your response. Message number 15, dated the 27th of February, 2013. I didn't go to the Starbucks and I don't care if you waited for me, because I realized that I'm now much happier without you in my life. I just want you to know how horrible you treated me so that you never do the same to anyone else. You made many false promises, like only sleeping with me just to do so, when I told you I don't want to sleep with you because I didn't want to be in an open relationship anymore. You also told me that you don't even want to kiss other guys. All you really had to do was be nice to me, and I would have slept with you again eventually. Instead, you made me feel used. Then a random troll, that you only wanted to believe I was associated with, sent me screen caps of a conversation that revealed you planned to sleep with a complete stranger and a total pervert. I did not humiliate you in front of a bunch of people you'll never see again, because you shattered the trust, cheated on me behind my back, and did not have any respect for yourself. I humiliated you because I want you to stop trying to meet perverts on the internet. Do you not know how dangerous that is? I was very concerned because you could have been raped or killed if that pervert wasn't a troll and lured you into his house. You first told me that you only promised to solely sleep with me because I was bugging you. That's always your excuse for making a false promise, and not wanting to sleep with you was bugging you? Then you told me that you were only going to sleep with the pervert because he asked you to. What if he asked you to jump off a bridge? You finally told me that you weren't really going to sleep with him. If you really weren't, then why did your excuse keep changing? Why would you lie to him? And why would you even try to meet him? All he wanted to do was sleep with you, and you know it. Do you not have standards? Do you think that low of yourself? I really wouldn't have cared if you slept with a bunch of random guys just for fun, because that would have been perfectly fine. We don't always have to limit ourselves to one person, and sometimes we don't want any emotional complications or responsibilities. I would have slept with you and a bunch of random girls just for fun. Maybe even with you with a bunch of random girls, but never a complete stranger or a total pervert. At least get to know the person a little more first. All you had to do was tell me your plan, or convince me to be in an open relationship with you again. Then we could have had an orgy with Justin Bieber, a unicorn, and a man in a gorilla suit until the sun imploded and everything would have been fine. Attempted cheating is still cheating, and how can I believe you only did it once or trust that you wouldn't have done it again? I already couldn't believe or trust you anymore because you've lied too many times. A couple that promise to only sleep with each other are automatically boyfriend and girlfriend, and removing the titles alter nothing. Why make that promise if you still wanted to sleep with other guys? Just to sleep with me, right? You still should have told that pervert to fuck off even if we had an open relationship. You couldn't find a better guy? Have some dignity. How could he force you to say or do anything? He was on the fucking internet. You didn't even have to reply. Do you like it when guys talk to you like that? Did you want me to talk to you like that? I had every right to be upset. Cheating on me with a total pervert behind my back made me feel like nothing, and that you're not special at all. I had always thought that you were better than that. I had always thought I was super fortunate to sleep with you, until I discovered that it doesn't take much to do so. You're just upset because you got caught and know I'm right. I hate you for cheating on me, and that's all I really cared about. I stopped loving you beyond friendship a long time ago, but you still broke my heart, made me cry, and psychologically and emotionally destroyed me. That's what cheating does to people. It wrecks them, and you even let me act like everything is my fault. I only did it because I thought it would save our friendship, but I only made you think I'm an even bigger loser. Giving you that expensive necklace you never even thanked me for would only increase the illusion. Flowers and poems must have done the same. Perhaps we share the faults equally, but at least I acknowledged mine. I don't forgive you, and I'm not sorry because you're the one that should apologize now. Every other guy you would have dumped you immediately, but I still cherished our friendship. You don't have any reason to be upset with me anymore, while I still have every reason to be upset with you. I'm not, though, because I don't care about you anymore, and that's why I stopped calling. Only you could have stopped me from getting you back when I wanted you back, but I don't anymore. I thought I did, but I wasn't thinking clearly. I did my research and confirmed that I never committed battery or assault. I never forced physical contact upon you. I always stopped because I realized you really wanted me to. They only would have been unconsented if I had persisted after realizing you truly didn't want me to. Sometimes it took me a while to realize because you were always hard to read. You never really pushed me away or vocally informed me to go away while really showing that you meant it. Talking quietly while standing still and doing nothing is a sign of shyness and indecisiveness. People aren't psychic. Show more resistance and be loud and clear next time. You've actually committed battery every time you grabbed me and wouldn't let me go, even after I physically tried to pull away. Sure, it's different for a girl, but you've also viciously hit, bit, and scratched me until I bled. I actually could have gotten a restraining order against you when you kept following me all over New Westminster and Surrey. You've done many other things like also calling excessively, but at least I never called the police. Why did you treat me like such a criminal when you weren't any better? Everything I did, you did to me. You just always got far more upset. Some of my messages are really long because I poured all of my thoughts into them. Why did you never care to reply? I would have loved to know your opinion. I always felt like I was talking into the abyss. Maybe sometimes I wanted you to prove me wrong. How hard is it to communicate? All of our problems would have been fixed a long time ago if you had always fully communicated with me, even if you needed to swear and rage. Time does not heal all wounds. It only prolongs them. You need to stop acting like such a girl, be a man, face the person you have problems with, and ventilate if you must. Tell that person off, but also listen to what that person has to say. That's how you resolve problems. Stop bottling shit up because it'll all randomly and inevitably erupt anyway. You'll feel a lot better than running to your mom or calling the police, which, with all due respect, is actually quite sad. I know you're just stubbornly going to keep ignoring everything I say, but I don't care anymore. Do whatever you want, but unless you change your attitude, you're just going to keep repelling people. I was only annoyed when you were mean, and your meanness has gradually turned me into a jerk, but maybe you were mean because you've been suffocating in that witch's hut. You really need to escape. You ignored me, immaturely got your friend to keep picking up the phone, let him tell me that he's your boyfriend, got everyone else involved when the situation was solely our business, and even called the police. You finally stopped ignoring me after a while, and our friendship seemed to be recovering, until you randomly changed your mind about hanging out with my friends and I next week. Seriously, what the fuck? Why did you have to lie about being sick, do so at the last minute, and not even on the phone? You could have stood us up. Why did you randomly ignore me again? I did nothing to you since our friendship seemed to be recovering. Did you just randomly hate me again? Stop playing with people's emotions and leaving them in the dark. I didn't really stop seeing Sam because I only wanted to be with you. I stopped because she's weird and boring like the other girls. I still wanted to be your friend because I still really liked her, but then she stopped talking to me too. I had other reasons to be upset, like having to end my friendship with Jonathan because he's also a jerk. I wanted to save our friendship as soon as possible because I was depressed and didn't have any other friends left to talk to. I only would have told you the main reason why I was so upset if you had stopped being a jerk, but now I never will. Just know that you were not it, even though I'd made it appear that way. I did not stalk you. I only waited to talk to you after I coincidentally found you at night and morning while walking from and to Shoppers Drug Mart. Finding each other is inevitable when we live about 5 minutes away. I just wanted you to tell me what was going on, but you still ignored me and ran away. I was advised to play the saxophone for you, but that only made you run faster. Then you told me that you never want to see me again, and even called the police again. Do you hate the saxophone that much? Life, including your cheating, has really fucked me up, but instead of being the true friend that I always thought you were by at least trying to make me feel better, you only made me feel worse and cowardly abandoned me. You've never been there for me because you only cared about yourself. I've always been there for you even during all the times you had really upset me. You even inhumanely and calmly told me to die after I told you that I want to while crying on the floor. You don't hit someone that's already down, and what if I didn't just say that? What if I really did want to and listen to you? I had a friend that committed suicide because his girlfriend left him. I thought I meant something to you. I thought we were never going to give up on each other. We even promised to be friends forever. I found someone that makes me truly happy again, and I hope you do too, but I never want to see or talk to you again. I'm actually in an open relationship again, and may finally sleep with random girls just for fun. We party at rock concerts and we are going to drive my new truck to Whistler for skiing. I have a new job that utilizes what I learned at digital design. We'll soon make a lot more money, and I'm actually joining a rock band soon because I realized that playing the guitar is slightly sexier than the sax. I'm having the time of my life. Don't believe me? I can prove everything I've said to you. We never should have been in a closed relationship again, but we were, and you did not respect it. If you did, then you'd also be having a lot of fun right now. We'd even fuck for fun and without any emotional complications or responsibilities, because I don't care about all that bullshit anymore. We're never going to anymore because now I'm never going to forgive you for all the things you've done to me. You were mean to me even after I changed my life for you. You're mean to everyone else, and everyone knows it but you. Jonathan was right to criticize you for abandoning your sick friend at the theater. What if something really bad happened to her after she left? All I wanted to do was make you happy, but you never cared about me. Our friendship always meant nothing to you. I've never tried to be mean to you. I've only ever been fully honest to help you, but you cannot change because you never listen. Stubbornly believe whatever you want rather than what's logical. Listen to your friends and family that don't know all the details. I fully moved on, and our chapter is forever closed. I used to love you more than anything. You meant the world to me. I thought about you every day. I just wanted to be with you, because for the longest time, I really was happier with you. I could have been myself around you. You were the best friend I ever had, and I could tell you anything. You are not the girl I always thought you were, but I'll still always think about you when I gaze at the stars. Goodbye, Gosling Danish. Please don't reply. Response number 3. Read but don't reply? Yeah, so I can listen to all your stupid insults? Forget it. You are sick and twisted. I'm glad you have finally decided to never talk to me again. Stay away from me. I can totally understand why Sam didn't like you. Message number 16. It's not an insult if it's true, and I only ever told you off to help you, but you're just too stubborn. You were the one who's sick and twisted. Oh, and Sam only stopped liking me because I wanted just to be friends with her. I still want my books back because they belong to me, so ship them to my mom's house. Just ask her for the address. I was only annoying because you were mean to me, and I loved you as a friend. I cared about you a lot, and that's why I got very upset when you were being a jerk. Either be nice to the next guy, or just keep sleeping with guys that don't care about you. Then you'll never be annoyed again, but you were even more annoying. You were super annoying and for the same reason. I was mean to you, and you loved me as a friend. We never tried to be mean to each other, and we were still much happier together because we always made up for the meanness and annoyance. We were in love for a while a long time ago, but best friends even longer. Our friendship was way more powerful than everything that tried to stop it until you cheated on me. That destroyed everything. Nobody else would have been as patient with you as I was. Everybody else would have left you a long time ago. You lost a true friend that always stuck up for you. You're also going to lose all your friends if you don't change your attitude, but do whatever you want. I will play tennis with my new friends at UBC starting next month, so stay away if you see me. Don't contact me anymore, or I'll get Heidi to tell you to stop. Message number 17. I hate having to keep talking to you, but I know you're not going to ship the books. They belong to me, and I want them all back by next week. Everyone agrees that you cheated. Some even rudely said very bad things about you. Few that saw that conversation laughed at you, the troll, and even me for wanting you back. With all due respect, it is actually kind of funny because of how ridiculous it is. Even if you didn't cheat, you still unforgivably lied and destroyed the trust. There is never an excuse to cheat, but why with such a pathetic loser? Why did you even talk to him? Any girl with a milligram of dignity would never have. You're a highly intelligent UBC graduate and law school student, and by far the prettiest girl I've ever seen. You write deeply thoughtful, metaphorically but personally meaningful, and imaginatively inspirational poetry, are always super interesting to converse with because of all the intricate details you throw in, and have a unique but hilarious sense of humor. Why am I the only person that knows this? Instead of giving it all to a prince, you merely throw it away because you take yourself for granted. Have some fucking respect for yourself and stop sleeping around with a bunch of random internet losers. That's seriously messed up, and I'm concerned because one day you're going to get killed, raped, or get an STD. They don't fucking deserve you. Don't even talk to losers because you're not one of them. You're just troubled and still think I'm the bad guy. I coincidentally saw you crying the other day. Pull yourself together, be happy, and move on. Delete tagged, find someone decent at UBC, and date him a few times before doing anything. Gain some confidence and get yourself out there. Just don't treat the next guy like shit. Oh, and please don't bug me to sleep with you again in a few months because it's just not going to happen. Give me back my book so you can finally stay out of my life forever. Response number 4. I did mail the books. Message number 18. To what address? Response number 5. New West. Message number 19. What's the exact address and when will I get them? Response number 6. You will get them this week. It's the correct address. Now leave me alone. Message number 20. Leave you alone? Do you think I like having to keep talking to you for the books? Because I don't. I want to erase your adorable smile and sparkling eyes from my memory. I want to wake up when you appear in my dreams. I look down at night because I still see you in the stars. A song you like plays and I have to leave. I watch another fantasy movie and almost pet another wild squirrel and want to tell you about it but I can't. I'm still happy. I just want to forget you, but I know that I never will. I hate you because you made me care so much about you, and I thought you cared a lot about me. I stopped loving you beyond friendship a while ago, but you still meant the world to me. You really did. You do not have any reason to hate me anymore, for I destroyed every reason you had. Game Dude Official's video proves I was not associated with the troll. I humiliated you so that you'd stop sleeping with internet losers, and I was only annoying because you were mean. Those were the real reasons you had, so why does the hate still flounder within? Without reason to exist, why hasn't it dissipated? Maybe you hate me because I was acting too emotional. I admit that I overdid it, but I never told you I had recently found out that a former friend of mine got brain damaged in a car accident. His name is Jeffrey. He had a ridiculously large Batman action figure collection, and he was in college when it happened. We were friends for about 10 years. Ask my mom if you don't believe me. That was the main reason why I was so upset, and I would have told you sooner had you stopped being a jerk. I know you don't give a shit though. Maybe you only hate me because I found out you cheated on me. You only wanted me to believe that everything is my fault because you didn't want to face the truth. All you had to do was apologize and maybe I would have forgiven you, but it's too late for that now. Just know that our friendship could have continued immediately, and if it did, all the bullshit would have been buried and forgotten forever, and I would have made sure that we became happier together than ever before. I can't believe you still don't realize how horrible you were to me. You just can't see it because you've stubbornly chosen to believe what you want. You won't learn because you won't listen, and this is a problem because you're inevitably going to ruin another relationship. You think I typed these messages out of hate, but I did so out of concern. I was just trying to help you because I see you falling. You're falling and I'm the only person that knows it. Do I just stand back and let you fall? You think I'm attacking you, but I actually just wanted you to prove me wrong. That's all I really wanted you to do. I don't want to believe that you're mean. I want to believe that the girl I fell in love with a long time ago still exists, but I just can't anymore. Step outside the box, clear your mind, cast aside all emotions, intellectually analyze everything, and then untangle the truth if you still think I'm twisting it. What if you found out that I planned to sleep with a perverted girl I never met before while we were in a closed relationship? How would you have reacted? You were upset enough when you discovered I was merely just hanging out with Sam as a friend, back at VADA, but I never even thought about kissing other girls. You played a sick and twisted game with my life. You manipulated me into sleeping with you again, just before trying to sleep with a complete stranger and a total loser while we were still in a closed relationship. I felt below a total loser, and I was even almost officially your boyfriend again. Why was I upset if I shouldn't have been? Feelings don't lie. I don't feel bad, and I'm not sorry because you ruined everything when you cheated. I only wanted you back before because my mind hadn't been cleared yet. You think I'm just trying to make you feel bad, but I'm not. I'm just telling you everything the way that everyone else sees it. You're reading this, have not changed your mind, and are not going to reply, but I don't want you to anyway. I'm going to get my books back, and then I'm happily and eagerly going to eternally cease communication with you. I only hang out with people that treat me with respect. Just know that you did this all to yourself. Have a happy life. Now if you excuse me, I'm going to learn how to play Imagine by John Lennon on my guitar. By the way, you should see what everyone else is saying regarding this situation. Then he leaves a link to what I'm assuming is the forum on vgcharts.com. Because, you know, if you're going to get relationship advice, vgcharts.com is the place to be. Message number 21. Internet rumors. I did not spread any, and I have the right to talk to anyone I want regarding the situation for feedback. Besides, nobody knows it's you because I never gave out your name. Did you even click on the link I sent you? Long insulting messages? I only wanted you to realize how horrible you treated me so that you wouldn't do it again to somebody else. Assaulted you? All I did was hug you, but I stopped once I realized you really wanted me to. It only would have been assault if I had persisted after realizing. I told you that I only waited to talk to you after coincidentally spotting you those 2 days in a row. I saw you other days too, but ignored you. We live 5 minutes away from each other. I don't think you shipped the books because you never asked my mom for the address. Stay away from my friends and family. I mean it. I never spread any internet rumors about you. Just talked about the situation for feedback and always hid your identity. Also never creeped your social media, and seeing you 2 days in a row by your house truly was the fluke of all flukes. Should have kept walking though, and I'm sorry for criticizing you. Response number 7. Assault has a different definition in criminal and civil law. Message number 22. What is that definition? Please inform me how I assaulted you. Response number 8. Assault.
the intentional creation of apprehension of immediate physical contact in the mind of another. Please don't reply to me with any more arguments. Just drop it for God's sake. Message number 23. How did I assault you? I have the right to know. I also have the right to defend myself against false accusations. These are my assault defenses. Number 1. Lack of intent and knowledge. Number 2. Lack of bodily harm. Intoxication is another defense, but only regarding the club incident. Proof. Then he provides 2 more links. Everyone else agrees that I did not assault you. And then he provides the same links for vgcharts.com. Please stop accusing me of doing so. I may have been childish, but I did nothing wrong. Please defend yourself if you think we all are. You are a law school student after all. Now let's dissect your definition. The intentional creation of apprehension of immediate physical contact in the mind of another. Apprehension. Anxiety or fear of anxiety that something bad or unpleasant will happen. Therefore, purposefully installing the anxiety or fear that something bad or unpleasant will happen into an individual by immediate physical contact. Now, does hugging you while apologizing equate to that? I did not hurt you. I did not threaten you. I did nothing that should have installed fear into you, and even if I did, it was not intentional. My objective was forgiveness. Do you really think I would have achieved that by installing fear into you? Think about it. I was harmless. Oh, and I didn't commit battery either. The actor intends or know that his actions will cause the offense of touching. I never intended to do anything offensive. Wikipedia. Response number 9. Oh my god, okay, you don't get it. It's not criminal, it's civil, and in the civil action you only need a minimal intent. Voluntary consciousness that you are acting, and fear is irrelevant to the legal definition. You only need to anticipate or perceive that the contact might ensue, and battery can be civil as well. Wow, you just don't get it. The Wikipedia definition refers to a criminal assault. Leave me alone. I'm not talking to you anymore. Response number 10. And don't reply. Thank you. Message number 24. Don't reply? Because you're afraid of being proven wrong? You still never told me how I assaulted you. Are you kidding me? Did you even click on the links? I did nothing bad. I did not intend to do anything bad. Not even minimal intent. You're being ridiculous. Voluntary consciousness that I'm hugging you? Oh no! Anticipate or perceive that a hug might ensue? Oh no! All I did was hug you, but I stopped after realizing you really wanted me to. Civil assault. An intentional act which causes a reasonable and imminent apprehension of harmful or offensive contact which is unconsented. Civil battery. An intentional act which causes harmful or offensive contact which is unconsented. Proof. And then he links to bikerlawblog.com. Okay. Number 1. It only would have been unconsented had I persisted after realizing you really wanted me to stop. Number 2. There was no harmful or offensive contact, nor was there a reasonable and imminent apprehension of harmful or offensive contact. Number 3. Even if I did all of the above, it was not intentional, and that's another valid defense. Proof. And then he links to shouselawcom/Nevada. So he's using the battery defense from Nevada, I guess. How can fear be irrelevant when apprehension is literally part of the definition? Apprehension is the anxiety or fear that something bad or unpleasant will happen. Fear is the definition you gave me through apprehension. Read what everyone else said. Scroll through all the pages. And then he links to vgcharts.com once again. Now we know I did not commit any civil or criminal offense. Are you right and everyone else is wrong? Even an ex-cop said I did nothing wrong. Click on the link and see for yourself. Just accept that you are wrong. I still won't forgive you, but that's the right thing to do. Response number 11. You are totally correct, Alex. 100%. Congratulations! You win! Message number 25. Finally, you get it. Thank you. See? That wasn't so hard. Now we need to focus on recording seagulls and sunsets for a music video I'm making, so please go away and don't reply. Like ever again. You know, with all due respect, for a law school student, you didn't do a lot of defending. But hey, if you actually acknowledge the truth, then why defend against that? Message number 26. I know you were just being sarcastic, but sarcasm doesn't make you right. I could get the entire world to agree with me and you still wouldn't. I still have the right to know how I assaulted you, and only you can tell me because nobody else was there. False accusations are psychologically stressing.
What do you believe was my true intention? To scare you? To threaten you? No way. The act of hugging was intentional solely to get you to hug me back, comfort me, and just be my friend again. That was my sole objective with the hug. There were no bad intentions. Not even minimal. If you saw how sad and sorry I truly was, maybe the small spark of love that flounders within would have ignited, and things would have gotten better. Maybe you would have reacted and changed your mind about wanting to be left alone. These things happen in the movies all the time, and girls can be very complicated sometimes. It was a tactic, a risk that I went for that backfired. I don't know what else to do. I stopped hugging you once I realized you really wanted me to. Perhaps I should have known better. Maybe I was being unreasonable because I was being emotionally overwhelmed and just wasn't thinking clearly. I never would have hugged you had I known it wouldn't have worked. Why else would I have done it? Remember, the intention has to cause a reasonable and imminent apprehension of harmful or offensive contact, which is unconsented. It only would have been offensive and unconsented had I persisted after realizing you really wanted me to stop. I know a reasonable person would have realized before, but I saw the movie play out in my head, and that's what I went for. Besides, the last time we talked on the phone, you got super jealous when I told you I was dating someone else. That's why I believed you still wanted to be my friend again. That's why I believed the hug would work. It all really messed with my mind, especially when you randomly ignored me again. The hug was never harmful, and even if there was any imminent apprehension, which I really doubt there could have been from an apologetic hug, I don't believe there was a reasonable amount. Even if I did all of the above, that was not my intention. How could it have been if I just wanted you to stop ignoring me and be my friend again? I was never even angry. I only shifted from being sad to forcibly calm. I just wanted more answers regarding this. I hate feeling like a bad guy. Even if I did something bad, I did not know that I did. Now I'm never going to hug anyone ever again. Thanks a lot. What details am I missing here? Please inform me. Be the lawyer you're trying to be, prove me wrong, and win the case. This is the perfect opportunity for you to bust out your super kick-ass lawyer skills. You're not going to let yourself lose to someone that never even went to law school, are you? Do you know how annoying it is to finally have the perfect life and not be able to share it with you? I hate hating you and want to forgive you, but I know that I never can. That's just the way things are, sadly. Oh, and if you still think I'm attacking you, you've been putting that emotion into the text. The inside voice doesn't always match what the writer intended. That's why I prefer vocal communication. Text can be very deceitful. The true emotion in my text is calm and cool with a touch of concern. Just imagine I told you everything while laid back and relaxed with my arms behind my neck, swinging in a hammock, sipping on a coconut drink, and wearing sunglasses. Don't imagine some angry Hulk smashing at his keyboard while screaming at the top of his lungs. Oh, and don't think I'm crazy for typing such long messages. I go through phases and that's just my thing now. Response number 12. Stop emailing me. Message number 27. Are you really going to be like this forever? Response number 13. Yes. Message number 28. Even if I do this for you? And then he leaves a link to a YouTube video, which I'm going to assume was the Rick Astley lip sync video. It's a brand new video that I just uploaded a few minutes ago. Watch it to the end. Despite the world demanding me to never forgive you and stay away forever, they don't know the real you. They don't even know your name. I know the real you, and you're not really all the things you've been criticized for. You've just been acting that way. I made mistakes too. I didn't assault you, but I still should have left you alone. I didn't know any better, okay? Now I do. We can continue hating each other, or we can bury all the crocodile dung that puked all over our friendship. Really, let's just catapult all that gnarly hair-engulfed gorilla crap to the sun. The hate is just annoying now. You really did hurt me, and maybe I'll never forgive you, but I still want to keep in touch. Yes, despite everything, I still do. Maybe we'll never be friends again, but may we at least say hi to each other at the bus stop? Otherwise it's awkward. I saw you earlier today and said hi, but you said nothing. Maybe you didn't hear me. I play tennis at UBC in the morning. Yes, I've moved on and have a girlfriend now, but I don't want you out of my life forever. That's why I made the video for you. I just want you to know that I'll always value the friendship we had. Someday I might fight for it again. It's never over though. You just think it is. There's always a chance. You just don't know it yet. If you need more time, let me know. Forever is ridiculous though. Most people keep in touch eventually. At least tell me what you did in California. Message number 29. Hi Alana. I just want you to know that I'm not giving up on you. Maybe not as a girlfriend. Maybe not even as a friend. But merely as someone I don't fully want out of my life. I just want to keep in touch. That is all. I want nothing more. I'll ask you how you're doing. You reply. That's it. Why am I not giving up on you? Because I know that you don't really want me out of your life forever. You know it too. Maybe you just think you don't. What do I have to do, and how long do I have to wait before we can merely keep in touch? I would really like to talk things over. I fully explained and justified my side of the story. Let me fully understand yours. Tell me exactly everything I did that upset you. I have the right to know, and I do not want to repeat the same mistakes to someone else. If I really am such a bad person, help me fully acknowledge it so I know how to further better myself as a human being. That would really help. As of right now, I just don't see it. I'm sorry, but I simply do not. What did I do that's so evil after we planned to hang out with Sam and Jonathan? Okay, so I excessively called, got too emotional, tried to block your path, and didn't realize that I couldn't change your mind about wanting to be left alone. I really should have known better. I wasn't thinking clearly, and now I laugh at myself when I look back. I did not hold myself together. I did not act cool. I did not respect you. I did not respect your space. I did not think rationally. Of course, crying while following and hugging you aren't going to work. I just made myself look like a total loser. Did I really create an apprehension, though? You had obviously changed your mind about hanging out with my friends and I because you needed more time. Therefore, I should have left you alone until the 27th. Yes, I was being very annoying. I was acting like a little bitch. That was my main problem, and I fully acknowledge it. Does that really justify an external cease of communication? I've manned up, admitted my faults, and learned. I'm not that kind of person anymore. I'm a lot stronger, wiser, smarter, and more mature now. Thought tears could change things. We do have them for a reason. Different reasons, though. I didn't realize that showing sadness and weakness was merely a repellent rather than a lure for compassion. You only want to be with happy and strong friends because they make you happy and strong. I would have been that person had I known I should have been. I'd have shown you that I'll always be that person now, no matter what. I can't prove all of it via email. That's simply impossible. I can say that I became the greatest superhero of all time, and that wouldn't mean shit until I proved it to you in real life. Would I go back in time to prevent everything from happening if I could? Absolutely not. Why? Because it motivated me to make some seriously needed changes in my life and myself. I probably would have moved back with my parents only to waste the rest of my life. Yes, I'd get you back as a friend, but with all due respect, would that have been worth the chance of never realizing that you aren't the girl I always thought you were? Erasing that knowledge would merely be hiding a lie. Sure, I still want to keep in touch with you. Yeah, I still value the friendship we had, but I know that it'll never be the same, and I'd rather know a negative truth than a positive lie. Maybe you can prove me wrong, though. Maybe you can prove that you still are the girl I always thought you were. Maybe I can prove that I am still the guy that you always thought I was. I was enduring the worst of my life. I had lost 3 of my friends forever, discovered that a former one of 10 years got brain damaged in a car accident, and was also in the process of losing you forever. Wahid had also fucked up eBay by refusing to ship all of the games that I sold, and I had no one to talk to. I was completely alone. How would you have felt? Did I really deserve to hear you say that you never want to see me again at that particular point in my life? Did I really need you to tell me that a restraining order may be filed against me? Why didn't you at least let me explain myself? Am I still trapped in a hole that reaches the center of the earth? Fuck no. I'm not a weakling. I'm a warrior. Any other guy would still be down there, but I crawled out a long time ago, and now I'm reaching for the stars. Yes, I do fully acknowledge that my analogies are pretty lame. I quickly shed the sadness for happiness by making many new friends, finding a wonderful girlfriend, buying a truck, learning how to play the guitar, getting a job that utilizes what I learned at digital design, involving myself in UBC through my roommate, and that's not even the half of it. I changed my life from being the worst to the best in just 1 month. That's a pretty big accomplishment. Remember when I said I was jobless, living with my parents, without a vehicle, wearing stupid shirts, foolishly pursuing acting as a career, and selling video games? I didn't do anything. I didn't have a life. I barely had any friends. You had actually liked me a lot more back then? I can now tell you that I own a unicorn with Justin Bieber and a palace on the moon, but it doesn't matter what I say because it all means shit until I prove it to you in real life. Sadly, you'd never let me do that, but I don't really care anymore anyway. I excessively called mainly because I kept thinking that your phone was off. The answering machine would either play instantly or after all the rings. Both are signs of a phone turned off. There's no way anyone would keep ignoring all the rings every time. You do keep it off a lot, and some phones that are off do not detect missed calls. Therefore, I kept thinking that you never even knew I called sometimes, and that you may have turned your phone back on after a while. If you had picked up more often to tell me to stop, then I wouldn't have called nearly as much. I still would have called too much. I won't deny that. After all, I did continue even after you told me to stop via Facebook. I did not respect your feelings and I acknowledge that. Your phone must have detected all those missed calls. Otherwise, the police wouldn't have been called. I'll never excessively call anyone again. I'd keep fighting off the burning impulse. Never realized its harassment. Never realized the damage it did. Wouldn't be able to anymore anyway now that I deactivated my phone. I communicate mainly via Facebook now. Positive actions can have bad intentions, and negative actions can have good intentions. All of my actions toward you had good intentions. Humiliation to stop a dangerous lifestyle? Good intention. I did not do it for revenge. Maybe you really weren't going to sleep with that pervert or a bunch of other random internet losers. It's just hard to believe now, especially when everyone else says I shouldn't. Long messages to prevent the breaking of a second friendship? Good intention. I did not insult you. I never called you any names or swore at you. I only told you how I felt. Discussing the situation on the internet to see what other people think for a potential resolution? Good intention. I did not spread rumors. I have the right to explain the situation and state my opinions and beliefs. Nobody even knows it's you. Name one thing I did that had a bad intention. I'm not going to explain my actions or criticize you anymore, because I only made things worse. I really don't care about all the things you've done anymore anyway. Yes, despite it all, I don't care anymore because I'm too understanding. I know why you did all the things you did. I can tell you why you did all the things you did. Understanding erases hate. If you still hate me, it's because you don't fully understand why I did all the things I did. Wow, I sound like Yoda. Lol. That's why talking things over can be such a great resolution, no matter how bad the situation is. Let's at least keep in touch and keep saying hi at the bus stop. Allow us to make everything up to each other. I'm sorry, but we're inevitably going to keep bumping into each other. I made too many friends at UBC, and now do many things there. I don't want to have to keep worrying about the awkwardness of merely bumping into you. Fine, don't forgive me. I don't want you to. I don't forgive you either. Move on as I have. Find a boyfriend. Do whatever you want. I don't care. Nobody is perfect, Alana. Everyone makes mistakes. Just drop it already. Do you really still care that much? Do you really need to agonize yourself by trying to unnecessarily, forcefully, and eternally cease communication? How do you know that's what you really need to do? Because you feel it? Why do you feel it? Because of your beliefs? How do you know they're right? What if they're wrong? Why not put them to the test by maturely talking to me about everything? Why not at least try to understand and resolve the problems first before coming to that conclusion? I know you'd change your mind if you did. Otherwise, we can immediately wipe the slate clean right now and just forget about the past. See how long it takes before we fight again because you'd be waiting forever. Trust me in that and let me show you. Just tell me what you did in California. Nicely converse with me via email for now at least, and see that we can eternally avoid all further bullshit. We only have one life to live. Let's just see what happens. If I'm wrong, then I'll buy you an oat bar and chai latte on a pink cheetah, singing Last Night by the Strokes in a truck. I actually went to California not too long ago myself. How else do you think I got that Donald Duck costume? No, I'm just kidding. I did get drunk there at Disneyland when I was a kid though, by drinking my uncle's vodka coke when he wasn't looking. Boy, did I have extra fun that day. I recently went to a really interesting yet disturbing talk at UBC the other day about human trafficking, and my roommate and I volunteered at the UBC REC Triathlon Duathlon last Sunday. Did you watch my John Lennon lip sync? Did I really do it just for you? Maybe. Why? Because I know we don't really want each other out of our lives forever. Did I make another one for you? Maybe. By the way, your blue nail polish is super cute. Message number 30. I broke up with Heidi, okay? I broke up with her just a little while ago now. She's real. There are pictures on my Facebook. I just didn't change the relationship status yet. I am trying to move on. Believe me, I am. This is very hard for me. Every breath is fire. I tried so hard to win you back. Believe me, I did. I was crazy about you, Alana. I really was, and I was willing to do whatever it took to win you back as a friend. I didn't realize how much you meant to me until you were gone. Right now, I just want you to talk to me again. That's all I want. I don't care about what you did to me anymore. What do I have to do? Tell me so I don't screw things up anymore because I don't know what to do. I just don't know. I know that you think I'm weird, crazy, creepy, psychotic, and obsessive, but I'm not. You know I'm not. I just never been in this situation before. All I do know is that I will do anything. Believe me, I will. I will not give up on you, Alana. If I am to avoid you for 5 entire months, I will do that. Fuck forever, though. That's bullshit and I know you don't mean it. If I avoid you for 5 entire months, will you at least talk to me again? I'll even try to move as far away as possible and cease all contact for 5 entire months. I mean it. No contact at all. Not even a single email. I will do it if there's a chance that you'll talk to me again. Let me try. Let me make everything up to you. That's all I ask. Just please don't call the police. Yes, there really is a real fucking movie being made and it's going to be big. I didn't lie when I told you that you're the prettiest girl out there. That's partly why you'd be perfect for one of the characters. You would have been a star and had a kick-ass time. This is not another stupid ploy to win you back. Trust me on that. I would have had Raphael contact you about it. He's the producer, director, and a great friend of mine. I'm one of the characters myself and help with the storyboarding and graphic design. We're part of a giant film crew and already have begun production. I would have proven this all to you and given you the details if you wanted. I'm not going to bug you about it anymore. Do what you want. The Rick Astley lip sync is intentionally beyond cheesy. I thought I could win you back with humor, sweetness, and guts. One of my stupid friends advised me to make it for you. I'm sorry you hate it so much. You'll never see it again because I just shut down my entire YouTube channel. See for yourself. It's gone forever. Happy now? You think I'm following you? Are you kidding me? I have tennis lessons that start at 9:30 in UBC. Think I'm bullshitting? Check the winter guide. I also play with friends there in the morning. Tell me why you think I'm following you. What evidence do you have? None? Exactly. It's been almost a month since all that stupid shit happened. It's not that big of a deal. You're overreacting. I'm sorry for all the shit I did. Believe me, I am. Please forgive me or I'll always feel bad about it. I am a better person now. Trust me on that. I never bugged you when you didn't want to talk to me at the bus stop. I left you alone and respected your space. You cannot deny that. Walk away and I will not follow you. I did not get emotional. Not even a bit. I was cool and contained and you cannot deny that either. I also barely called you lately. I told you that I do not repeat mistakes. Yes, I made a lot of them, but they were all new. Please respond. Message number 31. I know why you think I'm following you. Allow me to explain. I saw a million green flyers at UBC for the St. Patrick's Day club crawl. Then a UBC friend invited me via Facebook to go to the St. Patrick's Day pub crawl. I quickly glanced at the name and thought it was the other one. The name, date, and price are nearly identical. Don't believe me? Go here. www.studenttours.com. It's an honest mistake and I just discovered that you're going, okay? See, there's a perfectly good explanation for everything. I'm definitely not going anymore. Go have fun. On to the next subject. Alana, I'm sorry. I'm sorry from the bottom of my heart. Believe me, I am. I fucked up. I fucked up big time. I got crazy because I was still deeply in love with you. I thought I wasn't, but I realized I was after you were gone. I don't know if I can ever fully get over you. I just don't know. All I do know is that I can't live with myself for all the shit I've done until you find it in your heart to forgive me. I just can't. Please forgive me so I can forgive myself. I worked so hard to change my life around for you. I really, really did. I can't think straight. Sometimes I can't sleep at night. I miss talking to you so much that it hurts. It physically hurts. I'm living in hell, and sometimes I feel like I just can't go on anymore. Every breath stings and I don't know how to win you back. I just don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. I don't know how I'm supposed to act. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. All I do know is that there must be a way. I believe there still is hope and that's what keeps me going. Everything I did pushed you further away, and I'm sorry for that. I tried everything. I really did. I'm not giving up though. I just don't know what else to do. You hate me and I hate myself. I don't know what to do to change that, but I am willing to stay out of your life for 5 entire months. I'm not kidding, Alana. I will move as far away as possible for 5 entire months if it means that there's a chance I can at least talk to you again. Would you at least think about it? I'm willing to do whatever it takes just to talk to you again. I'll seriously do anything. I just want this nightmare to end. We don't even have to be friends again. I know you don't want to talk to me anymore. I know I'm not supposed to talk to you anymore. You're the only person that can help me through this though. Nobody else can. They tried, but they just cannot. Please talk to me for just a little bit. That's all I ask. Maybe then I can move on. I just can't right now. I need more answers first. Why won't you let me show you that I can still be the man you fell in love with a long time ago? I don't want you to remember me like this. I really don't. I want you to remember me as before, and I would make that happen. Do you have any questions? Any questions regarding anything? Because I can explain everything. Believe me, I can. I can convince you to forgive me if you let me. I seriously don't know how much more I can take, and I'm not kidding. Please let me talk to you if I do call you again. Please just listen to what I have to say before hanging up. Just one phone call. I know I can change your mind. If I can't, then I'll never call you again. That's all I ask. Response number 14. Take that video down, you asshole. Why the hell did you post that on a UBC law page? Message number 32. I deleted the video along with my entire YouTube channel. What are you talking about? What did I post on a UBC law page? Response number 15. Never mind, I thought you did. But seriously, take all that shit you have on me off the internet. Game Dude official stuff too. Tell him to take it off. Oh, and stop emailing me or I will call the police. Message number 33. I thought I was invited to the St. Patrick's Day club crawl. Turned out it was the St. Patrick's Day pub crawl. They're two simultaneous events with similar names and price. I didn't even see that it's on UBC Law. Go to www.studenttours.com and you'll see that it's nearly identical. It's an honest mistake. I'm not going anymore anyway, okay? I'm not following you. Please stop these false accusations. I'm sorry you hate the video. I know I've been coming across as really creepy. I just want the nightmare to end. If I cease all contact with you for 5 entire months, will you at least talk to me online again? That's all I ask. Message number 34. I deleted my entire YouTube channel. I have no powers over the videos that I never uploaded. Please stop threatening to call the police. Tell me what I have to do to get you to talk to me again. I'm really in a lot of pain. I know I fucked up. I'll do anything to make it up to you. I'll leave you alone for 5 months. 5 whole months. Can we talk online again just to keep in touch? Message number 35. I know exactly how you feel. I am going to tell you exactly how you feel. You are overwhelmed. You are psychologically and emotionally overwhelmed. You want some space. You want to be left alone. You're trying to forget about me but can't. The emails and phone calls sting. Your heart stings. You're confused and frustrated. Something reminds me of you and you cry inside. You're sad because you feel you must eternally ignore the only person you could ever truly open up to about everything. The one person that listened to whatever you had to say must stay out of your life forever now. You're sad and lonely, but you're hiding it. You have to hide it. You're not allowed to show it. You must show the entire world that you're okay, that you have already moved on. Inside, you are screaming. You feel hurt. Hurt because of what I, a former best friend, boyfriend, and someone you once loved, did. You're scared and angry because you don't understand why I did the things I did. Why would I think an emotionally apologetic hug would win you back? You just wanted it all to stop. You must avoid me for it all to stop. That's the only way. I'm only making it more difficult for you to do what needs to be done. Memories flood back, but you must endure them to pursue your goal. I'm a pest. An interference with your education. I'm needy, obsessive, demanding, emotional, messed up, a creep, stalker. I care too much about everything. I can't let things go. I never listen to you. I deny everything that you tell me. I always think that I'm right and you're wrong. I don't respect you. I don't think or care about your feelings. You want to sleep with other guys. You feel I can't be okay with that. You want to be with someone that doesn't care, that doesn't give a shit. You're sick of all the agony. You do not want to put up with it anymore. Enough is enough. You just want to be happy again. That's all you want. You're tired of guys treating you like shit. You search far and wide for Mr. Right, but you just can't find him and it aggravates you. You want to believe that I'm different, but feel that you know I haven't changed at all. I'm exactly the same. I can never change. I'll never learn from my mistakes. I only said that to get you back. You're happier without me. You hate me but miss me at the same time. You've cried a lot but feel that you must stand by your decision. You have to because I'll always be annoying and keep hurting you. You hate knowing that I'm dating other girls, but you feel you must accept it. I can never be the man you once loved. You want to believe what I say. You really do, but you feel that you can't. You don't trust my words anymore. I'm a liar. Everything I said and did was just a dumb ploy to get you back. Flowers? Really? I'm going to buy your love back now? Pathetic. I secretly want you to be my girlfriend again. I made up all the other ones solely to make you jealous. I was associated with the troll. My intent was revenge at Starbucks. My Rick Astley lip sync was to mock you. I twisted the truth around to turn it all against you. That is exactly what you're thinking and feeling. I know you well enough, Alana. Maybe even more than yourself, and definitely more than everyone else. I understand you fully. Believe me, I do. I have a gift, Alana. I do. I see people, I see you. Okay, I'll stop with the Titanic quotes. You don't deserve all this. You really don't. Rest assured that you do have me all wrong now, but I can only prove it to you in real life if you let me. That's the only way, Alana. Knowledge is doubtless. Beliefs aren't. Part of you will always subconsciously doubt your decisions because they're based on beliefs. Now you can either put your beliefs to the test or live with that doubt. It's up to you. I might be able to get all your shit off the internet. I might have the power. It would take a lot of hard work, but I think it can be done. I'll try my best, but only if you be nice to me and listen to what I have to say. Just listen to what I have to say, Alana, before you tell me to go away. I will fight to the death just to get you to talk to me again. Do you hear? I will never give up on you. Why? Because I know I still have a chance. You just think I don't. I fucked up big time and I'm deeply sorry from the bottom of my heart for everything. I got crazy because I still love you and miss you very much. I got so hurt, so traumatized by everything that I went insane. I was creepy. I was obsessive, especially with the freakishly long emails, like this one. I was everything I never thought I'd ever be. Traumatization brings out the worst in people. I totally understand why you never want to see me again. I really do, but I've suffered enough, Alana. Believe me, I have. I'm trapped in hell. I hate myself. I can't live with myself because of what I did, because of how I acted. I'm dying inside. I really am. How much more agony must I endure? I'll do whatever it takes to make everything up to you. I'd climb Mount Everest for you. You told me that you would give me one last chance, but you never did. Please give me that chance. Just let me be nice to you. I promise to never upset you ever again and make you as happy as possible. I thought of a solution. I am going to tell you the solution. Sure, the surprise factor would be gone, but I must tell you rather than show you because I'm sick of making myself look like a total loser. I have all these ideas that I think are brilliant until they turn out to be horrible. Blame my lack of experience for that. Here's what I have in mind. What if I gave you a ring? A promise ring. Maybe even get an expensive diamond ring that symbolizes the final chance. If I break my promise, give it back to me and I'll stay out of your life forever. One criticism. One annoyance. Even if I slightly upset you in any way possible. Take off the ring. I'm gone for good. Yes, that's how much you mean to me. Yes, that's how crazy I am about you. I will literally do whatever it takes until the day I die to merely get you back into my life. We don't have to be in a relationship again. We don't even have to be friends again. I just want peace, forgiveness, and slight communication between us. That's all I want. I will give you the ring and fully exit your life for a long time. I will move far away and you will not hear or see me for a few months. Maybe even a few years. I need enough time to better myself. I'm serious, Alana. If this can be my last chance, I will take it. You're right. You should stay away from me right now. I'm too emotionally distressed. Would you take the ring, Alana, if I gave it to you? Do that for me and I'll do whatever it takes to get your shit off the internet. I do have a few other questions. Number 1. When exactly did you decide to never talk to me again? A. Around the time we were supposed to hang out with Sam and Jonathan? B. The day you told me. Number 2. What's the worst thing that I did to you? What's the main reason you hate me? A. Cheating thing? B. Assault thing? C. Excessive contact? D. Other. Number 3. How did you not cheat on me? If I had never talked to you that day, would everything be fine by now? Would you have met me on the 27th? Answers to those questions would really, really help. You want all of your shit off the internet? Then work with me here. Let's get to the bottom of this. I need to know exactly why you hate me so much. Going to call the police? Don't bother. I'll call them myself. I'll turn myself in. I'll let them punish me for all the bullshit I did if it means you'll talk to me again. I won't sit back and do nothing. I can win you back. I know I can. Let me try. Just please let me try. Let me change your mind. You brought happiness into my life. It's meaningless without you. It really is, and always will be. Message number 36. Dated the 17th of March, 2013. Thank you for ignoring my last apologetic email. That's exactly what I needed you to do. Now I know that I deserve to move on. Not need. Allow me to explain. I needed to try my absolute best to get you to forgive me, for merely reacting childishly to your cheating. Sounds stupid because it is, and that's all I did. You did not forgive me. You failed the test miserably, and now the nightmare is finally over. Now I can live with myself. Why? Because if you can't forgive the mess that you created, then why should I feel bad at all? Why should I forgive you? Why should I want you back? You should have apologized to me, not the other way around. Your meat cheating with a complete stranger and disgustingly perverted internet creep behind my back severely fucked me up. A 3-year first love and first relationship was basically shat on by a sick rhinoceros. Holy shit did it fuck me up. That would fuck anyone up. I was perfectly fine before. So brutal. So traumatizing. How could you do that to me? How could you do that to yourself? You won't forgive the person you royally fucked up? Laughably heartless. I would have forgiven you for what you did to me, Alana. The rest of the world wouldn't have, but I would have. I truly would have. All you had to do is forgive me. Yes, I should have handled the situation much, much better, but can you really blame me? You torpedoed me into a black hole. You ripped my heart out and smashed it with a sledgehammer. Again with the sledgehammer. You blended my brain and totally fucked up my mind. I also greatly lacked experience. Every stupid thing I did combined is still mountainously overshadowed by what you did. First girlfriend, first true love, only true love, first handhold, first kiss, first everything. I'm 22, never had a date before. We were together for around 3 years. Around 3 entire years. We were in a closed relationship. Boyfriend and girlfriend without the titles. We promised to only sleep with each other. You told me that you didn't even want to kiss other guys. You did not break up with me. We were not just friends. That's a lie. We were even almost officially boyfriend and girlfriend. Now days. Merely days later I see the conversation. You weren't going to sleep with him? Bullshit. Why did you meet him? To get his autograph? Attempted cheating is still cheating. How did you not realize he was a troll? I want to cry as I type this. I'm going to throw up. It all makes me so fucking sick that I just want to die. This shit should have happened to me when I was 12. Not 24. I would have been immune to it by now. I'm new to all this, Alana. I'm new to all this hurt. All this agony. I'm not like other guys that can endure it. They've experienced this pain when they were kids. Not 24. They know how to maturely handle this situation. They have a lot of experience. They know what to do. I did not. I was lost. I know what I have to do now, but I still suffer and cry inside every day. You don't give a fuck? Good. I'm glad. Another reason why I shouldn't hate myself. I will heal and move on. Just watch me. I will find someone that treats me with respect and forget about you. I was your best friend, boyfriend, a man you truly loved. Instantly thrown away for some random internet douche? That conversation is an absolute joke. People don't believe it's real. I'm not kidding. It would actually make a hilarious short film. I only showed chunks of it and removed your name and picture. I needed to know what other people thought. I told you to stay away from my family. You should have talked to me if you have a problem. We're not kids anymore. I do not creep your social media. I never impersonated anyone. That's bullshit. I even have you blocked on Facebook. I do not follow you. I play tennis at 9:30 in UBC every Monday and Wednesday. In fact, I need you to take the bus after mine from now on. Stop with the false accusations already. Oh, and have fun taking down those videos. I'm not helping you with that anymore. I only deleted my YouTube channel because it got infested with trolls. I'll make a new one and bring back the Game Dude videos later. Maybe someday you'll realize what you've done and lost. You did not listen. You let our friendship fail. I should have eternally ignored you the second I discovered you cheated. That's what I should have done. Stupid me. Never apologize to a cheater. That's just pathetic. Obviously I wasn't thinking clearly. You didn't cheat? Why did you barely defend yourself then? Don't talk to me ever again. I don't want you back. Ever. I mean it this time. I really do. Stay out of my life forever. I need to leave. I need to move far away from everything. Being in the same area kills me. Have fun with the fact that you cheated and destroyed first true love. I am sending that tagged conversation to your mom. I'm telling her the full story. I'm doing it for your own good. She needs to know what you've been doing. She needs to help you because I can't anymore. I just don't want anything bad to happen to you, Alana. Despite everything, I still really don't, okay? I'm not sorry. I don't forgive you. You don't need to run away from the mess you created anymore. I'm gone forever. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Goodbye. Message number 37. Holy shit. What else have you been telling people? I'm the victim, not you. You cheated. All the bullshit I did was a reaction to your cheating, and a reflection of the totally fucked up conversation that should not have involved any girl like you. All of it. Everything you did severely fucked me up. You destroyed everything, not me. Now you will stop spreading rumors. If I go to the same event as you, it's either coincidental or because I was invited. I have the right to go to any event I want. I do UBC shit mainly through my roommate, so leave me alone. I never want to see you again. If you see me at a bus stop, I'm there for a legitimate reason. You will continue to see me at bus stops. It is inevitable. We share the area now. I will move far away as soon as I can. You will not enter my bus. You will not talk to my fans, friends, or family. You will stop all of these lies and false accusations, or I will be the one calling the police. The only thing you may accuse me of doing were excessive contact and acting like a complete moron that day by not realizing I couldn't change your mind about wanting to be left alone. Blame lack of experience and having a mental breakdown for that. I talked to the police. I never assaulted you. Lack of intent. Lack of knowledge. Stop telling everyone I did. The objective of the hug was to display enough sadness for compassion that you heartlessly did not give. Do I make myself clear? Message number 38. I could have been the dream boyfriend. I really could have. I did everything for you. For us. Everything. I changed my entire life for us. I moved close to you. You never even saw the place furnished. I got a full-time job. Then I got a movie job. Got a truck. Learned how to sing while playing the guitar. Learned how to play tennis better. Made many new friends. Got better clothes. Actually did shit with my life like kayaking and horseback riding. Made lots of money. I became everything you ever wanted and did it all just for you. Why did it all mean nothing to you? What have you done for me? You never even thanked me for the necklace I gave you. So unappreciative. Why were you so mean? You never want to see me again? No, I never want to see you again. I barely did anything wrong. Everything I did was a reaction to all the things you did to me. While I was changing my life for you, you planned to sleep with that creep. While I was crying and stupidly apologizing, you told me to die. I was on the floor. I was harmless. You did it solely to inflict further pain, and that's evil. One of my friends killed himself over a breakup. Those words can kill. We would have had so much fun. We would have gone to many concerts. I would have taught you how to play the guitar. We would have hung out with my new friends. We would have driven my truck everywhere. I would have taught you how to drive. You would have been a star in the movie. Everything would have been a dream. Everything only would have gotten better. Every day I continue to realize how horrible you were to me. I will share my life with someone that appreciates me. I want you to realize what you lost. I do not want you to treat the next person like shit. Message number 39. I will call the police if you keep spreading false accusations. That is a criminal offense. Do I make myself clear? I have the right to defend myself and will do so now with extreme logic, reason, justification, and explanation. Number 1. Troll association. If I was associated with that troll, then why did I lash out at the troll? My insults were uploaded onto YouTube. Why would I humiliate myself? Game Dude Official's video. And then he leaves a link to that video. Number 2. Humiliation. I did it solely to stop your dangerous lifestyle. Not revenge. It was a good intention that may have been badly executed due to lack of experience. Perhaps I should have talked to you privately. For that I apologize. Number 3. Excessive contact. Needed answers. I apologize. Number 4. Stalking. Night. Do you honestly think that I waited by your gate until past 10 o'clock? I live 5 minutes away. I was on my way from Shoppers when I coincidentally found you. I was allowed to talk to you because you told me a few days ago that you would have hung out with my friends and I if you weren't sick. Why did I talk to you? Answers. You left me in the dark. Was ignoring my phone calls a clear indicator to be left alone? No, because I thought you were too sick to talk. You even told me by the gate that you'd call another time. Why did you ignore me by the gate? Perhaps you merely thought I was stalking you. Sent an explanatory message. Morning. I was on my way to Shoppers before going to UBC. Holy shit, I coincidentally found you by the gate again. I know it's hard to believe, but it's true. It really was just a big fucking coincidence. I've never lied to you. Therefore, you do not have any reason not to believe me. Thought you always left the house earlier than 10 o'clock. I was startled and was going to hide because I didn't want to explain myself. Then I was afraid that you'd seen me hiding and that would look even creepier, so I decided just to talk to you. Still needed answers anyway. Why did I walk past your house from and to Shoppers? Why not? Nice neighborhood, away from the noise and pollution. On the way, you didn't hate me yet. I decided to skip Shoppers and go directly to UBC so we could keep talking. You were not walking away from me. You were merely walking to school. You would have ran if you truly wanted me to leave you alone. You did talk to me. Never told me to go away. Maybe you showed it emotionally, but I was too emotional to notice. That's why clear indicators are so important. Man noticed, but I didn't believe him. You finally told me to take a different bus. That was the first clear indicator. Would have been stalking had I continued to follow you. I did not. Didn't have to go to UBC yet. I apologize for not holding myself together. Afternoon. I did wait for you to play the sax. Call it stalking, but I thought it'd be okay if I romantically played a song for you. Happens in the movies. You walked away. I followed to explain myself. I should have left you alone. For that I apologize. Why didn't I? Answers. Thought I could change your mind. I apologize for not holding myself together again. Bus stop. Sometimes I play tennis at UBC in the morning. Starts at 9:30. Number 5. Assaults. Did I try to block your path? Yes. Why? Wanted to keep talking to you privately. Did I stop once I realized I couldn't convince you to stay? Yes. Why couldn't I convince you? Maybe you would have been late to school. Had you clearly indicated that you wanted to be left alone yet? No. Did I hug you? Yes. Why? Thought displaying enough sadness would get compassion in return. Did I stop once I realized you truly wanted me to? Yes. Took a while though because you never did anything like push me away or tell me to stop. Had you clearly indicated that you wanted to be left alone yet? No. Number 6. Rumors. Why did I explain our situation on the internet? Thoughts. Why? To prove you wrong. Why? To resolve everything. Did I have the right? Yes. Did I lie? No. I merely stated my perspective. Did I hide your identity? Yes. Number 7. Insults. Did I swear at you? No. Did I call you names? No. I merely criticized you. Why? So you'd learn from your mistakes. Why? So you won't lose any more friends. Number 8. Lip syncs. Did I make them after breaking up with my girlfriend? Yes. Did I think they'd win you back? Yes. Did I realize it was a stupid attempt? Yes. Number 9. Creeping. Did I have you blocked? Yes. Was I coincidentally invited to the same event? Yes. Did I think it was a different event with a similar name that was widely advertised? Yes. Did I not go once I realized you were going? Yes. There. Done. Miss anything? Any questions? Am I clear? Message number 40. This is Alex. This is my new email address. Deleted the other one because it got infested with spam. I don't know why you still hate me. I did nothing bad and can explain everything. You just think I can't, but I can. I can explain every single major and minor thing. I've already explained a lot. I'm not the person you think I am. I wasn't being myself. Don't want to talk? Don't want to listen? Good. I don't want you to anymore. I just want you to stop spreading false accusations. Oh, and please don't block past culprit anymore. I'm there a lot. Okay? Thanks. Blocking your email now. Emails after 1 month of no contact. Message number 1, dated on the 29th of April, 2013. Alana, you deserve a full and proper apology for all of the heartache I ever forced you to endure. It is overwhelmingly long because I have done so much. I want to erase the negative energy I selfishly bestowed upon you because I want you to be happier. I do not fully know why everything happened, but I will still try my best to make sense of it all. Just know that sometimes I even misunderstand myself. I am totally okay with your decision to end our relationship. I am sorry for making you unhappy around the end of it. I tried to regrow it so fast that I killed it by never considering your feelings. I am sorry for being so abusive. I never should have been so persistently, impatiently, and forcefully demanding. I feel so possessive and controlling for making you feel so owned, pressured, and overwhelmed. I never should have used anger or sadness to force or guilt you into giving me what I wanted, or taken back presents to guilt you into apologizing. Returning them did not return the love within them. I feared you stopped caring about me. I only upset you and made you feel more defensive by closing your heart from wanting to give me what I wanted. I feel so mean, inconsiderate, selfish, pathetic, and irresponsible for making you feel so hurt, upset, resentful, uncared, and disrespected. I feel like such a pathetic crybaby for making you feel so repulsed. I should have contained and controlled my emotions or given us space when we needed it, and then talked to you nicely and rationally once we were ready. I also should have politely asked once, and been patient had you agreed, or understanding had you not. Then I might have gotten that apology, compassion, love poem, present, phone call, invitation to hang out with you and your friends again, or whatever else I wanted had you felt I rightfully deserved it, and they would have all have been meaningful because they all would have come from the heart. I never should have forced promises. That's why I might have gotten false ones. I never should have forcefully tried to change your mind. That is why I might have gotten untruths. I should have sought for real solutions instead. Then I might have become your best friend again. I never should have blamed, criticized, insulted, or accused you, nor should I have ever made assumptions or excuses. I wanted to guilt you back and avoid having to better myself. I only cowardly ran away from the root problems. I should have taken full responsibility for my actions and behavior like a man. I should have been more understanding and guiding while treating you much nicer. Then you never would have rightfully reacted. Then you might not have been as inclined to meet other guys. Then I might have become your boyfriend again. I am sorry for sending you so many long, desperate, and insulting messages. Please delete and completely disregard all of them. I take back all those bullshit words. I never meant any of them. You are actually the sweetest and most caring person I have ever met. I was just being super emotional and manipulative. Although I did not lie, I still wrongfully used truths and beliefs as tools to lure you back by flaunting and over-exaggerating them. Everything I said was to lure you back, and I said and did everything. That is partly why I acted so desperate, cheerful, hurtful. I cannot believe I actually thought those pathetic messages would work, but I did not know what else to do. I only made every mistake in the book. I should have sent you one proper, apologetic, and explanatory message. I am sorry for accusing you of cheating. I feel so narrow-minded and mistrusting for making you feel so misunderstood. I was just so angry and convinced that I blindly and immediately jumped to conclusions. I should have known you better. That you just wanted to meet the guy. I am sorry for arguing with you so much. I feel so ignorant, stupid, and stubborn for making you feel so frustrated and helpless. I was always too insecure to admit I am wrong. I should have deflated my ego and been willing to learn from such a smart girl. You essentially told me everything in this message. You wanted me to better myself because you really cared about me, even though I neglected your feelings for so long. You tried to save our friendship. You endured so much of my bullshit. I ignored you because I thought you were just being mean. I still do not know how I spread rumors about you, for I always hid your identity, but I still never should have discussed our situation online. I wanted answers and truly thought the internet would convince you that I am right, to make you apologize, to resolve everything. You never had anything to apologize for. I misunderstood, and I really did assault you. I was wrong and so was the internet. I never should have put my faith in the hands of a bunch of typewriting monkeys that made the switch. I cannot believe I actually believed them over you. I am still trying my best to erase you off the internet, but it is a losing battle. I am sorry for humiliating you so much. I feel so pathetic, mean, and inconsiderate for making you feel so embarrassed. I never should have been so crazy outside or at Purdy's. You even had to leave before you could get anything. I never should have been such an asshole at Starbucks. I never should have even looked at you. I was just so angry and inexperienced that I overreacted by letting my emotions take over. Upon seeing the conversation, I actually should have ceased all contact with you immediately for 1 month to contain and control my emotions. I actually needed space first. Then I would have thought rationally, for anger consumed all rational thought. And unfortunately the page cuts off here, so there were more emails, but we don't get to read any of them. They are unfortunately lost to time. Part 9. The Calls. Alana's Call. Hi, I have some issues with someone who is stalking me. I was not stalking you. Okay, are they with you right now? No, like I'm in my house right now. I'm safe right now. You were always safe. Okay, but he basically followed me home? Basically? When I got off the bus from work, and then he kind of followed me to my house. Kind of? See, you're trying to turn assumptions into facts. I never saw you get off the bus. I was stealing Wi-Fi at Culprit, where the bus stop is invisible. It was a major fluke that we almost crossed paths at the intersection. Because you arrived there before me, you looked to the right when you heard me blow my nose. Instead of ignoring me, you chose to wait for me to walk up to you because you assumed that I planned for our paths to cross. You called me disgusting for blowing my nose and accused me of stalking you when I wasn't. Why would I blow my cover by blowing my nose if I planned for our paths to cross? I didn't even see you until you said something because I was looking down. Because I was trying my best to make peace and I had just given you a diamond ring, I had to stand up for myself. You don't understand that your home was often en route between mine and many other destinations. I was going to walk past it anyway. Because you waited for me, you synchronized our journeys, so it looked like I was following you to your home, but I wasn't. Had you said nothing, I never would have known that you were there, and I would have walked past your home anyway. What you believe is nothing but a giant misunderstanding. At the time, I found it very weird that you were just standing in front of my path, waiting for me to walk up to you. It looked like you were stalking me. And I opened a file a few months ago about someone stalking me, and I kind of let it go for a few months because I was really busy with school, but right now I have some time. Sounds like you weren't too bothered. So, I don't know. I just don't know what to do about it. You didn't need to do anything about it. I wasn't stalking you. And every day he is like in my neighborhood. Our neighborhood. Sitting on benches and in coffee shops. Minding my own business in my own neighborhood that you happen to share. I was sitting on benches in free Wi-Fi as I did not have internet at home, surfing the internet on my iPhone, watching movies or video game playthroughs, basically doing whatever I could to escape reality. Occasionally I'd play Mario Kart 7 online, read books, or stare blankly into space, pondering over how my first love and best friend for nearly 4 years could be so evil. Yes, I sat on them for hours, but you don't understand that you've hurt the core of my being, and I didn't have the will to do anything else. Nowhere else could I get free, good Wi-Fi, be outside in the beautiful weather, talk loudly on Skype, and not eventually be forced to buy food. I could also bring food from anywhere. I was there for me, not you, and I had told you that many times. You broke me and I was trapped in your area. Everything constantly reminded me of you. Why couldn't you let me suffer in peace? If I was stalking you, I wouldn't allow myself to be out in the open. I'd usually sit inside the coffee shops when it got cold or rainy. And it really creeps me out because it feels like he is just watching to see when I am going to get off the bus. I can't even see your home, or any of the bus stops, from the benches or inside and outside any of the coffee shops. Well, I can see one of the bus stops from Take 5 Cafe, but my eyes were almost always locked onto my iPhone anyway. And he tries to come up to me if he sees me. I only did that a few times to show you that I meant no harm. I always returned immediately when you indicated that you wanted me to go away. I wanted you to be aware of the fact that I would not bug you anymore after you told me to go away, and I did just that. I thought by doing that, we could eventually continue to live peacefully in the same area. I hated being leered at by your mom. You made me feel like a creep, so I thought by showing you that I will immediately leave when asked to, that would reverse the negative image you had of me. Had you merely told me to go away that night instead of insulting me continuously, I would have immediately. I didn't though because I had to stand up for myself. Okay, and did that happen today? Yeah, today. I think he saw me get off the bus. You think I saw you? As in you think you saw me see you and assumed I had planned for our paths to cross? If you think you saw me see you, why didn't you reroute? Or did you not see me at all but assumed that I must have seen you and then planned for our paths to cross? Well, guess what? I didn't see you because I was never by the bus stop. I was at Culprit, stealing Wi-Fi, where the bus stop is invisible. Can you not comprehend the fact that our paths almost crossing is just another fluke? You're so set on believing that I was stalking you that you took flukes and threw assumptions at them. It makes me feel like a creep. If we live in the same area, and I'm always outside because I'm an outside person, we're going to run into each other every now and then, and that's all there is to it. How do I know that you didn't spy on me at Culprit, waiting for me to leave, and then plan to cross paths with me? After all, you knew that I was there because your mom told you 3 hours in advance. That's a more likely scenario since I couldn't have known that you were going to exit the bus at 9:45. I didn't even know you had the job. And then he walks up to me. You were waiting for me to walk up to you at the intersection. And then he was yelling at me. You called me disgusting for blowing my nose and accused me of stalking you after I tried my best to make peace and had just sold all of my consoles to buy you a diamond ring. I couldn't bottle the pain any longer. And bothering me? I had to stand up for myself. And walking to my house. I was going to walk past it anyway. It was on one of the fastest routes between Culprit and my home. I told you to tell me if you want me to avoid your home via email, but you never did. And he followed you right to your house? Yeah. You waited for me to walk up to you. You synchronized our journeys. Had you not waited for me, I never would have seen you and would have walked past your home anyway, which again was on the way back to mine from Culprit. What time did this happen? 10 minutes ago? He is actually downstairs outside my building right now, and he's buzzing to get in. I wasn't buzzing to get in. I was buzzing to ask you questions. At the time, I had no idea why you were standing right in front of my path at the intersection, waiting for me to walk up to you. It was creepy, and you were just standing there, crossing your arms as if you were stalking me. Now I understand that our paths almost crossing was just another fluke. You saw me when you heard me blow my nose while I was looking down, and that's when you stopped and waited for me to walk up to you. If I wanted to get in, I would have followed her through the gate. You're at home and safe now, right? He can't get in? She was always safe and I never wanted to get in. I just wanted answers. Again, if I wanted to get in, I would have followed her through the gate. He can't get in, no. Where is the bus stop that he followed you from? Vine and 4th? I never followed her from the bus stop. I never even saw her exit the bus. How is it that our paths crossed if I followed her? I never planned for our paths to cross. In fact, our paths wouldn't have crossed anyway, for I was a distance away when she waited for me to walk up to her at the intersection. Did she not say that she merely thought I saw her at the bus stop? Like she merely assumed it? All of these assumptions and misunderstandings make me sick. How long has this been going on for? Quite a long time. I think since March or February. Who is he buzzing? Trying to get in? Again, I wasn't trying to get in. My sweet? Okay, he can't get in though, right? No, it's like gated. I didn't want to get in. Even if she opened the gate, I wouldn't have entered. Oh, okay. It's a gated building, so he is not just at the front door, but he is outside the gate? Okay, we will have police see you there. Don't let him in, okay? If he somehow does manage to get into the area, give us a call back on 911. I never wanted to get in. I just wanted to know why she was waiting for me at the intersection, as it was really creepy. Thanks for making me feel like a freak. Alana's mother's call. Vancouver Police Emergency. Last Monday we had an incident with an ex-boyfriend of my daughter. An incident formed solely upon misunderstandings. How long ago did you see him? Just a few minutes ago as I was driving to my driveway, and he is in the neighborhood again. He was all week. Of course I was in the neighborhood all week. I lived in it. He's on 4th and U? He's there now, and he was there last night. I just didn't report it. I was just hoping that maybe he would just go away. From my own area? And not do this anymore. Do what? Watch movies on my iPhone on a bench and free Wi-Fi in the beautiful weather? I can do whatever I want in my own area. Why did I have to go away? Hovering around our neighborhood? Yes, our neighborhood. He's been waiting all evening? I wasn't waiting for anyone. I was surfing the internet on my iPhone, minding my own business. If I want to do that all day, that's my problem and not yours. Every time I talked to Alana, I immediately returned when she indicated that she wanted me to go away. I only persisted to follow her before she told me that it's over forever. And my daughter comes home from work tonight, so I'm sure that he's there waiting for her. See, I couldn't do anything in my own area without being assumed that I was watching her. Did they expect me to stay inside my house? And he will be following her again. Ugh. So he's following her and has followed her in the past? I only followed her before she told me that it's over forever. That's when she kept telling me that she'd talk to me later. I couldn't bottle the pain any longer and just wanted answers. After she told me that it's over forever, I almost always left her alone immediately after she indicated that she wanted me to. I only hesitated a few times and persisted that night when she kept insulting me and waited for me to walk up to her. She followed me 2 cities away even though I kept telling her to go away and ran a few times. This whole thing is so hypocritically unfair and stupid. Well, he followed her last Monday night home. She waited for me to walk up to her at the intersection to insult me before continuing to walk back home. Her home happened to be on the way back to mine from Culprit. I was going to walk past it anyway. She was basically walking with me until she reached her home.
I would never have known she was there had she not waited for me or insulted me. I could have gone out of my way to avoid walking past her home, but why should I have rewritten my life to go around her negative existence? I even told her to tell me via email if she wanted me to avoid walking past her home, but she never did. And there was an incident, but this is why we phoned the police. There is a warrant for his arrest now. Where did you see him last? 4th and U. In which direction was he going? He was just sitting. He sits at the benches there. He was there all evening, last night too. Yeah, stealing Wi-Fi and minding my own business. So you just saw him sitting there at the corner? Yeah, he is always sitting there, or sitting at the next corner across the street. Minding my own business. I have actually seen him during the week hanging around again. Yeah, sometimes I'm on the internet for hours. Did you not see my eyes locked onto the iPhone? I can't exactly look for her and at the iPhone simultaneously. I decided a few more days, let him go away, please God, you know what I mean? Shut the fuck up, you paranoid hawk. Go away from my own area? Why? I enjoyed watching movies on my iPhone or playing Mario Kart 7 online on a bench and free Wi-Fi in the beautiful weather. I was suicidally depressed and I did not have the will to do anything else. It's what kept me going. I wasn't even allowed to escape reality. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like I didn't really want to make this call, you know what I mean? You never had to. Oh yeah, that's understandable. It's just that, my daughter was a little scared. She was going off to work, and I think she is afraid that something could happen tonight when he is waiting for her. If she was scared of me, why did she call me disgusting for blowing my nose while waiting for me to walk up to her at the intersection? Don't want the same thing to happen again? Then don't insult me while waiting for me to walk up to you, and I won't have to stand up for myself again. Again, I wasn't waiting for her. I was doing my own shit and minding my own business. I was trying to make peace. She knew if she had merely told me to go away, I would have immediately, like I did many times prior. I would have gone out of my way to walk on the other side of the street and continued my way home. Yeah. Apparently they talked to him last Monday night. Yeah, that's when they told me to leave her alone, and I told them to tell her to leave me alone, but they refused because I didn't want to give them my address. I don't want the police to know where I live because I don't want them to pester me at my home for bullshit. The police told me they had a chat with him. He was told 3 times before to not come by our house. Monday night was the first time I was told not to walk past the home, and I went out of my way to avoid it after that. I told her to tell me if she wanted me to stop walking past it via email. If she truly wanted me to, why didn't she tell me to? But he is just sitting there, which is what he was doing last Monday night, and then I called my daughter to warn her that he was there, and wouldn't you know it, he did follow her. I thought you told her that I was sitting in front of Culprit and not in front of Lucky's. Again, I was sitting in front of Culprit, stealing Wi-Fi, before I headed back home. I couldn't even see the bus stop from where I was. It's just a fluke that you needlessly warned her before our paths almost crossed. She herself stated that she merely thinks she saw me see her exit the bus. Like she assumes that I must have seen her when in actuality, I was still at Culprit where the bus stop is invisible. She thinks after seeing her, I planned to cross paths with her, which is bullshit. She's so set on believing that I was stalking her that she took a fluke and threw a bunch of assumptions at it. If she really didn't see me and knew that I planned to cross paths with her, why didn't she reroute? If she didn't actually see me but assumes that I must have seen her and that I planned to cross paths with her, that is just a load of bullshit. You cannot turn an assumption into a fact. Okay, so you haven't talked to him actually yet? No. Oh no. Bullshit. You came out of nowhere to bug me once while I was walking from Culprit to Lucky's, and again when I was waiting at the bus stop. And I did see him during the week as well. Again, minding my own business. Just make sure you stay away, okay? Oh, I stay away. Yeah, stay away. Yeah. Shut the fuck up, you paranoid bitch, and stop making me feel like a freak. Alana found out from his mother a long time ago that he is a high-functioning autistic. Another reason why I ceased all contact with my mom. I can't believe she actually did that. I am not high-functioning autistic. I behaved the way I did because my first love and best friend for nearly 4 years cheated on me, lied to have sex with me, played games, told me to die right after I fell down and cried. ignored me, made false accusations, and had me thrown in jail. The fact that my behavior, that was nothing but a justified reaction to all of those things, could be mistaken for autism is sickening. She broke me. To this day, I live with agonizing pain. I have trouble trusting girls. It's not called autism. It's called having your heart torturously played with. Fucking bitches. Is he autistic? High-functioning autistic. He is very compulsive, obsessive. He has issues, right? What a load of bullshit. Yeah. It's come to the point where my daughter was just really tired of having been in constant pursuit by him. Yeah, I definitely wasted my time trying to revive a friendship that I justifiably ended with a lying, cheating whore. And it's been over a year since she tried to break up this relationship. Just a few months, actually. And even before that, she tried many times. Before over a year? Wrong. And she hasn't had much to do with him at all since January. But he's kept persisting. For a while brainwashing myself to believe that I ruined everything, I tried every trick in the book to revive our friendship. Eventually I realized that she only hates me because I found out that she's a lying, cheating whore. If she runs back to me tomorrow, crying and apologizing, I cheerfully walk away. She does phone me before she leaves, and I'll just go over to the bus stop, you know? What a couple of losers. Had I initiated contact with her again outside, she knew I would have left immediately upon request, as done so many times prior. They will probably just talk to him and ask him to leave. Leave when I was just minding my own business in my own area? Fuck that. I was doing nothing wrong.
Part 10. The following. Her stalking me. While ignoring Alana, she planned to travel 68 minutes from her home in Kitsilano in Vancouver to my home, before I moved, in New Westminster, one city away. I could have not been home or told her to fuck off. She would have wasted 136 minutes. Her plan altered when, by major fluke, she ran into me at the Sapperton station 54 minutes away from her home. I told her to go away and emoted it while carrying a box of video games that I was going to sell. She followed me into the SkyTrain station to Columbus station, and then into SkyTrain Gateway in Surrey, 2 cities away from her home, 18 minutes later. She continued to walk with me to the video game store even though I kept telling her to go away, and ran a few times. We arrived 5 minutes later, but because the boss wasn't there, we walked to Central City Shopping Center by Surrey Central Station 17 minutes later. I stopped ignoring her, after I sold the games, when she broke down crying at the food court. She was 59 minutes away from her home, followed me for 40 minutes since she ran into me, walked with me for 22 minutes, and 94 minutes had passed when she started her journey. She was unable to contain her emotions due to the fact that I was ignoring her, and therefore was enslaved by them. According to her, it doesn't matter that she stalked me because she only did it once. Why would she continue after I stopped ignoring her? A long time ago. If a long time ago erases the past, then why did she put the club incident on the police report? Me stalking her? The hug. Her home is on one of the fastest routes between Lucky's and mine. Her home is also one of the fastest routes between Culprit and mine. I saw Alana by her gate by major fluke when I heard it open at 10:15 a.m. on my way back home from Culprit. I walked diagonally onto the yard toward her. Perhaps she called me a psychopath when I talked to her because she thought I was hiding in the non-obscuring bushes that were between us until she walked by. In actuality, I was merely standing behind them for 2 seconds due to hesitation. She never ran or told me to go away when I walked with her to talk to her, although she did emote it, but I was too enslaved by my emotions to notice at the time. Part of me could tell that she was lying when she told me that she'd call me later, and she did walk a bit fast, but I thought she was merely late to school. I couldn't endure the nightmare anymore, and just wanted her to tell me why she was spontaneously ignoring me again, but she kept bottling the truth, as if I could read her mind. After we turned onto you, I thought she'd stop when I hand signaled her to. I let her continue once I realized she wouldn't, and assumed she didn't because she would have been late for school. Once my heart told me that she's gone forever, by impulse, I briefly and non-violently hugged her, crying, "I'm sorry, I love you," and let her go once I realized she wasn't going to hug me back. I stopped walking with her shortly after, she turned around to say bye, and walked away. She was almost at 4th. I walked with her for 2 minutes, and her home is a 10-minute walk, 7 blocks on one avenue, away from mine. To my knowledge at the time, she never clearly indicated that she actually wanted me to go away. The hold. I waited for her to return that afternoon on 5th and U to play a song that she likes for her on my saxophone to make her talk, and ran toward her when I saw her ignore me on 4th, only to again act like a big baby while I walked with her to talk to her again. We entered Purdy's, but she left shortly after. I know you still love me, I said as we walked toward her home. I hate you. Hate is love. I held her hand, but she eventually threw it away. I eventually persuaded her to stop when I hand signaled her to, but instead of listening to me, I had to grab her phone to stop her from calling the police. Then she called her mom to rescue her, when I would have stepped aside had she persisted to keep walking, and although I would have continued to walk with her, I would have stopped before her gate. We were standing on the lane to the back of their apartment. I walked with them toward the back door, and briefly and non-violently held her hand out of fear that I would never see her again. "It's over forever," she shouted. "I just want to die." I let go and fell to the ground and cried. "Then die," she devilishly replied just before she cowardly sprinted inside, as if that was the chance to escape. I walked with her for 5 minutes. The setup? Ew, that's disgusting. I heard Alana say out of nowhere while I was walking at night, minding my own business, and blowing my nose. I looked up to see her standing in front of my path, just a few meters ahead, crossing her arms and looming from the darkness. "Don't follow me," she cowardly said to prevent me from defending myself. We were 1 block away from her home, that is en route between Culprit, where I was just at, and mine. Because she was going home where I was going to walk past anyway, she synchronized our journeys by waiting for me to walk up to her, and therefore should have desynchronized them. You can't run up to someone, insult that person, and then tell that person to not follow you to prevent that person from standing up for themselves, especially if that person happens to be walking your way. Sure, we were only 1 block away from her home, but we were also 10 blocks away from mine. I told her to let me know if she wanted me to always reroute away from her home, but she never did. She technically followed me from the intersection to her home for 1 minute. Evaluation. Alana traveled 54 minutes to look for me, and followed me for 40, 22 on foot, and from 1 to 2 cities away from her home when I was ignoring everyone. I clearly indicated that I wanted her to go away by telling her and running a few times. After briefly synchronizing our journeys home by waiting for me to walk up to her, she insulted me and then immediately told me not to follow her to try to stop me from defending myself. She synchronically walked with me for 1 minute. In total, she walked with me for 41 minutes after being emoted to leave. After running into her by her home, that is a 10-minute walk away from mine, when she was spontaneously ignoring me after we were supposed to hang out again just a few days ago, after so much emotional torture, I followed her for 2 minutes. After waiting for her to return, I followed her for 5 minutes. She never clearly indicated that she wanted me to go away. She did walk a bit fast and briefly sprint one, but I thought she was just late to school. In total, I walked with her for 7 minutes after being emoted to leave. She followed me from 1 to 2 cities away from her home, while I followed her in my own area. In total, she still followed me on foot for 14 minutes longer. I was bottling emotions that were 45 times the magnitude, she had already raped and cheated on me just before she ignored me, that she had bottled. I just ignored her. I stopped ignoring her when she cried. She continued to do so after she told me to die after I fell down and cried. Therefore, had she been in the set of circumstances that she put me in, had I raped and cheated on her just before I ignored her, she'd not been able to stop thinking about me due to being stuck in my area, and had just moved close to my home that was a 10-minute walk away, although she denies it, it's quite evident that she would have continued to stalk me had I continued to ignore her, and she would have done so worse than everything she falsely believes I did. How can I know that she never unsuccessfully looked for me before? Why did she report me when I never reported her? It is unfair and hypocritical. It is also ironic that she stalked me before, since she is a lawyer and therefore a representative of the law. She never knew better? According to her, it doesn't matter that she stalked me worse, because she only did it once. Why would she do it again after I stopped ignoring her, while she did it the first time, a long time ago? If time erases the past, then why does she still care about my bullshit that was also a long time ago? Ew and I. Part 11. The Coincidence. I followed her? Alana later admitted that she merely thinks I saw her at the bus on 4th and Vine. Like after she saw me almost cross her path when I blew my nose, she falsely assumed that I must have and then planned for us to cross paths. She chooses to believe the worst to shield her guilt. I was still pretty far from crossing her path, and why would I blow my cover by blowing my nose and be looking down when I should have been looking straight? Wouldn't it have been easier just to contact her immediately at the bus stop? I didn't even know she had an evening job. She followed me? It is possible that she actually set me up. Even though her mom told her that I was at Culprit, right around the corner from the bus stop, 3 hours in advance, she refused to reroute farther away from it. I couldn't have been much of a threat then. Perhaps she peeked around the corner and spied on me until I left shortly after. Then she was the one to plan the cross. The reality. Truth is, I never saw her exit the bus, for I was still surfing the internet at Culprit, where the bus stop cannot be seen. Our paths almost crossing was most likely coincidental. As she was about to turn left at the intersection, she looked to the right to see me when she heard me blow my nose. Angry at falsely assuming that I had planned for our paths to cross after seeing her exit the bus, she said, "Ew, that's disgusting," and accused me of stalking her as she waited for me to walk up to her. I looked up to see her standing, facing me with her arms crossed, and looming from the darkness. Angry at assuming that she planned for our paths to cross after spying on me at Culprit, and for being insulted after I had just given her a handwritten apology letter and diamond ring, even though she falsely told me not to follow her, I had to stand up for myself, and so I told her off. Because she had waited for me to walk up to her, and I was going to walk past her home, that was on one of the fastest routes between Culprit and mine, anyway, she technically followed me to her home. Part 12. The Interview. I met Alex about 3 years ago through a social networking site, and we were in a relationship for about 2.5 years. Around 3 years, actually. It was closed for 2.5, opened for a few months, and then closed again when we promised each other to only have sex with each other again. But it wasn't really steadily through that period. It was more on and off, and by, I think, September of last year, I really didn't want to be in a relationship with him anymore, but we still saw each other as friends a little bit. We basically never stopped having sex, though. Therefore, we never truly returned to being just friends. We basically went from becoming friends to entering a closed relationship to opening it for a while before finally closing it again. And there was actually an incident in September of last year which was really disturbing and showed some disturbing behavior by Alex. Oh, like when it seemed as though you betrayed me for a complete stranger at a nightclub that turned out to be your date? I was out with some friends at a law school event, and we were dancing downtown somewhere, and Alex was there coincidentally, and he kind of aggressively tried to get close to me. We were in an open relationship. We were having sex. How could you have a problem with us dancing closely? I was being aggressive? I was drunk, and perhaps I was a bad dancer. All you had to do was tell me to take it down a notch, and I would've. And I kind of wanted him to back off. By promising to dance with me again later? How hard could it have been to tell me to take it down a notch? I truly thought you were going to rejoin your friends for a bit, and then return. And he was actually kicked out of the nightclub where we were at. For trying to get you away from a complete stranger with his arm around you. I felt so betrayed. Open relationship or not? Ditching a dance with someone you've loved the most for 3 years to flirt with a random stranger is cruel. I didn't know he was your date. I didn't know you lied when you promised to dance with me again later. I didn't know I was dancing aggressively. I didn't know you were encircled by your friends, for I had never seen them before. You were just standing there, and I was so confused. I couldn't hear anything being said because the music was too loud, and I couldn't think rationally because I was drunk. It was all a giant misunderstanding, but instead of communicating with me, you and your date, whom I thought was a complete stranger at the time, watched me get dragged out. It was one of the most sickening feelings at the time. I felt like a complete stranger instantly replaced me. It's different with a date because you were expected to stay with him. And later that night, he came to my house at 1 o'clock in the morning and aggressively pounded at my door. I wanted to know how you could instantly replace me with a complete stranger and then watch the bouncers drag me out. Every second I spent thinking about it was pure pain. My heart was on fire and I wanted you to put it out. I wanted answers. And he actually climbed over the gate to get into my apartment building, aggressively pounded at the door, and just disturbed my neighbors a lot and was yelling and shouting. Imagine you were dancing with me at a nightclub. I instantly replaced you with a complete stranger, and then watch you get dragged out for merely trying to get me away because you had no clue what was going on. It's a horrible feeling, and I needed answers or I felt like I was going to die. I was also still pretty drunk. We got past all of this, and you still promised to only have sex with me again. If the nightclub incident was such a big deal, you would have respected my choice to become just friends again, instead of constantly bugging me to have sex with you again. And eventually we just let him into the building, because we were just really tired, and then he stayed a while and then went home, so that was one disturbing incident. Disturbing because you disturbed me. But then most of the disturbing incidents that resulted in me calling the police were back in January, when I tried to completely break up with him because I just didn't think it was working out. That's when I had just moved close to you, after you kept threatening to stop visiting me at my previous home in New Westminster because it was too far. I wanted to become just friends again due to your meanness and inability to communicate, nightclub incident, but you kept bugging me to have sex with you again. Then you promised to only have sex with me again, and looked me in the eyes to tell me that you didn't even want to kiss other guys. Unfortunately, I trusted you, and we made out in your bedroom. A few days later, a troll, whom I had nothing to do with, exposed you as a lying, cheating whore. I ended our friendship that day, and I wish I never looked back. Had you kept your promise or respected the fact that I just wanted to be friends again, perhaps we'd still be friends to this very day. Instead, you revealed that you'd lied to me solely to have sex with me, and I still feel violated. So no shit it wasn't working out. I just didn't like his attitude anymore. How did you expect me to react to being cheated on and lied to? He was very jealous and possessive of me. Because you thought I was the troll, right? I had nothing to do with the stupid troll. You only want to believe that I did, so that you have something to shield your guilt. The troll clicked on the link on my YouTube channel that brought him to my tagged profile, where he found you amongst the rest of my few tagged friends. It's not rocket science to understand. Everyone knew that you were my girlfriend on YouTube due to a couple of your videos that I had on my channel. The troll sent me screen caps of the conversation via Facebook. I later got so angry that I closed my YouTube channel. Stop falsely accusing me of having anything to do with the stupid troll. If I actually had anything to do with the troll, how could you accuse me of rightfully acting on my suspicions to reveal the truth? Would it have been better to bottle the suspicions and continue living a lie? I think not. And so I thought it would be better if we just don't talk to each other for a while. Yeah, 5 months that you brought down to 1, and then eventually down to 1 week, but only if I brought my new girlfriend to prove to you that she's real. Then on the day we were supposed to hang out again, you lied about being sick because you had spontaneously changed your mind about ever wanting to see me again. You toyed with my broken heart. And so at that point, he got very upset. Yeah, you think? And he had actually moved into my neighborhood at January. He used to live in New Westminster. Because you wanted me to live close to you. You kept threatening to stop visiting me at my previous home in New Westminster because it was too far. And at that point, a few days later actually, he was sending me a lot of emails, just kind of begging me to get back together with him. Because I was brainwashing myself to believe that I ruined everything. I couldn't understand why you hated me when you were the one who cheated, so that made me assume that I misunderstood you. I had yet to realize that you only hate me for finding out the truth. And being kind of aggressive in his language, and telling me what I did was wrong, and that my behavior was upsetting him, and he accused me of cheating on him, and made a bunch of accusations about me. What you did was wrong, and you know it. Your behavior not only upset me, it ruined the core of my being. You wouldn't stop stabbing me in the heart, and it sickens me that you're still blind to all this. You did cheat on me. Just because you didn't actually have sex with someone else, the fact that you planned to is equivalent to cheating. Had I never found out that you were going to have sex with someone else, you would have, and you and I know it. Online, you immediately agreed to have sex with him, and even tried to meet him at Starbucks. Even if you weren't going to have sex with him, the conversation alone destroyed the trust. Then you were going to have sex with me again, while I thought you were loyal. How can I know that you haven't already cheated on me numerously throughout our relationship? Why can't you just man up and apologize instead of making bullshit excuses? He also, I think it was mid-February, kind of assaulted. I merely hugged you and then held you. Those were not assaults. They could not have created an apprehension of immediate physical contact in the mind of a reasonable person. Perhaps they invaded your personal space, but that's about it. when he came up to me while I was walking out of my house on the sidewalk. Your home was en route between mine and Culprit. I arrived at Culprit for a hot chocolate after 9:30 a.m. I didn't think I'd run into you again because I thought you already had started school. On my way back home, I heard the gate close around 10:15 a.m. I looked to my left to see you walking toward the road. I didn't want you to see me because I didn't want you to think that I was stalking you, but I had so many questions that I decided to talk to you anyway. I walked diagonally toward you onto the grass, and there happened to be a few bushes between us when I talked to you. It looked like I was stalking you, but I wasn't. I probably should have approached you differently, or not at all. And he kind of grabbed me in a way that, because he just wanted me to stop on the street and talk to him, and he wanted me to explain why I wasn't talking to him anymore. I hugged you by impulse because I couldn't endure the pain of you cheating on me and then ignoring me any longer. I didn't know whether I loved you or hated you, for I didn't know whether you cheated or I misunderstood. I was so emotionally confused. I couldn't understand how you went from bugging me to have sex with you again to ignoring me again. My heart told me that it's over forever, but my mind didn't want to believe it. I let go, not because of the intervening man, but because I realized that you weren't going to hug me back. You never told me to let go, nor did you even try to break free. You just stood there like a statue. I didn't hug you to keep talking to you. I could have merely continued to walk with you, had I merely wanted to continue talking to you. So yeah, he physically touched me? I've physically touched you many times. Hell, we've even had sex many times. You didn't want me to touch you? Then you should have clearly indicated it vocally or physically instead of just emoting it. Your behavior wasn't logical, as it spontaneously changed since our last phone conversation when our friendship seemed to be reviving. You physically hurt me many times. You've slapped me on my chest very hard at least 6 times, and even bit me once, yet I never told on you. You've actually assaulted me quite a few times. Even though I'm a man and you're a woman, your slaps and bites are worse than my hugs and holds. You even tried to pull me inside of a taxi once when I kept refusing. You're so selfish that you focused more on being touched than the pain you've caused me, and it's quite sickening. And there was another incident around the same time when I was trying to go home, and I saw him around 4th Avenue and was trying to get away from him because I just didn't want to talk to him, and he followed me into the back lane and actually physically grabbed me and tried to prevent me from going into my building. I briefly and non-violently held you because I feared that once you entered the door, I would never see you again. You kept telling me that you'd talk to me later. I didn't understand what was going on. We had planned to hang out just 3 days prior, and then you spontaneously ignored me again. I couldn't handle having my heart torturously played with any longer, and needed answers. You can't imagine the pain you've caused me. I couldn't sleep. Every second was breathing pure fire. I let go once you told me that it was over forever. That's when I fell to the ground crying, "I just want to die." Then die, you said just before sprinting away like that was your chance to escape. Those words haunt me to this very day. So that was like a really disturbing incident for me, and then I just felt like my physical space was violated. Oh no, poor you. Was your physical space violated? Who cares about the man you hit, bit, cheated on, and ignored? What's more important is your personal space, and that's why you told me to die when I fell down and cried. It's so obvious that you're shielding your guilt that it's embarrassing. You make me sick. I think I did call the police at that point, further adding insult to injury. And then there was a little bit of pause in his behavior. He didn't do much for a few months, I think. And then around May and June, when he really started acting up again, and he would basically hang around very close to my apartment building, like a few blocks away. Yeah, minding my own business, sitting on a bench in free Wi-Fi, in the beautiful weather, surfing the internet. He would be sitting on the corner of the street, and I always felt that he was just kind of waiting for me, so that whenever he saw me on the street, he would come up to me and just bother me. Yeah, I occasionally approached you to talk to you to show you that I meant no harm, because I was sick of the glares I was getting from your mom. I just wanted to peacefully continue to live in the same area. I also wanted you to know that I was able to respect you when you told me to go. I almost always left immediately when you did, so you knew I wasn't a threat of any kind. You occasionally stopped and listened to what I had to say, like when I gave you the apology letter and diamond ring. I was still sitting on the benches and in the coffee shops for me, and not for you though. Actually, many times when I did encounter him on the street,
He would actually come up to me and start talking to me, and in a loud voice usually, and it was just disturbing, and he would say that it was my fault that we kind of turned the tables around and started accusing me of certain things, and yeah, he would just try to talk to me whenever he saw me on the street like that. I only did that once at the bus stop, when I discovered that you were spreading false accusations about me, once when you came out of nowhere to bug me when I was sitting on a bench, minding my own business, and once when, out of nowhere, you called me disgusting for blowing my nose. Every other time, I was as nice to you as possible, so that maybe we could eventually live peacefully in the same area again. My main objective was always to make peace. And he would send me emails, usually trying to make peace, and sometimes when he saw me on the street, he would try to give me letters and presents that I didn't want. Yet you took them all, read the letters, I saw you wearing the necklace one day on the bus, and you only gave me back the ring when trolls mentioned it when they kept leaving you phone messages. And yeah, sometimes I accepted them. You always accepted them. Because I just wanted him to leave, but I didn't really know what else to do. Walk away and decline? And the letters were pretty disturbing. Well, some of them weren't, but they were basically just kind of pleading me to get back together with him, and they seemed very obsessive, and yeah, that's pretty much what his behavior was like that led me to contact the police. For the longest time, I was brainwashing myself to believe that I ruined everything, and did everything I could to win you back, until I realized that all I ever did was justifiably react to your cruelty. You've had me so misunderstood, and made so many false assumptions and lies, that you've blinded yourself from the truth. All I ever wanted to do was make peace, but you kept seeing things differently. I wish you would have let me rot in peace on those benches, while I tried to escape from the horrid reality that you bestowed upon me. It was your cheating on me that triggered the chain reaction of bullshit. Had you kept your promise, we'd still be friends to this day, and you know it. And then a recent incident was just a few weeks ago when he saw me on the street. After you alerted me by calling me disgusting for blowing my nose. While I was continuing home from work, and he followed me up to my apartment and not actually past the gate. See, had I actually wanted to enter the gate, I would have followed you through it. I wouldn't buzz you to open it later on. Obviously you weren't going to. I buzzed you to ask why you were standing by the intersection, waiting for me to walk up to you. It was really creepy. I never followed you. I happened to be walking past your house anyway. You synchronized our journeys when you waited for me to walk up to you. But at the gate, he was standing there, shouting, saying what happened to him led him to try to commit suicide, and like that was really disturbing. I actually tried to end the nightmare. I was drunk and took 10 Advil tablets, but part of me knew they wouldn't be enough. You don't understand how badly you hurt me. It wasn't just you though. My other former friends and family added to the pain. Everyone in my life disappeared, and I was all alone in hell. You caused the most damage though. The cheating, lying to have sex with me, telling your friend to tell me that he was going to have sex with you, playing games, telling me to die after I fell down and cried, ignoring me, police involvement, being trapped in your area. A man can only endure so much pain. I'm still in so much disbelief over your heartlessness. I have trouble trusting girls now, and have a permanent hatred toward mankind that I keep trying to bottle. You've hurt me so badly, and I will never recover from it. I can't believe you had me thrown in jail. I lived for many months, fearing that I would go to prison, only to have the harassment case be thrown out on the day of the trial. I never wanted it to be thrown out. I wanted to stand up and defend myself, but you robbed me of that. The happy memories of you sting, just as much as the sad. It's different with you because you're my first love. I wish I could change that. I wish I could erase you from my memory, but you keep coming back to haunt me in my nightmares. What I say is disturbing because you have disturbed me so much. I don't want to live on such a cruel planet any longer. I don't deserve the grief that has been bestowed upon me. All I want is to be understood, but nobody understands me. And he was telling me to reconsider. I didn't ask you to reconsider our friendship on that day. I knew that I never wanted to be with you again, when your lips merely quivered after I asked you whether or not you were going to have sex with that guy. That's when you silently walked away through the gate, and that's when I knew the truth. And explained to him why I was acting the way I was. I tried so hard to make peace with you. Even though you cheated on me and ignored me, I apologized for all of my mistakes and sold all of my consoles to give you a diamond ring. Yet you still treated me like shit. You still called me disgusting for blowing my nose and then scolded me. It didn't make any sense at all. And then yeah, he was also sending me emails during that time.
trying to make peace with you because I was sick of being treated like a freak when I was just minding my own business in my own area. There were times where I also called the police because he was just phoning persistently, like maybe 40 times in a row, so that kind of harassment was also something he did. Oh, you mean like the time when I discovered that you cheated on me, and instead of apologizing, or trying to convince me that you did nothing wrong, you ignored me for falsely believing that I had something to do with the troll? Then every time you picked up, you added fuel to the fire, like when you told me that you promised to only have sex with me because I was bugging you. The only way I could have possibly bugged you was the fact that I kept refusing to have sex with you. You were the one that constantly asked me to do so. I was the one that kept refusing. You basically told me that you had lied to have sex with me because I wasn't consenting. Therefore, you fraudulently gained my consent, and I feel sexually assaulted because we made out in your bedroom. Oh, and then you told me that you were going to have sex with the guy because he asked you to. Oh, and then you let your friend tell me that he was going to have sex with you. It's like every time you opened the door, you'd throw out gasoline onto the fire instead of water. Then you wouldn't open the door again, and I literally couldn't stop calling you because I was in so much pain. I felt like I was going to die. You don't do that to someone, especially after cheating on that person. That's so mean. All I wanted you to do was apologize or convince me that you did nothing wrong, but your stupid belief that I was the troll prevented you from doing that. It's as if you held on to that belief so that you could cowardly run away from your guilt. Then on the day we were supposed to hang out again, part of me knew that you would spontaneously change your mind about ever wanting to see me again when you lied about being sick. I couldn't stop calling you again because I didn't want to believe it. I wanted you to assure me that you truly were sick. Then I ran into you a couple of times. Your behavior had only twisted the dagger into my heart. As much as you hurt me, I still didn't want to lose you. You meant that much to me. Then there was one other day when I was drunk and I missed you so much. That was the same day I tried to end the nightmare. You were with him for approximately 2.5 years? Yeah. Around 3, actually. When did you, in your mind, leave this relationship? I think it was really in the middle of last summer. July 2012? Yeah. At that point I didn't really want to be in a relationship. We both didn't want to be in a closed relationship anymore. That's why we opened it for a while. We basically never stopped having sex with each other once we started. Did you convey that to him? Yeah, I mean I probably could have been clearer, but I guess I still wanted to keep up a friendship with him, so I still did that. And we continued to have sex with each other. What we did was merely turn a closed relationship into an open one for a while. We didn't end it. I probably should have been more assertive in saying that I didn't want to be in a relationship. Then why did you keep wanting to have sex with me? Again, we both wanted to open the relationship for a while. Then when I stopped wanting to have sex with you because I hated the open relationship due to your inability to communicate, we closed it again when we promised each other to only have sex with each other. I didn't know that you lied when you promised to trick me into consenting. What did you tell him in 2012, the summer of? Well, I didn't really tell him directly anything. I was traveling a lot that summer and working a lot, so I didn't really contact him that much, and I think he was also busy doing something. No, we just mutually agreed to open the relationship for a while. We just felt like having sex with other people too. You sort of evaded him? Sort of. So you lied when you said you were too busy with homework all of those times? When did you emphatically tell him this was over, or have you? Yeah, I have definitely through email and verbally in person, and that started I think in mid-February of this year. See, it was February after the police had contacted me, yet you told the police before that it was in January. Do you remember what you said to him? Well, at first, I had just stopped returning his phone calls and picking up the phone, and so I thought that was enough of a message, but when he persisted, I would just say leave me alone, like I don't want to see you again. Actually, after I ended our friendship when I saw you at Starbucks, you ignored me, we planned to hang out on February 8th, you spontaneously ignored me again, and then told me it was over forever. That's when I was holding you, not wanting you to disappear through the back door. That's when I fell to the ground crying, I just want to die, and that's when you replied, then die, just before you sprinted towards the door like that was your chance to escape. You occasionally continued to converse with me after that via email and in real life. You also accepted whatever I gave you, read all of my messages, and occasionally listened to what I had to say in real life. You also came out of nowhere to initiate contact with me in real life twice. There were 2 times after that you mentioned that he physically grabbed you? Yeah, it was 2 times. I briefly and non-violently hugged you and held you. Let's go back to the first time that he physically grabbed you. When was that? Mid-February of this year? What did he do? Well, I was just walking out of my apartment. I think it was to school or something. It was to school. How do you not remember that? And then he was behind like a bush or a tree, and I couldn't really see him. I saw you when I heard the gate close on my way back home from Culprit. I thought about ignoring you because I didn't want you to think that I was stalking you, but my eagerness to know what was going on reigned over. I walked diagonally onto the grass toward you, and there was a few non-obscuring bushes between us when I talked to you. You probably thought I was waiting for you to come outside, behind them, but that's not what happened. I should have ignored you, or approached you differently, but I didn't really think about it at the time. But then he kind of rushed up to me, and kind of put his arms around me. Oh, you mean like a hug, right? And was trying to physically restrain me. I wasn't trying to physically restrain you. I hugged you by impulse because I couldn't endure the pain any longer, and thought you were going to hug me back. I let go once I realized you weren't going to. I didn't have a reason to restrain you. I could have continued to walk with you had I merely wanted to continue to talk to you. Why are you talking about this? I never told on you when you slapped me very hard on the chest at least 6 times throughout our relationship. I never told on you when you bit me. Why are you such a hypocrite? Who cares about the fact that I was crying on the ground in so much pain from everything that you did to me? What really matters is your physical space being violated. And questioning me? Like, why are you ignoring me? And what did I do wrong? Like, stuff like that. It didn't make any sense. The last time we had spoken on the phone, you really seemed to want to hang out with me the following week. On the day we were supposed to hang out, you lied about being sick. You also went from ordering me to bring my new girlfriend and joked about dumping the girl in front of you to spontaneously ignoring me again. I couldn't handle the games anymore. My heart was broken enough. I just wanted the nightmare to stop. I did nothing wrong, but you kept believing that I was the stupid troll. What made him stop? I think that it was because there was actually a third party, like a stranger on the street, kind of said like leave her alone, and that's when you let go of me. Actually, I let go once I realized you weren't going to hug me back. And I was like trying to get away from him as well. I still don't understand how you went from wanting to hang out with me again the following week, as long as I brought along my new girlfriend, to spontaneously ignoring me again. Could you not get over the fact that I found out the truth? Could you not stop believing that I was the troll? Why didn't you believe me when I told you I wasn't? I never lied to you. I'm glad you're out of my life now, though. You gave me a gift when you left it. I don't deserve you. Did he leave the area? Yeah, like I just went along my way and went into the bus, so I didn't really see where he went. Okay, so that was the first time, and when was the second? I think it was around the same time, so February or March, and I was just trying to come home from school, and I just saw him on the street corner. I think he was waiting for me, and he followed me back into the lane. I don't know why I went into the lane. I just didn't want to go the longer route to my house. I just wanted to take the shortcut to my house, because I didn't want to deal with him. So he followed me there, and then he physically touched me and grabbed me, trying to prevent me from going into the door in the back. I waited for you to return to play a song that you like with my saxophone. I thought it would make you talk. I followed you again when you ignored me again. I non-violently held you because I wanted to keep talking to you. I didn't want you to eternally disappear behind the back door. I was in so much pain and just wanted answers. You never told me to let go, nor did you try to break away. I let go and fell to the ground crying once you told me that it's over forever. You care about your personal bubble being invaded more than what you did to me? It's like some kind of a sick joke. I wish I could have contained myself better, but you wouldn't stop stabbing me in the heart. Thanks for making me feel like a woman beater. At least I never hit or bit you. And my mom actually had to come downstairs, and she was yelling at him to let me go. She didn't have to come downstairs. All you ever had to do was talk to me to calm me down. You kept stabbing me in the heart while ignoring me until I exploded. You are cruel and heartless. At least I talked to you when you broke down crying after you followed me 2 cities away. And then eventually I think we basically had to pry him away from the door. I feared that I would never see you again if you had went through that door. I tried to keep it open for a while so that I could keep talking and didn't want to face the silence that followed it being shut. Even though you had hurt me so badly, I didn't want you to go. I wanted you to apologize or convince me that you did nothing wrong. I didn't want to spend the rest of my life having to believe that you're a wicked monster. I wanted you to understand me. To try to understand my pain and stop falsely believing that I was the stupid troll. And he was very upset, and it was like pretty sad. I felt a bit sorry for him because he seemed very, very distraught. Which is why you told me to die after I fell down and cried. But like I just didn't want to see him, so I just went inside. Selfish bitch. When was the time that he told you that he was suicidal? A few weeks ago. Can you just tell me a little bit about that? Yeah, like he just followed me from the bus stop, and our paths kind of crossed when I was walking to 5th Avenue. There you go! Our paths almost crossed. I didn't see you exit the bus, follow you, or plan for our paths to almost cross. It's called a coincidence, you paranoid pig. Stop making me feel like a freak. And then he followed me to my house. You waited for me to walk up to you, and therefore when you continued to walk, I had happened to be walking in your direction. You went out of your way to synchronize our journeys, and therefore, you should have went out of your way to desynchronize them. In a way, you followed me. And he was upset with me for having accused him of stalking me, because I had told him to stop stalking me, stop following me, it's weird, it's creepy. Yeah, you came out of nowhere to initiate contact. You insulted me, and then falsely accused me of stalking you. Of course that had upset me. And then he was just like, I'm not stalking you. Why are you accusing me of that? I had to stand up for myself. And he came up to my house, which happened to be on the way back to mine from Culprit, and started yelling about how he was about to commit suicide. I couldn't stand living on a planet knowing someone as evil as you shares it. Again, it wasn't just you. My other former friends and family added to the pain. You hurt me the most though, especially since you're my first love and we were best friends for nearly 4 years. We didn't have many friends, used to talk to each other every day, and were very open to each other. You were a big part of my life, and then it was as if though you killed me just before you died. You were never the girl I thought you were. It was all nothing but a giant illusion. I didn't actually try to kill myself though. I was drunk and took 10 Advil tablets, but part of me knew they wouldn't be enough. I basically attempted to try to end the nightmare. And he's like yelling in a very loud voice so that all the neighbors could hear. Oh no, the poor neighbors. And then I don't really remember exactly what he said except for that, and I just went upstairs right away. Were you going to sleep with him? You don't remember that question? The one you couldn't answer? When was the last time you were intimate with him? I believe last year, last summer. Lies! It was near the beginning of the year after we promised to only have sex with each other. We were making out in your room after you fraudulently gained my consent with your bullshit promise. I still feel like I was sexually assaulted. He was saying that if you called the police or upset me one more time, he was threatening to send this conversation to my friends. The police, out of nowhere, came and told me that I talked to you that day when I never did. I had talked to you a few days prior when you waited for me to walk up to you at the intersection, but that was the last time. At the time, I assumed that you were lying to them. I feared that you would continue to lie to them until they arrested me. Because I had already told them to tell you to leave me alone, I felt that I had no other choice but to tell you to stop lying to them, or that I would send the conversation to all of your friends. The threat was justified, for I had done nothing. I feared that I would inevitably go to jail anyway. Turned out that they had merely made a false assumption. And he was accusing me of being emotionally dangerous, and saying that because of what I did, I messed him up. He was saying that he wasn't stalking me. Correct. And he gave me a link to this blog that he wrote that was quite disturbing. It was disturbing because you greatly disturbed me. With every reaction, there must have been an equal action. I deleted the blog after I was arrested so that nobody would copy it and twist my words around. It basically just called her out on everything that she did to me. Odd that you wanted me to stop talking to you, and yet you read all of my messages. You even occasionally conversed with me via email and in real life. Annoying is not harassing. When was the last time that you contacted Alex? A long time ago. I can't even remember. It hadn't been too long ago that you emailed me, yelling at me to tell Game Dude Official to delete the videos that he had of you, despite the fact that I have no control over that channel. It also hadn't been too long ago that you initiated contact by calling me disgusting for blowing my nose when you waited for me to walk up to you at the intersection. intentionally wanting to communicate with him would probably be before January, because after that I didn't want to. Lies! The beginning of January is when you kept bugging me to have sex with you again. You also intentionally gone out of your way to call me disgusting for blowing my nose, and that had just been a few weeks ago. Not long prior to that, you came up to me when I was surfing the internet on my iPhone to yell at me. Sometime after February, you had even, out of the blue, and via email, ordered me to tell Game Dude Official to delete his videos he had of you, and it wasn't even a response. It was a new conversation. Initiating negative contact counts. So January 2013? Yeah. Lies. The beginning of February is when we conversed for a while via phone, when our friendship seemed to be reviving. Then you called to confirm that we would hang out the following week if I brought along my new girlfriend to prove to you that she's real. You kept playing sick games with my broken heart, and then you spontaneously abandoned me in the dark. What was the nature of that contact, if you remember? Well, before that whole incident where I didn't want to talk to him ever again, I would just contact him to meet up as friends, like watch a movie, do social activities, or bug me to have sex with you again. So approximately January 2013, you were still together. Yeah, actually I think it was around Christmas. Lies! Everything was before January 18th, when I found out that you cheated on me, and that was well after Christmas. When do you feel his stalking behavior began? Late January and February. January, when you cheated on me and then ignored me, and February, when you lied about being sick on the day we were supposed to hang out again, and then continued to ignore me. What was it that you felt pushed it to what you would consider stalking? Definitely when he moved into my neighborhood. Early January? That was just before you cheated on me, and you wanted me to live close to you. You kept threatening to stop visiting me at my home in New Westminster because it was too far away. You even went to my new home once where you bugged me to have sex with you again. And there would be days where he'd hang around, minding my own business, sitting on benches or around my favorite coffee shops that happened to be very close to where you live, yet still close to where I lived, surfing the internet on my iPhone. And it felt like he was just waiting for me to get off the bus. I couldn't even see the bus stop from any of the places I like to hang around. Well, except for maybe the chairs outside of Take 5 Cafe, but my eyes were always locked onto my iPhone anyway. Or to get out of my house. I couldn't see your home from any of the places I like to hang around. It was weird how he was constantly hanging around so close to my building, so that feels like stalking. It's not my fault that two of my favorite coffee shops in the neighborhood happen to be so close to where you live, yet still close to where I lived. I was too depressed to do anything else. All I wanted to do was escape reality by surfing the internet, but you couldn't even allow me to do that. You couldn't allow me to rot away in peace. Sometimes I'd play Mario Kart 7 online on my 3DS. Sometimes I'd watch movies or video game playthroughs on my iPhone. I'm a nerd. I'm addicted to the internet. I can be on it for hours on end. I love to sit on the benches in free, good Wi-Fi and in the beautiful weather, not having to buy anything, be able to bring food from everything, and talk loudly on Skype. I had told you that many times. Sometimes I'd read books, and every now and then I'd stare blankly into space, wondering how my first love and best friend for nearly around found years could become so evil. I was stuck in your area, and the internet was a way for me to escape the horrid reality that you bestowed upon me. And just the constant emails. You mean the ones you occasionally replied to negatively converse? Ignoring and negatively conversing are two different things. I also used a program that told me that you read them all. You didn't want me to talk to you, yet you always wanted to know what I said? Yeah, I kept emailing you because I had brainwashed myself to believe that I ruined everything, and tried every trick in the book to win you back. My mind had yet to clear. Now I'm glad you left my life. Please stay out of it. And many phone calls that I didn't pick up, and he would often block his number when he called. Excluding one other day, I only called you excessively before you told me that it's over forever. You blocked your number and called me many times when I ignored you in the past. And then giving me unwanted presents. You mean like the necklace you took that I later saw you wearing on the bus? Did I force you to wear it too? And what about the diamond ring that you took? You only gave it back sometime later, after the trolls mentioned it in phone messages. I'm glad I got it back. You don't deserve it. Tell me how you conveyed to Alex that you wanted the behavior to stop, and how did he react to that? By simply telling him to leave me alone whenever I saw him on the street corner. And I almost always immediately walked away when you did. I only hesitated to leave nearer to the beginning. I wanted to show you that I meant no harm, and that I was able to leave you alone immediately when asked, and I did just that. Whenever you told me to go, I walked away immediately. I thought that would eventually let us make peace, so I would stop being bothered just because I sat on benches and around nearby coffee shops a lot. And I told him I don't ever want to see you again. Too bad. You were bound to see me again since we lived in the same area. Suck it up, princess. It's getting ridiculous how much you're bothering me. I wouldn't have been so bothersome had you not spread many false accusations and been so cruel. While I was brainwashing myself to believe that I ruined everything, I tried every trick in the book to win you back. At least now I know that you're even worse than I thought. And I also conveyed to him by simply ignoring him and walking away. Like you spontaneously did just a couple of days after we had planned to hang out. You stabbed me in the heart when you cheated, and selfishly and heartlessly walked away from my cries. You're a shameless donkey. And not answering or returning any of his messages. You replied to quite a few of my messages to negatively converse, or phone calls. Like you did immediately after you cheated, and immediately after you lied about being sick on the day we were supposed to hang out again. It's disgusting how badly you toyed with my broken heart. It's fairly obvious in how I acted that I didn't want to see him again. True, but I was trying to change your mind when I was brainwashing myself to believe that I ruined everything. Minds can be changed. You did accept the apology letter and presents. Your behavior was very confusing. Now I never want you back. You're nothing but a coward. What was his reaction to that? He just didn't understand, like I don't think it got through to him that I didn't want to see him. Again, minds can be changed, and I tried every trick in the book to reverse the negative image that you had of me. It wasn't until later that I realized you only hate me for knowing that you're nothing but a lying, cheating whore. Everything you ever did was to shield your guilt because you're a shameless coward. And he wanted, like, a logical, rational explanation as to why I wasn't talking to him. Like he wanted it all in detail, because I don't think he understood that I didn't want to see him. You kept toying with my broken heart. You spontaneously ignored me after we planned to hang out again. You went from bugging me to have sex with you again, to ignoring me again, and it's sickening. All I ever wanted you to do was convince me that you did nothing wrong. It's obvious that you only hate me because I remind you of your self-hatred for cheating. Falsely accusing me of being the troll, falsely, ironically, you're a lawyer, and hypocritically accusing me of assaulting you for merely hugging and holding you when you hit me multiple times and bit me, and falsely, ironically, you're a lawyer, and hypocritically accusing me of stalking when you stalked me 2 cities away. It's all nothing but a giant guilt shield. Nobody is that hypocritical. You took all of the minor mistakes that I had made and artificially inflated them to compensate for your guilt. You're a coward. Why can't you just apologize? But he didn't understand why. Because you're the one that cheated. You held your stupid belief that I was the troll against me when I explained to you many times that I wasn't. You basically told me that you lied to have sex with me, which made me unable to stop calling you because I didn't want to believe it. Instead of trying to calm me down, you kept telling the police to tell me to never talk to you again. On the day that we were supposed to hang out again, you lied about being sick. When I ran into you, you kept ignoring me. You falsely accused me of assaulting you when I hugged and held you in so much pain. You told me to die when I fell down and cried. You wouldn't let me rot in peace on the benches in my own area because of your stupid belief that I was stalking you. You came out of nowhere to yell at me twice when I was trying my hardest to merely make peace. You let the police throw me in jail. On the day of the trial is when you decided to just drop the case, robbing me of being able to stand up for myself. Everything I did was nothing but a justified reaction to your horrid behavior. You have no reason to hate me. I have every reason to hate you. Everything you did to me was just you lashing out at being caught. Apart from the 2 times where he physically grabbed you, was he ever violent with you at all? No. See, I was never violent. You were. You slapped me very hard on the chest at least 6 times throughout our relationship, and bit me once, yet I never told on you. Especially not the police. You made me feel like a woman beater. I non-violently hugged you because I thought you were going to hug me back. I non-violently held you because I didn't want you to disappear forever behind that door. I let go once I realized you wouldn't cooperate. You never tried to break away, nor did you ever tell me to let go. Has Alex ever touched you or encroached on your personal space? There's the 2 times where he actually grabbed you, and then the time when you were at the dance. Yeah, that time for sure. What did you expect me to do? Just let the guy whom I thought to be a complete stranger take my place? He had his arm around you and wash harsh flirting with you. It looked like you ditched me and our dance to flirt with a complete stranger. Of course I was going to try to get you away from him. I couldn't understand why you weren't cooperating. I only vocally and physically, yet non-violently, tried to persuade you to go away with me from him. I didn't know what was going on. Had you communicated with me, I would have cooperated. Any other incidents where he was really in your personal space? There was another time last year. We were at UBC together, and then I didn't really want to talk to him or anything, so I think we got into a little fight or something, and then he followed me home on the bus. We had planned to take the same bus home, and I didn't want to be beside him on the bus, so I got off at McDonald Street before my house, and then I just called my mom to come pick me up because I didn't want to be around him, and then he actually tried to physically prevent me from getting into the car, and then I got into it, but then he was still reaching inside like he was trying to drag me out. I wasn't trying to drag you out. I hugged you so you wouldn't drive off, as I wanted to keep talking to you. And then someone on the street said leave her alone, like get away, and then he finally just got away. Yeah, I acted like a big baby sometimes. So did you. I could talk about everything wrong you did, but then I'd never stop talking. Clearly. If you really cared about all the bullshit I ever did the day before you cheated, you would have agreed with my choice to just be friends. You didn't. You kept bugging me to have sex with you. I didn't want to become more than just friends again. I knew anything beyond friendship wouldn't work. I hate myself for trusting you. Had I never done so, we still would have been friends today. Then again, it's better now that I know what kind of person you truly are. Has Alex ever threatened you? Yeah, well, not to do anything physically, but he threatened to charge me with things like to call the police on me. He kind of threatened to send this conversation to some of my friends, and I don't know why that would be. While sitting on a bench in my own area, just minding my own business, the police came out of nowhere to accuse me of talking to you that day when I never did. I thought you were lying to them and feared that you would continue to do so until I went to prison. I told them to tell you to leave me alone, but that didn't do anything. I felt that I could only stop the madness by threatening to send the conversation to all of your friends, so they'd learn that you're a lying, cheating whore. It was a justified threat, for I didn't want to live in constant fear in my own area anymore. It wouldn't have been such a bad thing for everyone to know what kind of person you truly are anyway, so history doesn't repeat itself. I don't want you to do to the next guy what you did to me. Turned out that the police had made an assumption. They tried to call you for more clarification as to what the problem was, but you never picked up the phone. Turns out that the problem was my mere nearby existence in my own area that you happened to share. Threatened to charge you with what when he said that he would phone the police on you? Sexual assault. You lied to have sex with me and thus fraudulently gained my consent. We made out in your bedroom and almost had sex. What you did can be classified as sexual assault. It's called rape by fraud. Even if what you did isn't rape, I still feel used and violated. Stalking? Yeah, when you followed me 2 cities away from your home, even though I kept telling you to go away, and ran a few times. Why are you allowed to follow me so far away from your home, and for so long, yet I'm not allowed to briefly follow you in my own area? And inflicting post-traumatic stress disorder. Everything you did to me is sick, inhumane, and disgusts me to this very day. Has he ever tried to blackmail you? Well, I guess by threatening to send the conversation to my friends. That was only to stop you from lying to the police. It was justified. I had every right not to feel threatened in my own area. It's not my fault that the stupid police had made a false assumption. Is that a conversation between you and him? It's a conversation between me and someone else. A complete stranger. But I'm pretty sure that it was either one of his friends or him. Again with your stupid belief that I had anything to do with the stupid troll. Was I not popular on YouTube? Did you not have a couple of popular videos on my YouTube channel? Were you not known to be my girlfriend? Was your name not known? Did I not link my tagged profile onto my YouTube channel? Were you not amongst just a few other tagged friends? It's obvious that the troll found you through my YouTube channel, and then thought it would be funny to test your loyalty. It's not hard to comprehend. Then he sent me screen caps of the cheating conversation. And I didn't know who it was at the time? Because you thought he was a complete stranger. I was just talking to someone? Agreeing to fuck an invasive and complete stranger in his house immediately after coffee in just a few days. We had just promised to only have sex with each other, and I had just moved close to you. You immediately gave him your phone number, and I found you where you had planned to meet him at the specified time. Every excuse you gave me only dug you into a deeper hole. And he accused me of cheating on him, I don't know. I didn't. Just because you were caught before you were able to have sex with someone else doesn't mean you didn't cheat. The fact that you planned to have sex with someone else is equivalent to already doing so. Attempted cheating is still cheating. You and I both know that you would have had sex with him behind my back if he was real. Then you would have continued to have sex with me while I thought you were keeping your promise. You would have continued to trick me into consenting and probably would have had sex with numerous other guys behind my back, eventually giving me a few STDs. I wouldn't be surprised if you had already actually cheated on me numerously in the past. The bottom line is that you cannot be trusted. It was only a conversation, so I wasn't cheating on him. You can't be that stupid. It was not only a conversation. The very first thing you did was agree to make out with him, then you agreed to have sex with him in his house after coffee in just a few days, and then you actually tried to meet the bastard. All of your excuses are bullshit. Stop digging. Next thing you know, you'll find yourself in China, and you and I both know how much you unfairly hate the Chinese for invading Canada. So you think he orchestrated some conversation? Yeah. You chose to believe that I had something to do with the troll to pull away focus from the fact that you cheated. Your stupid belief is nothing but a guilt shield. I think he wanted to know if I was loyal to him in a relationship because he was very possessive of me. Even if I had anything to do with the troll, how could you blame me for acting upon my suspicions to uncover the truth? Would it have been better to bottle them to continue living a lie? If you were truly honest, there wouldn't have been any to act upon. Although I wasn't the troll, it wouldn't have mattered if I was. It wouldn't have made me jealous, controlling, or possessive. It only would have saved myself from living a lie with a whore disguised as a goody girl. I actually was suspicious, but I doubt that I would have acted upon it because I wanted to trust you. Thankfully, that troll, whom I had nothing to do with, did all the work for me. At the end of the day, the truth was uncovered, and that's all that matters. Stop shielding your guilt with bullshit. So he was basically trying to find out if I would have been flirtatious with other guys. I wasn't trying to find that out myself, but thanks to the troll, the truth found me, and you weren't being flirtatious, you were downright cheating. So he has this conversation? Yeah, I think so. I sure do. And he's threatened to disseminate it to your friends? To stop you from lying to the police, so that I would stop living in constant fear in my own area. It wasn't until much later that I discovered that you didn't lie to the police, and the police didn't lie to me. They just gave me the false assumption when they accused me of talking to you that day. I hadn't talked to you since the night you waited for me to walk up to you at the intersection. They should have waited for you to answer their calls for clarification as to why they got a call earlier that day. Because of their false assumption, I felt the need to act upon the belief that you wouldn't stop lying to them, and because I sent you that one email too many, I went to jail shortly after. I felt that if I did nothing, however, you would keep lying to them, and I would have gone to jail anyway. I felt trapped and didn't know what else to do, for I had told the police to tell you to leave me alone, but that obviously did nothing. The threat was justified. In a way, it was self-defense. Yeah, but I blocked him on Facebook, so I don't think he can contact them. I can if I want to. Does Alex believe that you're still in love with him? Sometimes in his emails, he'd say that the reason that you hate me is because you're still in love with me, and if you were truly not, you'd be indifferent. It's true. Hate is love, and you cannot hate or love unless you care. The fact that you can't talk to me shows that you fear getting hurt if you did, and you cannot hurt if you do not care. If you were indifferent, you wouldn't fear getting hurt if you talked to me, and therefore you would. Feelings can never truly dissipate after a relationship ends. Deny it all you want, but that's just the way it is. You hate me for knowing the truth, and I hate you for knowing the truth. And the fact that you love me means that you actually care about me. No, I meant the fact that you hate me means that you still care. So maybe he still thinks I do. But you do still care. If you didn't, you'd talk to me again. I'm glad you still care because unless you're going to apologize or somehow convince me that you did nothing wrong, I don't want you to talk to me again. Keep running away from your guilt, coward. Does Alex love you but realize that you are not in love with him? I don't know if he loves me, but I'm assuming that he cares enough about me to do these crazy things, but I don't know if it's really love, or if that's just him being obsessed. You're right. I do care. I do care that my first love and best friend for nearly 4 years cheated on me with an invasive and complete stranger. I do care that you lied to have sex with me. I do care that you let your friend tell me that he was going to have sex with you. I do care that you kept ignoring my cries. That you kept telling the police to tell me to never talk to you again. That you lied about being sick on the day we were supposed to hang out again. On the day I thought you were going to convince me that you did nothing wrong. That you kept spreading false accusations. That you had me thrown in jail. That you let the police put a giant forbidden square right in front of my home and banned me from UBC until the matter was settled in court. That you made me fear going to prison for so long. That you cowardly dropped the harassment charge on the day of the trial, thus robbing me of being able to stand up for myself. That you made me unable to trust a girl ever again. I will always love the girl I thought you were, even though that girl never existed, and therefore I will always hate the reality of who you truly are. I'm obsessed because I will never understand how someone who I truly loved, and truly loved me back in return, could hurt me so much. I hope a deer rapes you. You make me sick. I hope a deer rapes you. You make me sick. Has he ever become overly angry with you? Yeah, he can get very, very aggressive and angry, and it's kind of scary actually, when he gets really angry. He's just a very loud person sometimes, and when he gets angry, he's very strongly built and really tall, so he can be very imposing. With every reaction, there must have been an equal action. Remember that. So it's a bit scary. He can get really angry sometimes. Like when I thought you replaced me with a complete stranger at the nightclub, and then watched me get dragged out for reacting to not having a clue what was going on. How could the things you did not anger anyone? Does he swear or does he call you names? No. Quite unlike the numerous times you swore at me and called me names. Is there any chance that Alex might be wanting to get back at you for something right now, like he's being vindictive? Does he feel like you have wronged him? Yeah, I think he feels that I've wronged him because he thinks that I kind of messed him up psychologically because I was the first girlfriend he had, and then I left him. I left you. You just refused to revive our friendship. It wasn't much long after until I realized you had given me a gift when you did. You did mess me up, psychologically and emotionally, for I hate knowing that my first love and best friend for around 3 years was nothing but an illusion, and she's the easiest girl in the world. And I broke his heart and just left him really upset and traumatized. Do I need to go over all the things you did to me again? Is Alex paranoid or delusional? He sometimes seems delusional because it's kind of delusional that he thinks that we would get back together. I don't want to get back together with you. I want you off my fucking planet, you shameless whore. I only did before when I was stupidly brainwashing myself to believe that I ruined everything, and even then, I pretty much just wanted to be your friend again, and nothing more. After all this time, and I don't know about paranoid. You and your mom are paranoid for constantly monitoring me like vultures when I was harmless and just minding my own business in my own area. Are you aware of any mental illnesses that he might have? He told me in the past that he was diagnosed with autism as a child, but I'm not sure if he still has it. I don't think I ever had it. My behavior was not a result of autism. It was the result of having my heart torturously played with. Tell me about his relationship with his family. He's very separated from his family, and he doesn't ever really see them ever. I don't think. Like he used to because he was living in New Westminster until January. I never want to see them again. But after he moved out, his mom actually told me that she's worried about him because she never hears from him, and I don't think he talks to his dad or his sisters, so he doesn't talk to his family very much. Do you know why? No, I'm not sure. I think it's just because he's going through a hard time. I hate the way they treated me, and I hate that my parents robbed me of something that belonged to me. Circumcision is disgusting, and it even causes brain damage. How has your life changed since all of this happened? I don't know. I felt very stressed out and I'm already very busy with schoolwork and other stuff in my life, so just this on top of everything is really stressful right now. That's your fault, for all I ever did was justifiably react to your cruelty. I tried my best to make peace, but you wouldn't stop stabbing me in the heart. Maybe next time you won't cheat on your man and then bury him under a rock to run away from his cries. And sometimes I felt even a bit afraid for my own safety because I felt like his behavior was very unpredictable and that he could react however at any time. Did you fear for your safety or did you not? I keep seeing contradictions. Make up your bloody mind and don't say that you did because that's bullshit. You know that I'd never hurt you and that I always tried my best to make peace. My behavior was not unpredictable. It mirrored yours, you dumbass. Maybe if you didn't come out of nowhere to insult me twice when I was just minding my own business, and after I had just given you a handwritten apology letter, I never should have apologized, and sold all of my consoles to give you a diamond ring, that I'm glad I got back because you don't deserve it, I wouldn't have gotten so angry. Stop being such a pussy. A man can only endure so much bullshit. Why couldn't you at least respect me and whatever I did in my own area? I had told you why I was on those benches around those coffee shops for so long, but you just believed whatever you wanted. Or when he was living by my house, and I felt like it was kind of uncomfortable for me to just walk freely along the street by my house, because I was afraid that he'd bump into me, and so that was kind of stressful. Excluding the times where you came out of nowhere to insult me, I left you alone immediately whenever you told me to. You knew that all you ever had to do was tell me to go away. I only hesitated a few times nearer to the beginning, and most of those times were before you told me that it's over forever. I only came up to you to talk, to show you that I was able to respect whatever you wanted. All I ever wanted was for us to live peacefully in the same area. I didn't deserve all of those nasty glares from your mom. I didn't like that she came out of nowhere to bug me twice, and I hated the feeling of always being monitored like a hawk. We could have talked everything over at a coffee shop so that we could at least understand each other, but you chose not to. You wanted to continue to live in your imaginary world where I'm a creepy stalker out to get you. I did nothing wrong. All I ever did was justifiably react to your constant stabbing me in the heart, and then burying me under a rock to run away from my cries. Your negative image of me is formed solely upon misunderstandings, assumptions, and lies. You cheated. You should have moved away. I had the right to live peacefully in my own area that you happened to share. And especially the times where he would make loud scenes at my house, then that was stressful and embarrassing because the neighbors could hear what was going on. While looking down, blowing my nose, minding my own business, and walking home from Culprit, I heard you, out of nowhere, insult me for blowing my nose. I looked up to see you, creepily looming from the darkness, crossing your arms at the intersection, just waiting for me to walk up to you. It looked like you were stalking me, but I now assume that our paths almost crossing was coincidental, and that you looked to your right to see me when you heard me blow my nose, as you were about to turn left. You kept insulting me, and I couldn't understand why you couldn't at least respect the fact I was trying my best to make peace. I had just given you a handwritten apology letter and a diamond ring. I couldn't bottle Satan in a thin glass jar anymore. You kept provoking me until it exploded, and I had to stand up for myself. Had you merely told me to go away, I would have continued my way on the other side of the street. But no, you said, "Ew, that's disgusting," when I was merely blowing my nose, and you proceeded to accuse me of stalking you. We happened to be walking in the same direction, for your home was en route between mine and Culprit. And then it's embarrassing when the police have to come, and it's really disruptive in my life. You never had to call the police. All you ever had to do was communicate with me so that we could clear all misunderstandings of each other. You chose to be stubborn and falsely believe whatever you wanted. So there is a level of fear that you feel? Not immediate fear, it's just kind of like a fear that he could do something possibly if he ever gets so upset. Anyone could do anything if they're upset enough. Then again, you've maximized my anger many times, and I still never hurt you. Maybe if you never acted like such a bitch, I wouldn't have gotten so angry. If the past dictates the future, I actually have a bigger reason to be more fearful of you than you do me, considering that you've actually hit me numerously and even bit me once. Stop playing the victim. What's the one thing he's done in the past that makes you the most fearful? Probably when he climbed over my gate to get into my house. Oh no! Did I climb over the gate? That was just once a long time ago, and I never did it again. And also when he physically tried to block me from getting into my home. Briefly and non-violently, because I feared that you would disappear forever behind the door. Why were you allowed to hit and bite me, but I wasn't allowed to hug or hold you? Stop playing the victim. Are there any other people that are affected by his behavior? My mom feels stressed by the whole situation. She never had a reason to. Does he have a tendency towards emotional outbursts and rage? I think before January, when we were just dating and seeing each other as friends. Just dating and seeing each other as friends? Contradiction, no? We were in an open relationship for a while. Then he wasn't the type to get angry really suddenly, but he occasionally did get angry, and especially after January, he would get angry. Oh, you mean because you cheated on me? Yeah, that's a good starting trigger. Did he ever exhibit sexual jealousy? Probably when he or his friend did that conversation. I had nothing to do with the troll. What part of that don't you understand? He did the conversation himself, and that was basically being possessive of me, because if I was liking another guy or something, he would get really angry. Again, if I was actually the troll, how could you blame me for rightfully acting upon my suspicions to uncover the truth? Would it have been better to bottle them up and continue living a lie? That's actually what I was doing. Had you not been suspicious, there would have been nothing to act upon. Unfortunately, you are not an honest person. You were very suspicious, but guess what? I never acted upon it. The truth found me. It's not like you even passed the test. You failed miserably. You weren't showing that you merely liked another guy. You immediately agreed to fuck him and even tried to meet him. Whether or not I had anything to do with the troll is absolutely meaningless because you failed the test miserably, and at the end of the day, that's all that counts. Do you think he wants to harm you? I don't know really, but I don't think so. See, you acknowledge the fact that I would never hurt you, so stop trying to make me look like a woman beater. So there's been many times that Alex has followed you? Yeah. Can you tell me a little bit about the following behavior, like where it happens and how it stops? Usually it was outside my house. Sometimes I followed you inside your home? I would have been at the bus stop, and then he would just be there. You mean when my 9:30 a.m. Monday and Wednesday UBC tennis lessons coincided with some of your classes? If we lived in the same area, shared the same bus stop, and twice a week for a few months needed to be somewhere at UBC at the same time, then we were occasionally bound to arrive at the bus stop at the same time. Did you not see me holding a tennis racket? Every time we arrived at that bus stop at the same time, was it not always a Monday or Wednesday? And not leave me alone. I did eventually leave you alone every time. All I did was ever ask you a few questions that you always answered. You crushed my soul and left me in the dark. Of course I was going to take advantage of the coincidental arrivals. And try to give me a present or something. Like the diamond ring that you took. And sometimes, when I was walking home from work or school, he would be following me. Well, not really, like he never followed me from behind. He did it in kind of a secretive way. I never followed you anyway. Every time I saw you, I either coincidentally ran into you, or approached you after coincidentally spotting you from afar, while minding my own business. I was outside a lot, because I liked being outside a lot, and it was summer. I never made intricate plans for our paths to cross with you. Stop being so paranoid. And then he would come up to me and stand next to me and then try to talk to me while I was walking, and I would just kind of ignore him, and then he would just keep talking and talking. Every time he told me to go, I immediately cooperated. What kind of gifts did he give you? Once he gave me a diamond ring that he apparently sold a bunch of stuff to buy. Yeah, you ungrateful bitch. And another time he gave me a necklace that I saw you wearing in the bus around 1 month later. And another time he gave me flowers, and then kind of left them at my building, and then he gave me a few letters and cards. You took the handwritten apology letter from my hand, and listened to me talk for a while. Do you have any of the letters or cards? I think so. I have a few of them at home. You said some of them are disturbing. Why? Well, I guess they're not too disturbing, just disturbing to me, because they show that he was still wrapped up with thinking about me. We were best friends for around 3 years, and you were my first love, which unfortunately I cannot change. Of course I tried every trick in the book to win you back, while I was brainwashing myself to believe that I ruined everything. Unfortunately, I still can't help but think about you every now and then, which I hate. I truly wish I could erase you from my memory. Now this past weekend, did you receive a series of phone calls? Yeah, it was a bit past 12 a.m., and I had just gotten a lot of phone calls in a row, blocked calls from, I didn't pick up, but I heard the message and it was from people. I don't think it was him, but it was other people talking about him, and talking about how he was here with them crying, and how he was really upset that they were also mentioning the ring that he gave me. I had nothing to do with that. I had merely told my story to everyone on Skype, trolls and fans, and always mentioned the ring. You must have given your number out, you always give it out immediately when asked, to a few trolls that had already heard my story. I'm glad they bothered you though, I think it's pretty funny. Saying that he had sold a lot of things to get the ring, and that it was really mean of me to be ignoring him when he had done that. I'm glad I got it back, you ungrateful bitch. And yeah, they were talking in a weird accent, and left like 10 messages on my phone, or even more I think. What were the messages? Basically just talking to me about the same thing, like how he was crying. Thanks for making me look bad, trolls. So the messages are not him? Yeah, there's some people that he knows probably, because they were definitely talking about him specifically, and they were talking about this ring, and saying that he was crying there, and that he had told them to call me. Probably a bunch of trolls that I told my story to, and that you later gave your number to. I never told anyone to call you, but I'm still glad they had a little fun with you. They were saying Alex wants me to talk to you. Lies. Bad, trolls, bad. Why would I risk going to prison by telling them to talk to you when the court ordered no direct or indirect contact? They said that? I'm not sure if those were the exact words, like I could double check, but they definitely implied that they were doing it because Alex wanted them to do it because he was upset. All a bunch of bullshit. Part 13. The Assaults. Alana to Game Dude's mother. A few weeks ago, he assaulted me outside my house several days in a row. 2013, February 11th. The day I briefly and non-violently hugged and held her, is a few weeks ago from 2013, March 2nd. Several implies 3 or more. How could I have assaulted her 3 days in a row when I only saw her the day before and never saw her the day after? Did she mean to type times instead of days? She told her mom that I attacked her, thus erasing the possibility that, due to her belief, I non-violently assaulted her and probably told the rest of the planet that I assaulted her. That is slander and defamation of character, for I never assaulted her. Even if I technically did assault her when I hugged and held her, by telling everyone that I assaulted her, they're going to assume that I hit her. I've never hit a girl. Assaulting her several days in a row by her house sounds like I sucker punched her in the face the second she stepped out of the door, 3 days in a row. When my heart told me that it's over forever, by impulse, I briefly and non-violently hugged her, crying, "I'm sorry, I love you." Because I panicked at the thought of never seeing her again, I briefly and non-violently held her, trying to persuade her to stay and talk for a while, instead of walking through the back door. Stop artificially twisting and distorting innocence into evil. Stop taking actions so innocent and artificially twist and distort them into actions so evil, and stop playing the victim, you giant pussy. Alana to Alex. Assault has a different definition in criminal and civil law. Assault. The intention to create an apprehension of immediate physical contact in the mind of another. Please don't reply with more arguments. Just drop it for God's sake. Oh my God, okay? You don't get it. It's not criminal, it's civil. And in the civil action, you only need minimal intent. Voluntary consciousness that you are acting, and fear is irrelevant to the legal definition. You only need to anticipate or perceive that contact might ensue. And battery can be civil as well. Wow, you just don't get it. The Wikipedia definition refers to criminal assault. Leave me alone. I'm not talking to you anymore. True, Rain Man. But first, is a regular hug or brief hold battery? The offensiveness is measured against a reasonable person standard. A regular hug or brief hold is not offensive to a reasonable person standard. And then he leaves a link to the Wikipedia definition of battery. Harmful/offensive contact. Unpermitted by an ordinary or reasonable person, judged by a reasonable person standard. Judged by a reasonable person standard, a regular hug or brief hold is not harmful or offensive to an ordinary or reasonable person. Then he leaves a link to a law page, which I guess backed up his points, at least in his mind. A battery is an intentional physical contact with a person without his or her consent that results in bodily harm or is offensive to a reasonable sense of dignity. A regular hug or brief hold cannot result in bodily harm, nor is it offensive to a reasonable sense of dignity. It may also be an act that is offensive to a reasonable person. A regular hug or brief hold is not an act that is offensive to a reasonable person. And then he leaves a link to assault.lawyers.com/assault and battery. Battery is both a tort and a crime. Its essential element, harmful or offensive contact, is the same in both areas of the law. The main distinction between the two categories lies in the penalty imposed. A regular hug or brief hold is neither a criminal battery nor a civil battery, for it is not harmful or offensive contact to a reasonable person. Then he leaves a link to enotes.com/homework-help/what difference between civil battery and criminal. Now, is a regular hug or brief hold an assault? The victim must have a reasonable apprehension of imminent injury or offensive contact. A reasonable person cannot have a reasonable apprehension of imminent injury or offensive contact from a regular hug or a brief hold. This element is established if the act would produce an apprehension in the mind of a reasonable person. A regular hug or brief hold cannot produce apprehension in the mind of a reasonable person. Then he leaves a link to findlaw.com/torts and personal injuries/elements of assault. Causing the reasonable apprehension of immediate harmful or offensive contact. A regular hug or brief hold cannot cause a reasonable apprehension of immediate harmful or offensive contact.
The plaintiff has a reasonable apprehension, the requisite state of mind. You cannot have a reasonable apprehension in the requisite state of mind from a regular hug or brief hold. The act is deemed offensive if it would offend a reasonable person's sense of personal dignity. A regular hug or brief hold cannot offend a reasonable person's sense of personal dignity. Then he leaves a link to the Wikipedia definition of assault. Intentionally putting another person in a reasonable apprehension of imminent harmful or offensive contact. A regular hug or brief hold cannot put a reasonable person in a reasonable apprehension of an imminent harmful or offensive contact. Threatening gestures that would alarm any reasonable person can constitute an assault. A regular hug or brief hold cannot alarm any reasonable person. Then he leaves a link to another definition of assault from another website. There can be no assault if the act does not produce a true apprehension of harm in the victim. The usual test applied is whether the act would induce such an apprehension in the mind of a reasonable person. A regular hug or brief hold cannot produce true apprehension of harm. A reasonable person cannot have a reasonable fear of injury from a regular hug. A regular hug would not induce such an apprehension in the mind of a reasonable person. Then he leaves another link to another definition of assault. An assault can also happen when someone makes any gesture or action which makes another person feel a reasonable apprehension of harm. A regular hug or brief hold cannot make a reasonable person feel a reasonable apprehension of harm. Then he leaves a link to a definition of criminal assault. The intentional creation of a reasonable apprehension of harm. A regular hug or brief hold cannot create a reasonable apprehension of harm. An assault requires an overt or direct act that would put a reasonable person in fear for their safety. A regular hug or brief hold cannot put a reasonable person in fear for their safety. Then he leaves a link to findlaw.com/criminal charges/assault and battery overview. Civil law requires the defendant either mean to cause an apprehension to the plaintiff or that the defendant should have known that his or her actions would cause apprehension to the plaintiff. Criminal law, in contrast, requires that the defendant meant to commit battery or physical injury to the plaintiff. A regular hug or brief hold is neither a criminal assault, for it is not battery, and cannot physically injure, nor a civil assault, for it cannot cause an apprehension to a reasonable person. Then he leaves a link to legalmatch.com/law library/articles/civil assault claims. According to a retired police officer with 26 years of service, a hug is not an assault. Then he leaves a link to Yahoo Answers, so you know that one's legitimate. Did Charlie assault Rain Man when he hugged him? Did he commit battery? No, because a hug is not a reasonable threat, cannot cause bodily harm, and Rain Man is not a reasonable person. At least Rain Man yelled when he was hugged. You internalized everything when I hugged and held you. You clearly indicated that you wanted to be left alone. You emoted it, but I was too enslaved by my own emotions to notice. Your behavior was also illogical, as the last time we had spoken on the phone, you actually bugged me to have sex with you again. You were spontaneously ignoring me, and never told me to let go, unless you whispered it. My crying drowned you out, and I wasn't looking at your lips. It doesn't matter what you said. What matters is what I heard, and I heard nothing. You should have loudly told me to let go, for I would have cooperated immediately. You never even tried to push me away. I felt nothing. You silently just stood there like a frozen deer. You should have actually tried to push me away, for I would have let go immediately. You told the police that there has never been any violence between us. Therefore, when you broke free from the hug, you never resorted to using violence? You managed to overpower my super strong orangutan arms? Bullshit. I let go once I realized you weren't going to hug me back. When I held you, I let go once I realized you weren't going to stop and listen. That's when you told me to die after I fell down and cried. I didn't know you were so heartless. I did not assault you civilly or criminally, nor did I commit battery civilly or criminally. Not at the nightclub either, when I subtly tried to get you away from that guy. All I did was invade your personal space a couple of times, and my heart ached too much to think about it at the time. I can't believe you cared more about your personal space than my heart that you kept stabbing. You're either that selfish, or you're just shielding your guilt by playing the victim as best you can. You actually had me convinced that I really did assault you. Why doubt the law school student, right? Thank you for making me feel like a woman beater. Do more research next time. Police. No assault. Even with the lies in place, she told me to let go and broke free,
The police instinctively knew there was no assault. At no time did Alana indicate that there was any violence by Alex toward her. She said nothing because she knows I was never violent toward her. Alana to police. There has never been any violence between the two, according to Alana. That is a lie. There has been violence between us. She hit me 6 times and bit me. I've never assaulted her, though. The police contradicted themselves. Did she say nothing, or did she tell them that there was never any violence between us? Maybe she told them after she said nothing. Perhaps she believes that the hug and hold are merely non-violent civil assaults and batteries. Whether they truly are or not, the fact that she reported them to the police is still super unfair and hypocritical, for she had actually committed a criminal assault and battery every time she hit and bit me, and I never reported her to the police. It is also ironic that she assaulted me numerously in the past, for she is a lawyer and thus a representative of the law. She never knew better, she never attacked me out of self-defense, nor can she ever say that she did, because she already told the police that I was never violent toward her. She always attacked me out of anger, but, according to her, it doesn't matter because it was all a long time ago. If time erases the past, then why does she never want to see me again? A man hitting a woman is worse than a woman hitting a man, but a woman hitting a man is worse than a man hugging a woman. If you believe otherwise, you're stretching the double standard over your herd and up your ass. She milked and warped what she learned at law school to brainwash me into believing that I was a woman beater to compensate for her guilt, and for a few months, her devious plan worked. Thank you, Alana. By artificially expressing the severity of my non-existent crimes of assaults and batteries, you have simultaneously addressed the severity of your own moderate crimes of assaults and batteries. Congratulations! I cannot report you now, for too much time has passed, but I wouldn't want to sink myself to your level anyway. Part 14, The Update. It's worth noting that this part of the blog was posted on May 3rd, 2014, while the other parts of the blog were posted on March 10th, 2014. I called Alana again after 9 months of no contact, and we casually talked for over 3 minutes. I even ended the conversation, thus further nullifying all non-existent harassment warnings. I wanted to eventually talk everything over with her peacefully on the phone, but she spontaneously decided to ignore me yet again, 2 weeks later. I sent her these 4 emails. March 1st, 2014. Hi Alana, guess where I am right now? California, baby! I already went to Disneyland and Laguna Beach. Oh, and I must tell you what I did in Las Vegas. I rode the world's tallest Ferris wheel, I held a book from 1478, and went to a medieval show with horses, knights, and real, spark-flying sword fights and jousting. It was fucking incredible. They even served us food that we had to eat with our hands. It was like going back in time. You should have seen the luxurious hotels. One was based on medieval times and another on ancient Rome. Still think I'm in New Westminster? The attached photographs say otherwise. By the way, how is your novel coming along? The one with nymphs and dream maps? I love what you had. It was so imaginative and original. Let's catch up some more. I'll have a bit more time to talk on the phone next time. Call me at 604-377, and then he beeps it out. Which he never did for Alana. And tell me what I should do next in California. Surely you've done more than stay in resorts, right? Hope you're doing great. March 2nd, 2014. Here are a few more pictures. It's boiling hot right now. I think I might have to go back to the beach and order another pina colada, haha. Oh, I forgot to tell you about the Titanic Museum in Las Vegas. There were so many things that were excavated from the wreck in remarkably good condition. I even walked up a replica of the giant staircase and saw a giant section of the hull that had been ripped off the ship. Don't forget to call me back and tell me what I should do next. You've been to California many times. Surely you should know what the exciting places are, right? What cities did you go to anyway? Did you go to Los Angeles? I still can't believe you've never gone to Disneyland. Even as an adult, it's super fun. Anyway, I've got 2 weeks to kill here before I go to Mexico. Call me soon. I have so many stories to tell. Adios. March 3rd, 2014. Because you cowardly ran away from trial and are ignoring me yet again, I am going to reveal the truth to everyone to reverse the slander. This is for your own good. If you feel that I shouldn't, pick up the phone and apologize for everything that you did to me, or convince me that you did nothing wrong. You will not do to the next guy what you did to me. I will not allow it. Not on my planet. You made me feel so sick that I must share my story with the world. I simply cannot bottle the pain any longer. Everyone on my Skype, all of our Facebook friends, and every local man on Tagged, Plenty of Fish, and OkCupid will be the first to know the truth. Don't bother trying to take everything down, as I have everything backed up. I hope to discourage everyone else from doing the things that you did to me. There is nothing more painful than ignoring the cries of a person that you cheated on, and you did cheat on me. You did it in your heart. You can lie to everyone but us. I thought we could eventually talk everything over with you peacefully on the phone, but now you're spontaneously ignoring me yet again? I was being nice to you, even though you cheated on me. Everything you believe I did is a misunderstanding, and I can prove it. Everything you say you did is a lie. You looked me in the eyes when you promised to only sleep with me again, and I hate myself for believing you. You know that we'd still be friends today, had you either cherished our promise, instead of lying, just so that you could sleep with me again, or my will to remain just friends. How could you hurt me so badly and then, instead of apologizing, bury me under a rock to run away from my cries and your guilt? How could you judge me when I was only acting upon my heartbreak? You made me feel like a psychopath. Because of you, I can't trust girls anymore. Read my blog to better understand what you've done. How did you do it? How did you convince yourself that you did nothing wrong? You are so delusional, and the only people that will believe you over me are the ones that are programmed to, like your family and the law. You are not going to run away from yourself any longer. You are going to take responsibility for your actions. You are going to unblock my number, pick up the phone, and do the right thing. You are in no position to throw any more pawns at me, for I am finally unleashing the queen. This is your final warning. Pick up the phone so that we can listen to each other once and for all. I want you to hear you, and I want you to hear me. Don't be a fool. You cannot win this. Trust me. Don't bother calling the police again. They will not find me. Nobody knows where I am. I am simply off the grid. You know what you did wrong. Step outside of the box and analyze it. How would you feel if you were in my shoes? Tell me you're not too selfish to imagine. I don't deserve to be haunted by so many demons. I am a good person, and I deserve to be happy. I am not a psychopath. I am merely the byproduct of your cruelty. You don't understand how cruel you can be. I really don't want to have to expose you to the whole world, but as much as justice hurts, no justice hurts more. It's not fair that you spread so many lies about me to so many people. It's not fair that you think you can run away after stabbing me in the heart, so history can repeat itself. I want cooperation or justice, and nothing will stop me from getting one or the other. This is the message that I will send to everyone. Your friend, and my first love and girlfriend for over 3 years, spread false accusations about me after she got cheating on me with an invasive internet stranger. I hate to do this, but because she cowardly refuses to communicate, I must reveal the truth to everyone to reverse the slander. She will not do to the next guy what she did to me. I will not allow it. Not on my planet. This is for her own good. She made me feel so sick that I must share my story with the world. I simply cannot bottle the pain any longer. I hope to discourage you along with everyone else from doing the things that girl did to me. There is nothing more painful than ignoring the cries of the person you've cheated on. Please don't take her side just because she's your friend. Don't support her cruel behavior. You'd only let her stab more hearts. If you truly care about her, you will support me. She needs to realize that what she did is wrong. Please help me spread my blog and leave a supporting comment. I want my story to discourage cheating so that we can all live on a happier planet. I never wanted to do this. I wanted to eventually talk everything over with her peacefully on the phone, but she has spontaneously decided to ignore me yet again. It hurts me so much that I have to do this, but as much as justice hurts, no justice hurts more. I believe that if enough people support my blog, she will eventually see the error of her ways. Please copy the entirety of it, including all of the pictures, all of the videos, and all of the comments in case everything gets shut down. Even if I go to jail for this, I will die a happier man. Call me a psychopath for creating such a massive blog, but I'd rather be one than live the rest of my life having to bottle so much undeserving bullshit. Then he links to the cheating conversation on YouTube, the Alana story, which is him on the beach, and he links to the blog itself. March 4th, 2014. He leaves a link to another YouTube video, which is likely the last message to cheating girlfriend. This is also the only image of the blog that contains a comment on it, so I'll read that too. From Camjo Z. Game Dude, you've written 10 plus blogs about this girl, none of which have been any use. This is clearly not helping you heal. With this latest post, I get the feeling that the only person who's about to stab some hearts is you. Get some help before you do something you regret. And that was the end of Game Dude's Truth blog. Wow. Thanks to everyone who stuck around and watched this whole series, and I'm glad that it's done, but I'm also hoping that you guys enjoyed it. Adios.
Okay, what's Starbucks?
The one at Broadway and McDonald?
Sorry, I just edited out the laughter. Sounds good. Oh god. Sounds good. Still want to make love at my house. Okay, now my baby. Perfect. How do you feel about open relationships?
They are fine sometimes.
Sleeping with anyone at the... Sleeping with anyone at the moment?
No.
How many guys have you met off tagged?
2.
Have you any naked pics you can send me?
5.
4 p.m. sharp. Not a minute late. Not a minute late, please. Bye. Oh, that's ridiculous. Are you good at giving blowjobs?
I don't know.
Okay, I guess I don't have the left side. Oh, shit. Will I be the hottest guy you ever fucked?
No, probably not.
Will I be the hottest guy you ever... Oh, shit. Not a minute late, please. Bye.
I really hope she stood in line.
If she was smart, she did.
Yeah.
I still can't believe you actually showed up. Nigga, I can't believe you actually showed up. God.
Yeah, that's actually a good point.
Not because an atom of you still wanted to remain loyal to me? To me? What a lying, cheating whore without any self-worth. What a lying, cheating whore without any self-worth. Nice to see that you cheat on other guys, too. I still never would have cared had we not entered back into a closed relationship. Hell, I would have had an orgy with you, along with every other hot girl on this planet. However, oh God, I would. You can't have a 10-way with 10 other guys, but me, yeah, I can have orgies with everybody, bitch. I'm the man. Don't you get it?
I call the shots.
I call the shots in this relationship, bitch. My penis can go anywhere. My dick is the master key. You don't get to have a master lock.
My parents took away half of the key anyway.
God! This is why I used the Tugger 3000.
Super Tugger 3000.
The Super Tugger 3000 the Sony Power Station Tugger 3000. Oh God. Then you're the one that needs to suck it up, bitch. We still would have been friends today had you respected what I wanted. Oh, you're gonna have fun with that one.
That I will.
AKA me. Wow, so invasive. Why did you even talk to this loser?
That's a legitimate question.
Why did you show up at the fucking Starbucks, dude? You were set up.
I love how this this is all before he started stalking
Oh
her. It's like,
God!
this is the girl you're stalking.
This is the what led to the stalking.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Is that why we had just promised each other to only have sex with each other after you kept bugging me to have sex with you because you got so annoyed by my constant refusals? You refused her? What? What? We were in a closed relationship. God damn! I mean, you call this other guy a loser, but come on, Alex. You were never going to tell me that you were going to have sex with that guy. You had even refused to answer any of my texts or calls when you were about to meet him. Wow. Cockle-doodle-doo.
So he's like texting her and calling her before he goes and confronts her at the Starbucks. So
The funny part is you get the Asa the Asa commentary along with the Game Dude commentary.
yeah, there's a good chance I'll release a second video. Laughing about this.
Just these are the parts where Asa lost his mind.
Blooper reel.
The blooper reel. Oh fuck! God, this is bringing back so many memories. The memories. Oh, this is so beautiful. Yeah. Yeah. I'm loyal and you're a whore.
Oh, I think you missed a line, actually.
I missed the line? Oh, yeah. Is that why you still have feelings for me? Sure, they're... Yeah, sure, they're negative. Yes. Oh, God. Oh, God, Game Dude, the gift that keeps on giving. I've been at it since 2008, and we're still here. Oh, God.
So good.
God, dude, when he says, yeah, sure, they're negative. Yeah, sure, your feelings are negative, but they count, right? There's still feelings, right?
Well, that's one thing he kept saying in his videos.
Don't you realize? Don't you realize that hate is the opposite of, oh, you don't love me anymore? Fuck. It's almost like he gets at the answer, but he just doesn't get it. Like he's hovering around the answer, and that light bulb isn't like turning on in his head.
Yeah. The thing is, like, oh, it just shows you still care about me.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, of course.
Hey, I mean, if
about you, you're stalking her. And
yeah, right.
her
If you hate me, that still counts as you loving me, right? You love me just in the opposite way. Don't you get it?
Yeah.
Oh fuck! God, it's hard to read this.
It's like Game Dude's commentary is even funnier.
I know, like, I don't know what's gonna be funnier, this or just watching him play with the dinosaurs, because this is like fucking. Oh god, I remember when I watched all 2 hours of that. Like, oh my god.
I've watched it a few times.
I can imagine you're probably like a master Game Dudeologist at this point. All right, here's
that's the reason like Game Dude's still relevant. Like,
yeah,
it's just too funny.
it's too funny.
Like,
it's legit too funny. So let's see. We left off on you refused to answer him. Okay, here we go. Is that why you still have feelings for me? Sure, they're negative, but those still count because they still mean that you care. Is this also why you bugged me to have sex with you again before and after I found out that you cheated? Motherfucker, you went to fucking Starbucks and you
He's
complained.
claiming that he bugged her to have sex with him after he.
Yeah, I pressed D to doubt on that one.
Yeah, me too. Like,
Pretty sure after she saw him at Starbucks, she's like, "Oh my god, is that the guy that was talking to?" She probably thought it was him. The moment
that's
she,
the thing that's like, she thinks that it was him or someone who was associated with him who did it. And
Yeah,
she
to
brings
set
that
her
up
up.
in the police interview.
oh, what an idiot! Why the fuck did you go there, bro? Why? You lie when you should be honest, and you're honest when you should lie. What? What? You lie with... God, these lines. You lie with... You lie when you should be honest, and you're honest when you should lie. What is wrong with you? Bro, what is wrong with you?
Yeah, you make this big expose on her, and then you're like, "Ooh, I'm gonna make a Rick Astley music video to get her back."
This is certainly going to put her back in my pants. She's going to love me again when I point out how much of a whore she is.
Yeah, that totally works.
I know.
Not!
God. Oh my God. You weren't looking for quote-unquote a boyfriend, as you essentially already had me! Okay, let me read it then. You had me! Why you not love me? For you to love me,
essentially, what does that mean?
say that you love me, leave me. You weren't looking for quote-unquote a boyfriend, as you essentially already had me. You were looking for quote-unquote secret boyfriends. The remaining 6 days are reserved for... What the fuck? How often would we be able to... Roughly once a week. The remaining 6 days are reserved for having...
Oh my God.
Alex, bro! Bro, why are you writing this? This is crazy.
Yeah, like, I had read the fucking conversation before this. I did not read Alex's commentary. This is insane.
This is funnier than the fucking thing. Oh God. The remaining 6 days are reserved for having sex with other strangers and those whom I just want to be friends with, but I'm going out with. I'm going to tell you that. Oh, but I'm not. Fuck. It's so tongue twisty.
Yeah.
The remaining 6 days are reserved for having sex with other strangers and those whom I just want to be friends with, but I'm not going to tell you that. Again, rules for thee, but not for me.
Is he trying to impersonate Alana with that sentence?
Right? I don't know.
I can't even. Like,
I think he's like, nope, I get to do this, but you don't get. If I meet a chick at Starbucks, it's okay, but if you do it, then yeah, then I get to rant and rave about it. Anyhow,
That's wrong, too.
AKA me. Oh, okay. AKA. Oh.
Okay, I'll be quiet.
Yep. 3, 2, 1. AKA me. I like how you said quote unquote only, as if you were trying to lure a sprinkle, as you were trying to lure a sprinkle of pity first. Wow.
Oh my God.
Yeah. AKA
Sprinkle of pity
a sprinkle of pity for a slightly better fuck. What the fuck, dude? Oh God, I can't even. I'm crying, bro. I'm crying. I'm literally like this is so funny. I'm fucking shedding tears of laughter.
Oh my God, my freaking face is just.
Yeah, I know. This is
working the muscles in my mouth.
I know, this is amazing, dude. I really hope that he found God or something by now. It sounds like he got the happy ending, but let's see.
Yeah.
Again, what is wrong with you? Again, what is wrong with you, bro? Don't show up. Don't show up. Don't show up. Don't. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna read that different. Don't show up. Don't show up. Don't show up. Don't show up. Fuck! A little controlling, no? And we made it. We made it through the whole thing.